going to read it word for word, but somebody reported that Deb called Gavin an F-tard for hanging up the phone.
Well, really, that should have never been done.
Said she's pretty emotional, and I can understand. I agree.
Yep.
Will it let you bring in?
Nope.
Why not?
Because you initiated the call. Oh, so, okay, I'll type Vaughn. Vaughn. Call Mike.
Okay, now when it does that, it tells me that if I take the call, it will put my current call on hold. So is there a way to merge them?
Yeah, there should be something there that says add people to the call.
Huh. And I don't have to have any other kind of service for that?
No.
Okay, just making sure. I'm not real well versed on Skype.
No, this is just a Skype to Skype. No.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if the other Centurion, is he calling in by Skype? I guess so, isn't he?
He just had added me. Centurion just added me, and I show it Skype. But now that group call, I see a bunch of numbers there.
Huh. Well, you just have to hit add to the conversation.
Let me see if I can do that. Let me see if I can add. Now, see, he's calling, and it says answering this. Hang on, I'll try. All right.
Yes, you got me?
I got you, but now I don't have... okay, let me try again to add people to this call.
You,
Yeah, I don't even have...
you mean add Kathy?
I'm trying to add her. Aha, there she is. Let me see what happens if I try to add her.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you.
Oh, you're all right, hon.
Yeah, it does the same thing. I don't know why I can't add anybody. It doesn't make sense.
I just added Kathy.
Well, here's what I'll do, okay? I'm going to add you to this conversation, and I'm going to add Kathy to this conversation.
Right.
That's down in here. Now, I'm going to call them. Let me hang up from you, and I will call them, and it should be all of us gets on here.
Okay. And they call you back? Is that what you want me to do, Mike?
No, I'll call them. You should be in the group with us.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Centurion, if you're out there, wait a second here. Okay, that might have been what it was.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I think I did it this time.
Automatic voice message system 50.
Hello?
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 Hello? And not available to take your call.
Yeah, we were.
Name and number. I'll happy to get that.
How you reach Bethany before I can't answer the phone? Irene, name, and the
Cannot be reached at the moment.
Okay,
Please
that's
leave a
weird.
message after the tone.
Hello?
After you leave a message,
You hear us?
you can modify it
to leave a
by
message
pressing
for this
pound.
person.
Yeah, hang on.
Or simply stay on the line.
Yeah, I know Centurion tried calling me from this group call earlier.
Mike. Yeah, I'm here.
Well, there should be a lot of us in here right now, Mike.
Yeah, they're kind of
Yeah, Mike,
dropping
there's a
off.
lot of us in here, bro.
I see about 10.
Yeah, sorry if I
You'll be
did.
able to hear me, can't you?
Yeah,
Mike, it's Crazy Beans. You just woke me up. What are you doing?
Oh,
What's up, guys? Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Hey,
It's going good.
Sounds
We're
like
in
the
prayer.
Revolution Radio.
hey, sorry if
Yeah.
I wasn't supposed to do that. I know this group tried calling in to us earlier, and
I didn't try calling in. I think, Mike, you or Rev might have somebody that got a hold of phone numbers or something, but
We got everybody, don't we?
yeah.
Yeah, even somebody that just called in. I
Great.
just called in one time to talk, and yeah, my phone just rang too.
Well, I hope that's all right.
Did you guys understand me yet from the website or what?
I called in off. I watch you guys off of YouTube.
Well, we're in prayer right now for the 4 hostages. That's what I'm calling them. They're surrounded right now up there in the Burns area, the refuge. And
Hello?
go ahead.
Who's this?
This is Yo Marine 1.
Okay, and who's that?
That's Vaughn.
I think
I'm sorry,
you
hon.
called her.
What?
We'll see what the Lord has done.
I think everybody on the phone right now just got called and didn't
Yeah.
call in.
You know what? You probably used last night or the night before when we did our show, and I think we called back all those same ones.
No, because
Yep,
I
I
was.
That's awesome. Well, hey, everybody, I'm going to hang up. Everybody be safe. God bless you all. And
God bless you too.
talk to you
Keep
guys in
praying.
the morning.
God bless you,
Okay.
brother.
All right.
Lord Jesus, keep them safe at the refuge.
Well, we sure got a crew in on this one, didn't we?
Well, I'm up for saying a prayer for him. I've been kind of praying while watching Gavin's stuff going on, but
All right.
Good.
I'm up
Go
for a prayer
ahead.
if anybody else is.
You bet. And who are we talking to?
My name's Lena. I just
Lena.
called into the show. I usually watch you guys on different times or kick up whenever I can and watch you guys. And I called in, what was it, a couple nights ago?
Sunday night, yeah.
Wow.
I thought I recognized the phone number. That's why I think what happened is that you guys initiated a call that already existed from the other night, and you never left that conversation. So when you hit it, everybody got called. Well, at least we know how to notify everybody when there's a problem.
An emergency call. Rally the troops.
Yep. Go ahead, Lena. We would love to have you pray.
Well, somebody said they were already praying when the calls went out, so
Yeah, we were. Yep.
I don't want to interrupt, and I'd be more than happy to join in.
No, you go ahead.
You go ahead.
Okay, I got the floor then. Okay. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask for your protection for the 4th, the refugee. We ask for you to be with us as we march forward in this endeavor of whatever it's going to be, and that you lead us in the best of your ability to guide us and help us make the right decisions in this to get this America back to where it belongs instead of where it's headed. And that those that are doing evil find justice on earth and in heaven. And Father, we ask that you bring us forth a stronger nation in the end of this and give those legislators that are there the ability to go back and persuade other legislators to join in and do this as peacefully as possible. In your name we pray, amen.
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 Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena.
You're most welcome, and I hope he hears our words.
Oh, he
So
hears.
all we got left is prayer. We just got nothing else we could do. And I don't like this position, but you know that we're used to being in control of things, and God, I think, is showing us that He's in control, and this is our job. Just pray.
There's a lot of mysteries, Lena. I don't know if you've been paying attention at all. There's a lot of mysteries in this thing tonight, and we have to trust the Lord.
I was paying attention, and I was seeing Mark being a very big instigator and trying to make this go down real bad.
Yeah. Okay, you caught what I caught.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
and is this Mark? Who is this Mark?
I don't know what group Mark works for, whether if he's part of the Mercs or if he's part of the FBI, but yeah, he was definitely instigating to try to cause problems.
Yeah.
And I think Miss Fiore found that too.
Yeah, because he had made promises, right?
His bosses were making promises to her,
Right.
and he was mouthing off at her.
Wow.
He was sending messages through the phone that he didn't care who she was, it didn't matter.
Oh, that was the one I was hearing in
Yeah.
the mix
Yeah.
of things. We're still wondering what happened to David Fry.
He's still there.
But he got
We didn't hear nothing from him the last hour and a half.
It seemed a little weird to me how quick they changed their position, because that Mark didn't want anything to do with Michelle or anybody else. They had to deal with it, and right then, and then all of a sudden they just I don't know, something doesn't make sense. So they might be just playing them. I don't know.
Well, legislators have authority over FBI.
One would think.
So you think she may have threatened National Guard and
She was
even
on
higher?
the phone. She was on the phone with the FBI while Mark was mouthing off at her.
Oh, true.
And she goes, well, doesn't he think he's a cocky one?
Wow.
And then the next thing I caught wind of was Phil was on the megaphone.
Right. Well, Mark was the one that was supposed to be heading up the assault, and he was not willing to negotiate with the four of them at all till Michelle came into it, right?
He wasn't negotiating with her either.
Correct.
Yeah, she didn't use a lot of authority either. At least I didn't think she did, but...
But you want to remember, while she was trying to calm down the refugees, she had somebody in the car beside her on the phone with them.
Yeah.
And we don't know what he was saying, what authorities he was using.
But what was the deal with her? Like, it was one of the times that I believe Gavin called her back, and she's all talking about this song and how she loved that song and don't turn it off or something. I don't know. It just seemed really odd and out of place.
The only song I heard was the one with Victoria.
No, they were playing one in the
another one I
car.
missed?
Yeah,
I
it was on the
fighting
radio.
audio. I was fighting audio because the thing just kept spinning. So I missed out on part of it, but I had somebody else hearing the audio and typing to me what it was saying. So I might have missed that one.
I know I called Sheriff Grant, or Sheriff Palmer in Grant County, and the lady answered the phone, and I said, is Sheriff Palmer in? And she said, he won't be in until tomorrow. And she hung up. She wouldn't even bother to talk.
Well, I was going to call in, and then I heard somebody came on the chat and said that the FBI's phones were down.
No.
And I noticed that every time I had my chat down, my computer was just spinning away and I was losing audio, so I have to close the chat to actually hear what was going on.
Well, I couldn't type in the chat.
Yeah, there was a bunch of people that were telling me that it was like showing up that they were blocked, and they absolutely weren't blocked. I even was checking through different people, and they weren't blocked.
Yeah.
At one time, there was almost 70,000 people in Gavin's chat.
Yeah, that was just that chat. See, that went to CNN, Reuters, and it went around the world.
And Gavin's was the first one that showed up when it started happening. Gavin's was the first one that showed up that something was going on. And I clicked on it, and I was like, oh, wow, that's not just a regular Gavin thing. This is serious.
Well, I got the call in, and I no more clicked on the call in I got, and it was like, because I was into something else, and I hit Mike's Watchman News, and it was like, wow, what just happened? You know, what's going on? And then I got the drift of it. I thought, oh my gosh, they are under attack.
Janice was saying in my in the chat room there, she was just saying that when Victoria was singing, they were all talking, and I do remember that they kind of weren't even paying attention to her singing.
Yeah.
You think that was covering up their conversation intentionally?
Kind of. I do.
I'm still trying to figure out why they hung up.
Which ones?
The 4 that went to the tent to get out of the cold. Why? I know there was a big concern when they were going to light that propane heater, that they wanted to verify that it was all right to do that before they fired up a flame so they wouldn't be attacked. Remember that?
Yeah, that was still when Mark was in charge.
Right.
And he was taunting them with, it's nice and warm inside the car.
Right.
I just got an update from one of my mods, Memento. She said Cliven Bundy just landed at PDX and he was detained by police per this supporter who's here to escort him.
Oh my.
What's the PDX?
That's Portland International Airport.
Really?
Yes,
and
sir.
He's detained.
Yeah, that's what she's hearing.
Oh my.
See, there's something just is not right here.
Yeah, she said Cliven's been arrested already.
No way.
They're doing whatever they can to get the militia to stand up.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Well, I know there's a bunch of legislators supposed to be there in the morning, and Cliven was invited by Fiore,
Oh.
which is his legislator. So she may have somebody going to pick him up.
There's a news photo she's given me. Hang on, let me get this news photo. I'll put it up on the I'll put it up on the screen. Oh wow, this is no joke, folks. This is not a joke. Let me get this up on the screen.
Oh boy. Let me get you live so I can see what's putting up on the screen.
Right on.
I got it spinning. I have the craziest free Wi-Fi. I got to get my neighbors to pay a higher bill.
Maybe you should offer to pitch in some of that.
I have. I bought a steak and everything else.
In the more.
I'm a Vietnam vet. You know, I do all I can do.
It's no bother.
So much for me closing down my computer for the night.
Yeah, I've even bought a new snowblower when I was able. I'd get out there and blow the snow off the sidewalks and driveways and stuff.
We had to, yeah.
Yeah, I guess Mike said he had some snow on his side. Please keep it over wherever you are, Mike. I don't want to see it here.
I'm right next to you, brother. I'm in southern Illinois.
You're in the Champaign area, we're in trouble.
No, I'm down southern Illinois.
Okay, because we're over here in Muncie, Indiana, you know.
Yep. I've been watching you for a long time.
Well, I've had my moments. For about 5 years, I didn't swear, and then all of a sudden I just got mad. And here lately, I've decided not to swear anymore because I can't do that with the demon. Okay, I step down to a lower stage, and I just can't do it any longer.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this shot here, and I'm going to zoom in on it. I mean, no joke. I have to admit that at first I was, because you hear a lot of stuff, but...
Oh, here it is. Just landed at PDA. Okay, I'm seeing it now. Detained by the police.
Yep.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
Can they do that where he hasn't been there and done anything?
They just do whatever they want to
Yeah,
do. They
they-
can't do it legally, no. But they don't care. They're making their own rules here. Here's another one heading that says Oregon standoff may end Thursday morning.
Huh?
Yeah. And that's on WMUR9 ABC News.
Really? Where's Brandon Curtis?
Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it?
Okay,
I know
thank
we've
you.
had-
Oh, sorry, I was telling my mod, thank you. She's saying that KATU2 is a news source also.
This is just wow.
I can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
They're going to be there in the morning, and they're doing this stuff.
Well, you know, they're not going to let this go down too easy in Nevada. How many showed up at Robert Lavoie's?
Well, almost 5,000, they say.
Does that give you any clue?
Yeah, it does. And those were ranchers. So, looky out. This is going to get very,
Wild
very hard
West?
very soon. Very Wild West. And they got horses. They don't have to wait and go through any roadblocks.
No. Well, all you have to do is Google how much that land out there is worth, the BLM land out there. It's $187 trillion, friends.
Yeah.
Now you know why they're fighting so hard for it. They owe the world.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They made too many promises.
What, a new version of CC Cleaner.
No.
Thank you.
Did we get anybody else come in with us?
I don't believe so. I think there's three of us last I looked. Yep, three of
I'm
us.
still here.
Is it Lena?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I appreciate you coming in with us. You know, the Lord likes the Lord likes a whole bunch of us in prayer together. When there's more than two, you know.
Yeah.
As I spoke,
I'm just in shock over all this. I
have,
I understand it when all the legislators wasn't there, but with all the legislators coming in, it just blows my mind they're trying this.
where are they coming from? What is this? Oregon's legislators?
This is every state that has somebody in prison there from this deal.
Oh my! Oh my!
They're all meeting tomorrow morning.
Well, you know, there's the Sheriff Association in California is not too happy with BLM. If they show up, there's going to be a problem.
I don't trust that anymore because the guy who got the award today for the best sheriff around was Grant County's Sheriff Palmer, and they wouldn't even answer the darn talk to me. You know, I called and said I need to talk to Sheriff right away. It's an emergency. Bang, down goes the phone. He'll be back tomorrow, she goes.
You know, when he was there talking with that group, he never said anything about what was happening in Burns.
No, he did.
And I could not believe that.
Yeah.
Was that just a front? Here's something else I'm going to throw at you while we got everybody. I watched a video of the California militia training on the BLM land and then being told that the BLM was proud of them and addressing the sergeant of that group. And I thought, this doesn't sound right. I might be reading it too much, but you know, if I just don't get it. If you know your Constitution and you're a Constitutionist, why would you even bow down to the BLM? Just a question.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't make any. It just doesn't make any sense.
Now, I'm over on your page here, and I'm not seeing that thing you just put up on Cliven.
You're not? On
I am. Yeah, it's on there, Kathy.
Where?
On the
It's-
screen?
Refresh, Kathy.
Refresh. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the screen right there. I see him move his mouse on it.
I'm actually looking around on other pages.
Are you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm constantly digging for news all day long.
Well, I didn't go on the live page. I bet that's what it is.
Yeah, it's on the live page.
Yeah. Just turn the volume down, Kathy.
Yeah.
Well, if we had 70,000 people, and if we got 50,000 of them people in prayer to the Lord is paying attention. It's all in his hands anyway. He knows. He knows what we're going to say and what we do before we do it. But I believe it's a sign.
I'm wondering how many was watching that wasn't counted in those numbers.
I know I'm with you on that one.
Because I know that was just Gavin's stream at one time.
Oh.
What about
I was on Gavin's.
Right.
I had over 1,000 at one time, which is, I think, the most I've had.
Oh, you were up around 15 or 1,600.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes, and then Revolution was up. He was up over 2,000.
Wow.
Yeah, it was, and I don't know who else was live streaming it. See, we don't know that.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people that restream our streams. You know, I know like Shuff is one. I know Deb was restreaming it.
Right. We're in a time right now that anything that somebody has, it needs to be put out there, and because it's almost like on the internet we're in quadrants. Okay, if you've got a YouTube channel, it's like you're stuck in a quadrant, and for it to carry on any further, it has to be in the ability for somebody else to mirror it, and sometimes it gets further out.
Well, like Kathy said, all the radio shows need to come together.
Well, that's what Kathy was saying. All the radio shows do need to come together, so when it gets carried clear across the country and the world.
Cooperate.
I mean, what you were showing the other night there, Mike, about Hong Kong, I was waiting for Ortega Blue to tell me something about it, but I don't know if they allowed her to say anything about it.
Oh,
Because
wow.
the last time she said anything about what was going on in Hong Kong, she got a knock on the door, and she's just a school teacher. She thought they were going to take her away.
Yeah, but she's right there in China.
Yeah, in Hong Kong.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody wants to say Hong Kong belongs to China, but it really don't. Hong Kong is Hong Kong. But you know what happened? There 100. What was it? They had a. I don't forget what it was, but it ran out. So they were to be brought back into the China, their territory.
Memento is, she shared a link. She's saying that Mike Arnold, the guy that was giving Michelle a ride, is an attorney at a law firm. Oh.
Yeah, he's Bundy's attorney.
Yeah.
And I've been doing a little research on him.
Yeah, I saw that
he's
too,
not
Kat.
too good.
Who hired him? Because the lady lawyer is a sex lawyer.
Yeah.
Now, how did that happen? I'm not buying that.
They're getting set up.
I'm saying, and I think that's... Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you guys see where Ryan Payne was denied his lawyer at first, too? Because it wasn't in the tri-state area?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he's up out of Arizona.
Yeah, these guys got set up good. The lawyers that they were given were bogus.
Did you say Ryan Payne or Ryan Bundy?
I think it was Payne.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure where Payne's from. I know Ryan Bundy's out of Arizona. He's got a trucking outfit down there.
I think it was Ryan Payne's lawyer was denied access to him while he was in the jail.
How can they
And
do that?
He had to fight to be able to even see his client.
Yep.
See, that's the trouble with the Queen's courts. We should never be under the Queen's courts. We have a constitution that casts that out. That should never be happening. The only people and the jury are the only ones allowed to choose the judge, and the judges should only be constitutional judges. But the American people don't understand that.
Well, the stuff's not taught no more.
I know it. So every time you go to court and you go through that little gate, you're going up on the bridge of the ship. You no longer are you're part. You might as well be out in the ocean. You have no rights. And if you agree to any of it, you're done. People don't understand that either.
Mm-mm.
But it shouldn't be. We should never have to be done this way, because we have laws in place that cannot be changed, cannot be altered or changed if we stood up for what's truth. And I think that's what it's all about. I think this is what is being said in a way that nobody ever expected to come down like this. But when you look at it, realistically, what these fellas did, they went and set up their place on public land, public buildings, and communicated and got evidence against the corrupt town in behalf of the Hammonds and the ranchers around. So by the Constitution, they have done nothing wrong. If American people could only wake up to that, they have done nothing wrong. You cannot change the Constitution.
Nope, you sure can't.
They can if they continue getting people not able to read it, and they continue to
Demonize you.
diseducate them, and then tell you it says one thing when it says something else. Yeah, they can change it then.
Well, there was a program that was done several years back that had a meeting with all of the law enforcement, that anybody that believed in a true Constitution was a criminal, a terrorist.
Yep.
And that's how this all started. And you got to remember, a lot of the sheriffs and whatnot have been taken to Israel to be retrained in tactics that are not constitutional. We should never have dual citizenship in the office of either Congress, a Senate, or as a president. A standing president should never be allowed to be a standing president if he doesn't truly believe in the Constitution. If you remember right, when Obama was sworn in, the swear-in never worked right because it was meant not to be. Yet the American people just let it go.
Yeah, that's why he was sworn in twice.
Yes, and that was not even right.
Nope.
And there's something behind that. I'll have to research a little further, and I will repeat that conversation, because when that stuff happened and things happened and that monument got put up, it was the same thing that the Jews said to the Lord when their second temple fell, that they would do it on their own. They brought in a special tree and all these things. And in fact, there was a senator that got on the floor and said this, and I mean, outspoken it. And then when they put that up and took down the tree that was there and put that up, that was a defiance against the Lord. But that's pretty serious stuff. I'll have to research it so I can really tell you the story properly, because that's been several years ago. Well, 9/11, several years ago. You know, there was a lot that went behind that. And it's a defiance. It's been a constant defiance to convince the American people that the Lord, we do not need the Lord. We do not. In fact, NASA has taken Jesus completely away. Anybody that cannot speak of Jesus that belongs to the NASA group now. I mean, this is how backwards this country's getting. And here's the problem: is as the ones that are of working age and voting age and supposed to be in somewhat control of their family and their doings are letting this stuff happen. And what happens to the children? The children are innocent. They know no different. So they believe whatever they're being told. And this is what's happening. Like Lena said, they're not being taught the Constitution. That should be taught in the school. I was taught it in school. And I need to read it again myself. We all need to read it again. We all need to know it. Where is Catherine Hall? How come she hasn't spoke up?
Yeah, I don't know.
You mean Chris Ann Hall?
Chris Ann Hall. There we go.
Yeah, I was wondering that earlier myself. And by the way, I've been just going through page after page here looking for the arrest of Cliven Bundy, and there is nothing else to corroborate that.
There's nothing on the at the police station. That would be Mohan. Check the Mohan record.
Yeah, that would be because that guy is a reporter for KATU. That is his Twitter. So
yeah, there you go. If I can't say that word, Mohawk County. There you go.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, thank you, Foreman Dirt.
Yeah,
I have a hard time saying that name. But that's how I found the rest of the fellers. And in fact, the list got bigger. All the kids out there, all 4 of the kids are on that list now.
yep, she's tweeting that he has been booked into the county jail. So
there you go.
Memento is. So yeah, if you could.
So is this a whole thing to drag him off the ranch? Is this whole thing a setup?
To take the last rancher in Nevada?
I don't know. You know, he was planning on going the beginning of the week. He was going to go. Then he canceled his plans. Now she goes, and she invites him to go. And then she leaves in a car and drives up to Burns, and he gets arrested in the Portland airport.
Well, I'm going to state this right now. If everything we're hearing, everything that we are seeing, and I'm going to have to pray and tonight when I go to sleep to get the wisdom on this. If this is all real, what's next, friends? Where are they moving on next? As they said, Obama is in his last year, and he said there will be change. And he spoke that the Constitution is outdated.
Yeah, they want to change all of it and put all these amendments in there. That Constitution is just fine if they just obey it the way it is.
They don't even know.
We don't need to change one word in it.
Memento, one of my mods, she's got a really good question. Why wasn't Michelle arrested at Portland Airport?
Yes. That's a good question. She's from out of state. She's arriving, and then surely they're intercepting her phone calls. Why wasn't she?
But she's a legislator.
Yeah.
And she was with that lawyer, the same lawyer that was trying to convince everybody that I wanted to say Cliven, that Ryan Bundy.
Ammon.
Yeah,
Ammon Bundy said to stand down. Right.
Right. And supposedly that wasn't true.
No, not at all. Ammon Bundy's wife said that was not true. He never. In fact, they released it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lena.
Well, then they came out with Ammon's phone statement saying stand down.
Yeah. Well, they can do anything with phones. They can manipulate that. But David Fry kept saying from the beginning, Ammon never said that. And David knew. He knew. Now today it comes out that Ammon did not say that. The lawyer said that.
Well, see,
And if you notice, I've been listening to the calls, the phone calls from Pete when Pete is talking, and I tell you, sometimes it's very hard to recognize his voice.
yeah, they're doing that control on it.
Sean, what's on that, brother? Another one of my mods was giving me a link for this Flash Bend website, or Flash Alert Bend, and I see where the FBI surrounded the occupiers, but is there something else you want me to see, Sean?
Yeah, because we lived through 4 hours of that here just a little bit ago.
Yeah, there's no original source on Cliven Bundy being detained. I'm not finding an original either.
Okay, you're not finding it. Let me see if I can bring up that particular. I do have that, and it'll show if it's new. Okay, if I can find it.
I mean, everything. You have to just check everything now. These snakes are really tricky.
There's
That's
two.
not it.
Sean said they say they chased the four-wheeler yesterday, and Memento is saying that Pete Santilli's chat has shut down. They shut down their chat, apparently.
Who?
Pete?
Oh, they shut his chat down.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I didn't see anything come out today from there, so that might be.
Okay, now let's see if they got Clyde on here. All right, as this moment, it's only Ammon and John, Joseph, Ryan, Brian, Shauna, Pete, Jason, Duane, Dylan, Scene, David, Jeff, Sandra, and Kenneth. So far, that's the only ones they've got on here. And no, he's in the same county, honey. No, honey, it's the same county. Every one of them are going to the same lockup. This indictment is for all of them, hon.
Unless this isn't the indictment that they've got Cliven under.
No, I said 636. Come on, guys. Don't you know your own area codes?
Hey, what are you doing, Hog?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, area code 636. Go ahead, please.
Wait a minute. He must be up live.
Once,
Let me.
twice.
Yeah, he is. Hang on. Let me mute him.
Oh, I thought he was
All
in
right.
the chat.
I
Well,
did too.
we should listen for a while and see
Background noise.
what feedback he's getting.
Oh,
503,
okay.
so I'm going to say your prefix too. Area code 503361. You're on the air. Area code 503361. You're on the air. Oh, they hung up. Okay. Area code 864. You're on the air. Going once?
We could call in.
Oh,
Papa Bully, Papa Bully.
All of us
oh my God.
What's that?
call in. Take the whole chat room in the call in.
Well, no. I mean,
Oh
I
my
could see if I could
God.
add
I'm about to be George the
add their
angry-
number
Add him
to the
in
call.
here?
Yeah.
Anyway, area code 251. You're on the air.
If he wants to come
Hey,
in.
you guys ever heard Hawks kiss your favorite loudmouth gray ghost?
Hey, Gus. What's up, man?
Nothing much. I couldn't help. I've been hearing the transmission. I've been, sitting here patiently waiting my turn. And I have to admit, some of what I'm hearing is.
Go ahead. Oh, did I lose him? Well,
I'd like to
hell,
hear
let's
something
go-
from the ham
I meant to
radio
hang up on
operators.
somebody else.
Yeah, that would be nice, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, damn it, why did you do that?
All right. Hey, George the Angry. All right. Ghost will call back in.
You're supposed to block Lenny, damn it. Don't be blocking the good guys.
Walking on the
All
good
right,
guy.
let's try this again. Area code 636, you're on the air. I accidentally hung up on Greg Ghost just trying to get rid of Baba Booey. 636, you're on the air. We're draining off the calls, and then we're going to go off the air so I can get some work done. 636, you're on the air. Going once.
Burns.
Going twice.
Yeah, that would be real nice, too.
Area code 251, you're on the air.
It's quite all right. I know how many trolls you're dealing with, and I understand that everybody makes mistakes.
There you go. yeah, unless somebody's actually talking and my Skype is flashing and stuff, I can't tell.
We should hurry up and call him before he hangs up.
I hang up on the wrong one.
Let me see if I can do
the
that.
same issue being a
Drag him
moderator
in
in
here.
your chat. I have a feeling I accidentally put somebody in timeout that got a little upset.
Oh,
But
We'll make him go get a cup of coffee, Mike.
Earlier was this sheriff
Set
that
that here
came
down
on.
and get your cup of
We
coffee.
need more constitutional sheriffs like him.
Well,
That's
yeah.
one thing we definitely need.
Yeah, I must have.
And then this one guy that
I'm
came
looking
on,
for which ones is,
I guess
oh, that's
he says
it.
that we hijacked the Patriot movement. Well, the thing is I'm wondering, has this guy ever gone out in public with a gun? Has he ever worked on some land? Has he ever been passionate about something? Those are the
it shows
questions he
busy.
needs to ask himself, because everybody ends up angry. Everybody ends up excited about something. Everybody ends up passionate about something. People say things sometimes. Sometimes it's saying out of context. It's just
God damn it. He's still talking about the damn days that need to get a ball to the brain.
What?
I have no idea.
Kathy and I used to get a tickle out of if the conversation wasn't going the way the audience wanted it, they'd get somebody to call in and change the whole structure, wouldn't they, Kathy?
Yeah, they sure
This
did.
is becoming just.
Well, this is a little bit off topic, but have
you
you
back,
guys found
Ghost?
anything out about the Joe Biggs deal where he got arrested?
There's one guy.
The only thing I can picture from that, he may have been a little intoxicated and may have had a few words and was trying to get in back to his apartment. And if I'm not mistaken, he may have smacked that security guard a couple of times. And that's why they brought it up. But other than that, I haven't heard anything about it. Now, I'd have to check the county jails and what town he's in. I don't know if he's in Austin or where he's at down there, and see if he's still in lockup and what they got on him.
See, I was just kind of wondering because the lady said that they weren't drinking. The cop
Yes, she
said
did.
he was.
Yeah, that's right.
And he was just in Burns not too long ago actually reporting for Alex Jones' show.
Right, he was at the wrong school.
But
The
he
school
went
he
down there to do a
Yeah.
report on it.
Yes, he did.
Like I was saying earlier, dealing with being
Somebody saying Joe Biggs did not go to
What a lot
jail.
of people
Okay.
don't realize about the Patriot movement
He was never arrested.
is it's also action. And when you
Oh,
have
look at his
knowledge
Facebook
of
page.
action,
Okay, there you go.
that makes things
Thank you,
better.
Kevin.
Okay.
And I have to admit, there have been some valid points. There needs to be knowledge behind the action before it's taken.
We had
I disagree with
a real good caller last night, Kathy,
pretty much screaming, hey,
and he's wanting me to bring him into the call. If you remember Steve.
it seems to be lacking in a lot.
Oh, that was that young man, wasn't it? The
And
No, it wasn't the one that, it wasn't
With
the
the
one that,
testimony?
yeah, no, it wasn't him.
Oh, yeah, the other guy was good. Yeah, bring him in.
Oops, I'm doing this wrong. Hang on. I seem to love to do it wrong.
We got to keep each other awake tonight, you know.
That ain't no joke.
It's only
No, it's
2:21, guys. We only got a short drift. I'll make me a cup of coffee here in a minute.
person that was against the militia, all 8 of
Maybe
them
I'll have
wanted
tea.
to speak on camera.
Does that sound good, Lena?
So that
Tea?
makes me wonder.
What?
You know, somebody gifted me a box of tea today. I wonder if that was a precursor.
I said, I think I'll have some tea instead of coffee. I said, wouldn't that be better?
Hey, Steve, you with us?
A half a pot still in there.
Cool.
Everybody seems to be in this country. Everybody seems to be afraid.
So what's on your mind, Steve?
Oh,
Exactly.
let's see. I wanted to know more about this Michelle, if who she was. She was the one that was doing the most talking to the kids at the bird reserve or whatever like that, wasn't she?
Oh, that's Steve from Missouri, right, Steve? This is the old Marine.
Sorry,
Kansas. Okay. Close enough.
I mean, I'm up now. I'll probably be up all night. This thing's...
I got us all there, don't it?
Well, you know, it's not good. None of this is good.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, sir. It's not good at all.
But this Michelle, she was the one that kept talking to the kids there, wasn't she?
Yeah.
And who is she?
She's an assemblywoman from Nevada. She worked with Cliven when he was dealing with the BLM. She has also worked with Black Lives Matter to settle that Ferguson issue down and some of the other issues that were arising from that situation.
Okay, and she mentioned another gal there that was an assemblywoman. What, she's from Nevada, I think I heard you all say.
That's the same one.
Same one.
That's Michelle Fiorier from Nevada.
Yeah, that's okay. Lena you're talking to, Steve. That's Lena.
Lena, okay, thank you. And then all of a sudden, I mean, as things got pretty irritated and everything, and that one guy named Mark, there's no telling what kind of drugs or whatever that character's on. It kept on the bullhorn, exciting everything, but she started all of a sudden spewing out like a who's list of legislators and everybody else that was supposed to be there. In fact, the one I was really curious about, I haven't heard you talk about, is this Matt Shea, who she seemed to indicate was in the car with him. Do you recall that, or?
Matt Shea?
Matt Shea.
I don't recall that. I don't know
I thought Shannon was there. Shannon and Victoria?
No, Victoria was at home, and they called her at home.
Oh, okay. We're talking about tonight. Okay.
Yeah.
Tonight, this Matt Shea, I know him, and that's why I immediately picked up on the name. Nice guy, attorney, constitutionalist, from state representative from Washington State. He was also at the vet that the VA was going to come in Idaho there, and the people gathered and protected him or whatever. Matt went to Idaho on that deal too, so he's quite interested in all these things. But it sounded like, this gal indicated that like he was there in the car. And the other thing that you all mentioned was, I never heard any road noise or traffic or anything else.
Yeah, that's
really. I mean, it was a clear call. I mean, so.
But it did get dropped a few times.
Yeah.
Well, that could just be. Yeah, that could just be them.
I listened to it pretty solid, and I don't really recall that. I didn't hear, like you all said, that someone. Maybe I couldn't hear everything through my set and everything like you all can, but anyway, it just doesn't sound good. And this Gavin, which I'm acquainted with him for a number of years. I just really like the young man, and I'm the kind of guy that tracks somebody down, or if they've got a phone number or whatever, just pick up the phone and thank them for what they're doing. And we've kind of had conversations on and off for probably the last 2 or 3 years. But he's a nice man.
Is Gavin live now?
I don't know.
They're saying in the chat room he is.
Is he?
He went off when he hung up with the four.
Sandy, yeah.
To give them numbers.
Let me
because
check.
He says it was FBI. I don't know if it was FBI or who it was, but somebody posted his number on the chat in his chat room and told people to call.
Yeah.
And blew up his phone while he was trying to do this stuff.
Yeah, that would cause some problems, I imagine, especially when he was trying to keep in communications between a couple of parties there.
I've got.
So he said he was going to give them all new numbers, but he wasn't going to do it on air.
Right.
Is it called Gavin Sign Live or is it just Gavin Live?
I'm looking now to see if he's live. On the screen.
Are you typing in Clyde?
No.
On the screen, I've got the booking stuff for.
Yeah, just type in Clyde Bundy and see if he comes up.
No, we're looking for Gavin right now, live.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that, but we're also looking to see if Clyde Bundy has been arrested.
Yeah, I got it. He is arrested.
Yeah, it's on the screen right now.
Okay.
Or it
I
should
see
be.
it now.
Yeah, it is.
You heard that, didn't you, Steve?
Yes, and you know, like you think, and I think the problem with most people is, well, they wouldn't do that or couldn't do that unless he'd done something wrong. Well, we know better than that. I've got personal experience with that. So
Yes, sir.
It doesn't surprise me, and of course any charge. See, unless you all are more versed in this than I am, we don't even know what the laws really say that they can charge people with anymore.
That's right. Yeah.
And inciting terrorist activities or whatever else you can dream up is probably a law they can charge him with.
Correct. Yeah, I know a few times when I was up there. I was in Oklahoma for a while in the oil field, and we used to run up to Kansas. And once in a while, I'd ride my motorcycle up there, and there was places where you wanted to behave yourself, and other places didn't much matter. The only thing I wish I'd pull a quick one on them is tie a rope around the front of my trees and then hook it up to the post there. Because when I went into the bar, when I drank, they had peanut shells, and it was just like it was back in the 1800s. Am I not right, Steve?
Yeah.
Now that's right north of Enid, Oklahoma, if you go north from there into Kansas.
Yeah, I've spent some time in Eden. It's been years ago, but in fact, the energy business is what I've been involved in most of my life, and my family's been in for 60-some years in western Kansas.
Right.
So but the ups and downs of it, I mean, most people in this country don't understand how important it is, and they just think, everybody, every time the price of oil goes up, everybody's running out and buying new Cadillacs or something. It's a tough business.
Well, I know that's what I did out there in Enid, Oklahoma. I built oil rigs. I built single, double, and triple, and then workover rigs for Howard Leffler. And we worked on 140 acres, and we'd usually work from sun up to sundown. And it was quite a deal. When you got a break, let me tell you, you enjoyed it. I met what's it called? $6 Million Man and his wife. He threw in a big party. He invested into it. A bunch of Texan boys invested into oil rigs. You know how that is.
Yeah, every once in a while you get a celebrity that gets involved. Yeah, remember years ago, the singing cowboy. I'm trying to think of his name. Oh, crud.
Tom Hanks? No.
No, the singing cow.
Oh.
If I wasn't trying to think of it, I'm sure he's dead now, but he back in the saddle again and all that stuff.
Roy Rogers?
Nope.
Nope.
The other guy did Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
But anyway,
Earl Hive?
Nope.
Earl?
Glenn Campbell.
No, God. Boy, I must be really showing my age here. Between
I
knowing him and not being able to remember his name, huh?
Well, I'm 67. I used to listen to Marty Roberts all the time. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, Marty Robbins. Well, we're pretty close. I'm 65, but drilling rigs wise, we had 10 of them and 2 cable tools, and it was quite an operation for a number of years. So, and when it got slow, it got real slow because all those rigs came home to roost, and we put them to drilling for ourselves, which is
well, when Reagan got voted in there, they cut all the exploratory drilling, and everything just went crazy. I seen the town of Enid, Oklahoma, go from 80,000 population down to just about 20,000, and everybody was broke.
Yep.
They were making $2,100 a week, Steve, and I was running the boss's rig, and I was making a little bit over 1,000. And if I'd had my own rig, which I just ordered a new truck and a diesel rig, I'd have been making $2,100 a week. I figured on retiring shortly at a young age. Well, Reagan for that.
A lot of people did, but yeah. Let's see. Now I'm trying to think. Was it February '85 or February '86? I mean, the price had been coming down, and then it just collapsed, and it just But Bartlesville, wasn't it?
Right.
That Halliburton land there.
Yep.
And it was a mess, and Reagan and Bush H. George H. Bush, boy, whole deal of running over the Saudis. Let's pump the oil and collapse the oil price, and so we can beat Russia. I mean, Russia's already going down. I was dealing with people because of our operations in the helium business and stuff behind the Iron Curtain, and then did business with people all over the world. But the Soviets were already losing, and then collapsed the price of oil, and then they just thought it was a real good idea for the country. Oh, this cheap oil is great for the economy. We'll just keep it that way, and it really messed things.
Reagan bought off old Khrushchev, paid him $10 billion to break up the Soviet Union and tear the wall down. You knew that story, didn't you? Because it was broke.
Khrushchev, you're talking Brezhnev.
Yeah, there you go. The guy with the funny mark on his head.
Now
the one that was bald-headed was with the same time of the Bay of Pigs with Kennedy.
Yeah, and I'm now.
I know.
Khrushchev.
I can see his face, but names sometimes pass me.
Yeah, and I'm not going to remember his name. Brezhnev was before him, and it started with a G or something, I think. And he's got whole operations out in California.
Yep, that was
Gorbachev. Lives here in
Gorbachev.
the country, or
Well, see, this conversation out here, friends, is what this is all about in America. The $187 trillion worth of land at BLM that has control of, that we're about to lose. It belongs to us.
Yep.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to ask if you guys wanted to know real quick why he was detained and arrested there at PDX.
Oh, really? What's it saying?
I've got the article up from Oregon Live, and it reads as so. Cliven Bundy, the Nevada rancher who touched off one showdown with federal authorities and applauded another started in Oregon by his sons, was arrested late Wednesday at Portland International Airport as he got off a plane from Las Vegas. Bundy, 74, was booked into the downtown Multnomah County Jail at 10:54 p.m. He faces federal charges related to his armed standoff with the U.S. Bureau of Land Management in 2014.
Are you kidding me?
No, sir.
He left the state, went to Oregon, and they nailed him.
Yes, sir.
This ain't good, friends.
Nope.
This ain't good, friends, at all.
Oh,
well, what's to be done?
You know what's to be done, Steve, but we're not going to say it, brother.
Well, well, and I mean these people. Well, and here's my problem with all this, people. You know, there's those, real tough guys, and they don't have to be young. I mean, old geezers saying, yeah, well, there's got to be a revolution, and I got my 10,000 rounds and my. Oh, really? How many shots you going to get off on your front porch? Yeah, please. People haven't learned even how to say no yet. And you want to go right to a shooting war?
They got to know the Constitution, what they're seriously fighting about, Steve.
Well, and I love
if they can get the Lord in their heart and that straight, they might have a chance. It don't take violence for everything.
Oh, I do, and I love the phrase. You only have the rights that you're willing to enforce and defend.
Now, if you see it the way I see it, Steve, if we was to get, say, 2 or 3, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people show up, somebody would really have to check themselves before they started slaughtering that many people.
Well, I think that's what occurred in what was it, 2 years ago in Nevada, basically
Yeah.
with all the people that were out there. It just, are you really, and it's always been a question of, are you really going to shoot American citizens here? And if you do, what comes then? And just because, some of them were armed, but there were a whole lot of people and more coming that were just going to, sorry.
That weren't. You're right, Steve. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and just be there. Now, what are you going to do? And the same thing, to me, needed to be done out there in this situation. I mean, was it the question, was it the right thing to do, the right place, whatever? You can do that all you want, but they did something. And,
yes, sir.
And those people want to say, well, you need to go through the, the correct procedures, the court system. Yeah, evidently those people are saying that haven't been through it.
No, and you've seen how that worked out. And look how it's well worked out for Kleiman.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm going through it personally.
I mean, there's no end to this. You cannot fight a system that is not correct to begin with. It has to be corrected. It has to be reset.
And one of the phrases I really liked, I picked up on, was that the process is the punishment.
Yeah.
I mean, money-wise, the whole works, incarceration. If you're not beat all up and everything, or tasered, or who knows what else, shot. If you survive the arrest. So this is getting more interesting.
Steve, the stats from last year, there was 1,200 Americans killed by the police in this country.
Oh, yeah.
1,200.
And the people, and it caught me somewhat off guard. I've been involved, I've been with hundreds of peace officers, police, sheriffs, and stuff over the last 5 years, being involved in this Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers organization. And Sheriff Mack, I mean, it's a good idea, but as I finally watching all this, I said, I don't think we're going to fix this with better training. I think what we're dealing with are police that missed the training when they were 5 years old. They don't know the difference between right and wrong, literally.
They have no soul.
Because 35 or 40 years ago, and I like to try to speak from experience, that's why I tried to get so much experience through my life. 35 or 40 years ago, were there some bad policemen? Yes, there always have been, but nothing like this. I mean, you didn't just go and discharge your weapon. Oh, the dog. Oh, I was in fear of my life, and you pull out your gun and start shooting it. This is insane. There's five. How have the postmen handled this for the last 50, 100 years? It's ridiculous. And they're just where.
Well, they're one to arm them next, Steve.
I'm sorry.
They're one to arm them next.
Oh, probably. I'm surprised they don't have them.
Yes.
Look what's happened in Europe. In Europe, they never used to carry guns at all, only clubs.
Right.
Now they got guns and they got more deaths than they know what to do with.
But with the police, they it just, like I said, it really kind of caught me off guard. And as I started hearing about this, I just spent a couple weekends going through websites like Cops Gone Wild and the YouTubes and all this stuff. And I said, oh boy, and I kept hearing from even right-wing radio and stuff, well, it's just a few bad apples. I said, there's a lot of bad apples is what I'm looking at, and we can't tolerate one. And I see a whole bunch of this going on. And where does a no seatbelt stop end up with somebody dead? Not using your turn signal. Somebody ends up dead.
Right.
And they said, well, he just beat, it hit somebody and he was aggressive. And is this a death sentence crime?
Look at what Watchman's writing down here. Man, oh man.
Was Deb arrested?
They had SWAT teams already waiting before the plane landed. This was all a plan.
Yeah.
Well, you fill out all the, I'm not maybe I hate to be redundant here, because before I started going to these conferences, I hadn't flown since 1985 on commercial planes. And this whole deal, yeah, they already know. I've already been kept off my flight in a little town in western Kansas. That's how under attack I've been. I've had everything hacked. I had threats in Arabic through my iPhone.
Oh my! Well, I remember the day, Steve, and I remember it well because I remember this big black shiny Buick Special with that big bubble on top, and my dad said, "There's a good officer," and I said, "Really, Dad?" And my dad spent 11 years in Germany. He was military police in the Army, and we went to the gas station. A police officer pulls in, and my dad got to talking with him, and I walked up there and kind of looking up at this big old guy, and he said, "Son, you want a soda pop?" And I thought, well, yeah. And Dad says, "Well, go ahead, son." So I went in there and got me a soda pop, and they got to talking, and I got a respect at that time of how those men were, my dad and this man, because they had served this country, and they were honorable. What has happened to the honor in this country, Steve?
It is, like I said, it even caught me off guard because my involvement was 35 or 40 years ago and on back. And so there was kind of a gap there. I'd been with a lot of these guys that were, Glenn Palmer's one out there, and where I met him. I had them all. I only had particular ones. I had 3 Gadsden's flags. I kind of into this sort of thing. I wanted some kind of a memento to have for my children. And these big 3x5 Gadsden flags, the rattlesnake flags.
Right.
And I'd have them autograph them. I took pictures of them, do it. And 50 years from now, maybe my kids will be on Antique Roadshow or something showing these flags. but I really hadn't had any association for a number of years, so I just kind of thought it was like it used to be. But boy, it's not. And this constitutional thing would be an enhancement to that. And to me, it's a good idea because they are powerful. I mean, what's going on in these counties with these county sheriffs is an absolute disgrace. I don't know how they live with themselves.
Here's what I found over here in Muncie, Indiana, and I hate to say this, and if they're listening to me, they need to listen wisely, because every county sheriff that since I've been here, I've always talked to with respect and told them and showed them, me being a Marine, that I served as a military police, and I worked for Pinkerton, and I was a lieutenant, and I was an undercover, had a private eye, and I told them, I says, if you guys are not constitutional, and you come bothering me with something from the federal government, we're going to have a problem. And every one of those men understood what I said. But the problem I do possibly have is with the city police. They are a different world.
Yeah, this is, and I think somebody mentioned the other night on this round table the corruption of all the towns is unbelievable. This policing for profit. I've had business people come, I get chatting with them and just kind of start getting into things and politics and maybe the police, and I've had them say, the police, they don't believe they're paid by the citizens. I said, really? I said, where do they think they're paid from? And he said, I've heard them talking. He says they said they don't get paid by the citizens. They get paid by what they confiscate.
There you go.
What they steal.
There you go. There was something that just went down, and I forget what state it was in. I don't know if it was Texas or what. They passed a law that they no longer could take people's values, money, and stuff until they were proven guilty.
Well,
and they had to release it. But before that, they were taken. I mean, ungodly amount of valuables and driving their cars and doing everything. Just take it away from people.
In the billions of dollars in this forfeiture is what they call it.
Yes.
And it just, and I've had people literally that I've known personally where they get stopped 2 a.m, Missouri, and they're they get stopped, and the guy says, I see you got 4 jet skis back there. Are they yours, or did you steal them? And the guy, and I happen to know the guy. In fact, he's a radio person. And he kind of got after me for being, I have a tendency to be pretty in your face and to the point. And he says, you need to kind of lighten up, Steve. You know, you need to be a little more diplomatic. And I said, look, I'm the what the hell guy. Now, there's plenty of diplomats out there, but I'm the guy in the field that tries to report that this is going on. And so this guy gets stopped about 3 weeks after he read me the riot act, with this cop asking him, prove that those are yours. This cop was looking to steal those jet skis.
Sure he was.
And this guy says, well, I'm gonna record this. And he got out his iPhone, and that guy put his hand on his gun out in the middle of nowhere, and he says, you're not recording this.
Uh-oh.
He says, you're going to shoot me? He says, I will do whatever it takes.
Oh,
you're
my.
Not recording this. Yeah, I never heard another peep. This fella as for, you need to lighten up a little bit, Steve. And I said, look, I've spent too many years studying Nazi Germany.
Right.
And how the 70 million Germans couldn't have been wrong. And as for the Christians, not to get me too far into this, but the country was like 95% Christian. So that isn't really going to save you.
Right.
And I'm saying the same thing go on here.
Yes, that's what I was just going to get to, Steve. Burns. And this has gotten so corrupt, and what the Bundys and the rest of that group has turned up by being in that refuge and into those files and computers and stuff. They have found more corruption. And it's about to turn everything upside down. And that's why they have done what they've done. And that's what I'm gathering from this. You know, I've got to look at it from the surface and not get in the rabbit hole too deep. And that's what I'm seeing, Steve.
Well, and to piggyback what you're saying, because I've been involved in this also with the state legislature. As for, and people say, oh, you need to be more involved in your local elections and all this. And to me, I said, you people don't know how corrupt they are. If you don't think you don't have corruption, you just haven't looked for it, because it's there. And we're having to try to get the state to pass certain laws to override all the cities, because all of them got their own little games going. Shoot, they passed a seatbelt law here 3 times because, one, they finally passed it in Kansas after years of putting it off, and the feds were offering, I think it was $11 million. Okay, if they pass a seatbelt law, which they did, and it was pretty slick, really, because they passed a seatbelt law, and then they put a $5 fine on it. So they got the $11 million, but the idea was, of course, you know, for $5, who's going to stop you for a seatbelt deal? Well, what all the city started doing is, okay, it's a $5 fine and a $150 court cost.
Right, exactly. You got to have the Queen's Court.
And so then the legislature again, I believe they've done this 2 more times because of the tricks all the cities are playing. But no, they raised it to $10 total. Court cost, everything, you know, whatever else, $10. And I think they were still trying to get around it, and I think they've had to go back in. I want to, because it's being used for illegal stops and taking things from people, I want the seatbelt law disbanded.
Abolished.
And my state legislature, I thought I'd just run it past her, and she immediately said, I agree. She didn't even hesitate, just said, I agree. And these are now being used to harass people and steal from them.
Yeah.
Just highway robbery.
Improper search and seizure.
I spent time in Nicaragua a number of years ago as part of some experiences and training and stuff. But But and I wasn't staying at the Holiday Inn because I ended up back in there, even across the border into Honduras and things. And this is prior to there were the Sandinistas and the communists and, whatever else back there, but it hadn't gotten up to the running arms and stuff down in there yet, and the revolution. But the fact is, the shakedown by the local police of stopping people, and finally, I was driving a little Volkswagen Jeep that I rented, and I finally got stopped. But they would just stop people, and because you get talking to the taxi cab drivers down there, you learn a lot from them. I talked to lawyers, I talked to a lot of people as to kind of what was going on. And the thing that got me kind of interested is we'd be sitting in a restaurant or something, and I'd ask them a question, and the first thing they'd do is look around to see if they recognized anyone or anybody was listening to our conversation. So you could smell smell the revolution in the air. But the taxi cab driver, they just stop them. The cop would need like a little lunch money, and he'd say, "Let me see your paperwork," and look at it. He says, "Well, it's not in order." And he'd stand there as long as you wanted until you shoveled him out some cash.
Oh yeah, he wants that hand breaded.
Now we're seeing the same thing here.
Well, they got Clyde. They also got him on weapons charges.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I see. He's got.
He's got that up on the board. Yeah, Mike's got it on the board there.
Yeah, it's bigger where I can kind of.
This man is 74 years old. He's like Hammond.
Well, we're right around the corner. We're not spring chickens.
Thank the Lord, right now I'm not facing going to jail. I mean, man, this.
Well, I am.
I'm praying for you, Steve.
Well, thank you. I'm not. This is the thing that my mother just died. She was 93, and she just died in October. And I'm sure she wouldn't be proud of this. Nobody's supposed to be proud of this, but this is all political.
Yeah.
This is all, there were fake 911 calls done to me. And, I opened the door. I've got my 45, and I'm holding it by the barrel because I don't know who's there, and the police are there. And they said, hello, what's going on? Can I help you? And they said, well, we're here. Did you make the 911 call? I said, no. And they said, is everything okay? And I said, yeah. And then they finally recognized the fact that I was holding this automatic, which wasn't chamber. They didn't know that. And, and then next thing I know, some guy, I'm making sure the barrel of that gun's pointed straight up at me and being held by the end of the barrel. And the next thing I hear is somebody yelling, assault on a police officer. What? I looked up, and this guy's now a foot and a half from me, pulls that gun out, sticks it 6 inches from my face. I would say that's a threat to kill me, and throws me out of my house, and I've now ended up 4 ruptured discs in my back, and I have heart problems now. Hadn't been in a hospital in 40 years. And
well, you must have you have some bad laws in Kansas, because they pulled that here in Indiana. I don't care if he comes through my gate. If I haven't done nothing wrong and he acts like a yahoo, I can drop him where he stands.
Okay. Well,
I can drop him where he stands.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Depending on when this happened, you might have some legal grounds there, because Kansas did sign some new gun laws into effect in the last couple of years.
Oh yeah, well, it's always open carry's always been legal. Especially I'm standing in my house, and there wasn't any threat to them. They just didn't. When they saw this, why don't you put down the gun? Why don't you drop the gun? Well, I don't drop guns. And I said, and I didn't want to move because I've seen what happens when people move. So I said, no, I don't think so. I want to know what's going on, because didn't make any 911 calls. I spend 3 days, and after 5 hours in the hospital, 3 days in jail. I get out, and 12 hours later at 2:38 in the morning, more 911 calls. Next day, more 911 calls. The next day, more 911 calls. Yeah, this is a fun little country now. Now, I didn't mean to get on here and spill my guts or whatever, because it's not pleasant. It's not fun, but I'll tell you, there's a time to say you only have the rights you're willing to enforce and defend.
That's right. It's kind of crazy. I don't get that they're just now getting Clive and Bundy.
Oh, well, and this is nervous laughter, not fun laughter. I mean, doesn't surprise me one bit.
Did you ever hear the saying that payback is, yeah. They waited long enough.
Oh, well, these we are dealing, and I've cautioned everybody that's around me working on this sort of thing, and of course most of them are younger and they don't, I said, listen, we are dealing with people that are willing to do anything. They are very dangerous, extremely dangerous, and they are, and I just soon this not go to some kind of bloodshed and revolution, but the people are going to have to do better than what they're doing.
I think it's going to be a foregone conclusion. If they hurt one of those kids, this is going to be bad. And now they've grabbed Bundy, and who invited Bundy to go?
That symbol woman.
That's right,
Michelle.
That's right.
She invited him and asked him to come up there. She said it was primarily a legislative meeting, but that she would like for him to attend it.
Uh-huh. Well, we see where he is, don't we? And we see where she is. She's in bed.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of. And this Michelle.
Well,
yeah.
She may not be in bed because I seen on my Facebook that Gavin posted that Bundy had been arrested, so he has her contacts to contact her.
I'm sure he has. I hope he doesn't let her sleep a wink.
Well, the thing, I'm not sure these people can even add that they want to make this, and I've told my local police, I said, you going to take on all the citizens? And he said, well, I don't think that'd be a good idea. I said, well, somebody needs to do the math, because I don't care how tough these people think they are. If you got 3 or 4 million people and you don't know who they are or what they are, it's going to be kind of interesting.
Mike, can you pull Pink in?
Yeah, I sure can.
Yeah, she's just waking up in Australia, ain't
Yeah,
she?
I just filling her in. She's like, what?
Well, I think I'm going to bow out of the conversation.
Okay. Well,
and
thank you for joining us.
Yeah. And I am going to go lay down for just a little bit.
Are you going to sleep for a while, Luann?
Yeah. It's just now 12 o'clock p.m. there at the compound.
Oh, we're in the AMs now, so for me. So, yeah, I'm going to go on ahead and get me just a little bit of sleep and get up early so I can watch the...
I think they'll already be arrested by then. It'll be over.
Boy.
They
got everybody out of the way now that could possibly get in the way. That was it.
Well,
and I'm not for sure about that because Gavin and Fiora set it up so that if anything happens, for them to get a hold of Gavin and Michelle.
Well, how are they going to do that if something already happened?
How much time would it take? It doesn't take very long to be overrun.
No, and they have to crank up a machine to get their phones to work.
Oh.
Well, they had they had battery.
Yeah.
They did have battery left.
Yeah. They have to
That's
crank
why they cut it off so they could save battery.
Right.
Well, so if they squelch this, everything's good. I mean, I hear people kicking around here, y'all, the fact to bring an uprising of people so then they can kill at will or martial law, or I'm not sure how well
the theory is that what they're going to do is call in the UN troops.
Oh.
And then they'll declare martial law.
Then I'm not even shooting Americans, huh? Oh,
No,
sorry.
you're not shooting Americans. Nope.
No, they'll have blue hats on.
Oh, good.
And we'll have orange.
So you could have a 12-year-old kid or an 80-year-old grandmother that could be the enemy, and it's just they got the blue helmets.
Yeah, there you go.
Great.
Hello, America.
There's
Hello,
Pink. Good morning.
It's actually evening.
Evening.
I have been overseas. Well, not really. I live on an island, and I've been in the mainland, so I've been out of touch. And this is horrendous. This is terrible. I've got. I tell you what I'm feeling. I've got all these. It feels like butterflies in the stomach, and my stomach's all tight, and
Yeah.
and that's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling, and it's oh no.
Well, Pink, now you understand why I was so upset last night.
Yes,
I
I
knew
do.
something like this was coming down.
Yeah. I think a lot of people did. A lot of people knew that there was I mean, if you really love your country and you really love the Constitution, there's only one path to take. Hey,
There's what?
there's only one path to take. You know, you either roll over and lay down and play slave, or you stand up and draw the line and say, no, this is not happening.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, that's Pink.
Yes.
Pink, that's Steve.
Got the name, and she was on the other night, I believe, wasn't she?
She's a co-host with me. Yeah.
I was.
Well,
So, I'm just trying to recap what I know. I know that Mr. Bundy's been arrested. I presume on charges the same as the people from the refuge were arrested on. I presume that's the charges that they've got him under.
They haven't got the kid.
Did they take his son Matthew as well?
I haven't heard anything like that.
Okay. And they've got the people at the refuge, and did someone go in and take their guns, or they surrendered their guns to them?
No, we haven't heard that yet either. But they put him on charges from the weapons deal that went down on the out there at the Bundy thing, and on his ranch.
in 2014.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand. So it's retrograde. Retrograde charges they're bringing against him.
And here's something else, Pink. Think about this. Those that were on his ranch, defending his ranch during that period of 2014, if any of those show up, because they got pictures of every one of them, they're going to get arrested immediately too.
Right. Does this mark that this roundup that we've been, that's been whispered for a while in the back rooms of America, that they're getting the FEMA camps ready to round up what they consider to be dissidents?
Oh, I think a lot of this is practice. Without a doubt, I think it's practice.
Right.
I'm not participating.
Well, it does come to mind, from what I understand, Richard Mack's supposed to be up there Friday in Oregon.
Right. Did we just lose Kathy?
Yep, we lost Kathy. I'm going to try to bring her back in.
Okay. I think Luann, I think she went to lay down for a while.
Okay, so and the kids are still in the refuge. They're surrounded by the FBI.
Correct.
So have they made any? I listened to a video that was coming out of the refuge, and the kids were screaming at the FBI. That's what I most recently managed to catch up with. So has anything further happened since that was posted?
Well, what we gathered, they were sang a song by Victoria. She was one that was in a truck. I don't know if it was pre-recorded, and they were told they can go ahead and lay down in their tent tonight, that they wouldn't attack them. And not till in the morning, until Michelle is out of Nevada, and she's supposed to come with a reverend preacher, and they're supposed to have a meeting, and they're supposed to turn themselves in then. Now, that's the story we have at this point. And at that point, the phone went dead.
All right. Well, did you manage to hear that that video snippet of the kids in the refuge screaming at the FBI?
Yes, that was David
Yes.
Fryer. And
Yeah.
we couldn't figure out why he got quiet.
Yeah, it sounded like they were pretty, well, actually reaching a point of being pretty hysterical, I think. It sounds like they were very, very frightened. And, I heard the FBI, actually I heard someone inside the refuge refer to someone outside as Mark.
Right, Mark was the FBI man that was he was in charge at that moment, till Michelle got a hold of the FBI office and got a whatchamacallit. Oh.
Okay, someone's trying to call, I think.
Yeah,
Probably Kathy.
I think maybe Kathy's trying to call back in. Let me dial her in. Because otherwise it makes me go on hold, so.
Okay, so to get this on a time scale, how long ago did this occur? Because I don't know how long ago this went down.
Okay, we're back. Now we're calling everybody again.
We shouldn't be.
Yeah, we are, and we're going to get them all out of bed. We're not making friends and influencing people tonight.
Well, they can't call me again because I'm on the phone.
You're rousing the patriots, Kathy.
Yeah, we're rousing them, all right.
How long ago did this go down, Kathy?
Huh?
How long ago did this go down? How long ago did it begin at the refuge?
Oh, that was earlier tonight. They went for 4 hours on live stream, and then the lady got here, the legislative lady, and she convinced them to go to bed, give their guns up, go to bed, and we'll deal with it in the morning. And so then they cut the live feed off, which was telling the world it's time for bed, go to bed. And now nobody can sleep because they're going to do something tonight.
Right.
So then the next thing we heard was 10:54 when they arrested Clive and Bundy. They had the SWAT team waiting there at the airport.
All right, so nobody's able to get anywhere near them. There's no phone line. I mean, what about the FBI phone? Is that still functioning?
No, I was trying to call tonight. They got it jammed.
Well, Pink, you would have been proud of Sandy. Though that's the wife of the other one of the fellers there.
Yeah.
She was the only one that was willing to stand out. They were the ones negotiating the turn-in, and she said she wasn't going for it. So you'd have been proud of her. We don't know how that's totally going to go by morning.
All they were saying about the Constitution was good too. It's basic.
Yeah.
It was just really good, and they were very concerned. They really hadn't done anything wrong. Now they're going to spend the rest of their life in prison, which is a good possibility.
Yes, it is.
I've been done.
Yeah, well, let's be realistic. Let's cut all the spin out and get rid of all the rubbish that you've been spun by the mainstream media and some of the, all the trolls that have been getting on the chat rooms and on the blogs and all the rubbish that they've been spewing out of their mouths. The fact is that was a public property. It was open to the public. I even saw a sign in the very beginning, public welcome. The place wasn't locked, so they didn't break and enter to get in there. They didn't trash the place. In fact, they cleaned it up. They didn't hold up there. They left it and went down to Burns. Some of them came back again. They mixed with the townspeople. They organised a security committee. They had meetings. They were transparent in that they gave the public regular updates about what was going on. They then found some artifacts, some Paiute Indian artifacts, which they thought had been poorly cared for. They immediately did the responsible thing and called in a representative to come and check it out. Where's the crime?
There is no crime, Pinky. And something else you got to look at. Kenny, Orange Hat Kenny, had a warrant out for him. Now, he went back to Michigan. Now, I don't know if Michigan will arrest him and excavate him, you know what I'm saying, send him back to Oregon or not.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny had a warrant?
Yeah. Kenny was supposed to have a warrant on him.
What about Ben?
No, I didn't see nothing on Ben. I didn't hear nothing on Ben.
Well, if he's not part of the feds, you can bet they do it. They'll do it. The only place I know of is Argentina, where they wouldn't. But no, this is a whole power thing that I've never understood. It's hard, I think, for a normal person to understand. I've had all kind of jobs that required a lot of intense responsibility. I'm not looking for any more. But these people just crave this. I don't know whether in high school they couldn't get girlfriends or they got bullied or what. But these people have absolutely no remorse.
Yeah,
well, there was an incident happened in Wyoming. A man's I think it was his what was his breeding one of his breeding cattle, his prize bull, was hit by a car. Well, the car was called it in. All right, so he got the notice of it. He went out there with his wife and I believe it was his son or someone in the family, and he was going to go ahead and take care of the business because that's the way it is out there. You know, he had that right. So he was going to go ahead and shoot the bull, and they were going to put it in the payloader and take it off. Well, the police, for some crazy reason, which they had no business at all, they shot him.
Yeah.
They took his wife and beat her up and beat up, it was either his son or nephew or something.
Okay.
Now, that's how it's working out there.
Yeah, I recall the story.
I'd imagine there are a lot more tales that we're not even getting to know about that's been going on.
Should we go a little deeper?
You bet.
Yes.
I just was
today.
watching a video back here that was very interesting, and I have to say the fellow who made the connection, I would have not expected it coming from him. But you have the Hammonds, father and son.
Yes.
You have now the Bundys, father and son. And you have now tomorrow Billy Graham's son.
Son, yes.
Father and son. And 40 days they've been on the compound. 40 days and 40 nights.
Yes, yes.
And who was 40 days and 40 nights in the Bible? Noah. And at the end of the 40th day came the tsunami, the flood.
Okay.
Need I say more?
Well, I don't see it.
Well, there's a lot involved in this because it's the White Horse.
Yep.
The Zion, the 1,300 miles to Zion. There's the Latter-day Saints, the Mormons, which at this point they're Christians and they believe in the Lord. And I'm not going any deeper into it, but there's also that cave, which is the Masonic thing. 30 miles out and 30 miles back. Well, 30 miles out of town is where they took Robert Lavoie. Okay. Well, the night before that, the lodge right there, 30 miles in, had their meeting. And if you read into that, and there was a virgin involved in this, and I don't know if it's Victoria, and believe me, friends, I'm not saying, maybe I don't need to say any more, but this is almost biblical, friends.
I don't know whether it's literally biblical or whether they are mimicking it, because they really want to, I believe they really want those of the Christian faith to step back and not do anything about what's going down, because they're trying to pretend that this is the Armageddon and that, it's going to work out for the Christians in the end anyway, so everyone just step back and leave this alone. I don't know. It seems to me that a lot of these things have been constructed to look very much like the instances in the Bible.
Well, what I refer to is because of the true hearts of the Mormon people and their strive throughout this country. All right, is they believe this strongly. Okay, now this may be just within their own group, and if you look, the town of Oregon, or the state of Oregon, is a lot. Okay, but the town of Burns, because of some of the people there that are BLM government employees that may not be of that descent. So there was a divide. It just, there's so many things that come into play here. Like Kathy said, how deep do we want to go in this hole? That it's like, that's why I'm up in the air on this, and I turn it over to the Lord, and that's why we've had prayer about this. But there's a time and place where we have to understand as good-hearted people, good people, that we cannot let the evil prevail.
Absolutely.
Because as humanity, we will not exist.
Yes, well, for those Christians, I'd imagine, there's the question needs to be asked: what would Jesus have done in this situation?
Yes. Well, see, that's why I say people of good heart. You don't even have to be religious. If you're a good-hearted person, you're a good person. You've done all you can be. Okay, just like any Christian, anybody that whatever. The problem is we have such a thing going on in this country that's tearing this country apart. Am I mistaken? But did Billy Graham's son, did he not want to go to the... in fact, he was not even invited to the White House because Obama is not of that religion. Am I mistaken on that, Kathy?
Kathy, are you still with us?
Yeah, I am. I was trying to... I put a video in your private window, Vaughn, that I think you're going to be very interested in.
Okay.
We might have to change the color of the hats.
I have one thing I'd like to mention. Now, we've got Mr. Bundy been arrested, and we've got maybe his son. These kids are trapped in the refuge. Has anybody reached out to their families and to offer them support in this time?
Don't know who they are.
No clue.
No clue. I've been trying to call David, and they have the phone jammed. I just tried
David,
again a little bit.
David is from Ohio, which is a very Christian state, okay? He's from Ohio, David Fry. Now, the other ones, I'm not sure. The one that has a warrant, is he from Wisconsin?
He was talking. They were talking tonight about they were being estranged from their families because of their stand they took.
There you go.
So,
are there any more members of the Bundy family that need protection at this moment?
Well, if there are, there's a militia down there in Nevada. But they took out, supposedly, this is what Michelle said, they took out all of the ones that were arrested and put them in the general population today. They're out of whatever they call solitary confinement. Who knows if that's true? We don't even know if this is a setup now. Why didn't she wait for Bundy? If she invited Bundy, why didn't she wait for Bundy? And why didn't they fly in a helicopter from there out? Why did they drive 4 hours in a truck?
There's an airport right there at Burns.
That's right.
Now,
yes, there is.
And I would bet considering the way what they've done, years ago I used to be a pilot, and I still flew some about 20 years ago. But they've lengthened these runways where you can land anything on them. I don't care what little town it is. I mean, the government went and handed out money. I mean, you can run in these little towns all through western Kansas. You can land a private jet. You can land a 737 on them.
Well,
So
the
I would've-
FBI is staging right there. That's
Yeah.
where they are.
But to get a plane to fly from Portland down to Burns, I think that, I'm sure that could be arranged by somebody, or even
Sure.
get someone that's a patriot or someone that would just fly them. And
Yep.
a little, a twin engine or a single engine, get them down there a lot quicker than driving through. It's been years since I've been up in that Northwest, but they're narrow, fairly narrow roads, windy, and it's just trees lining the whole thing
Treacherous.
the whole way. It's not like Kansas where you can see 40 miles.
Well, here's the other thing. Being in the position she has, like Kathy and Mike and I have talked about, Pink and Steve, is why didn't she call the National Guard?
And the provost marshal, she has the ability to do it.
Well, you kicked around like that one fella, and he was irritating me. He was irritating, why don't you be a man? Why don't you be, this whole attitude, stuff like this, trying to, I guess, get them to where they'd finally shoot or whatever they were trying to agitate. And then all of a sudden, as the kids they were getting irritated, all right. They were upset. They were, come and get us, if you're going to kill us, like the boy, going to kill us, go ahead, because I'm going to take somebody with me. And then he stopped and somebody else started doing it. And there may be the possibility, and I think one of you may have brought it up, that this gal may have been in contact with the FBI and say, you better fix this.
Well, we don't know what sort of psychological operation they're running on these kids because, they're not, maybe I don't even know if any of them have got previous military experience. So, they're not even prepared for any psychological and they could be doing all sorts of things to them, I just have, my mind's just going to waterboarding and all that sort of stuff, and I don't think that's happening. But, if they can go to that level, if they can go to torture levels, what can they do in a psychological operation against these kids? What can they do to them?
Well, here's another one. Do we have any verification on Deb?
No.
Deb put out a video a while ago, and I was starting to listen to part of that, and then I got distracted.
So she hasn't been arrested?
No.
Okay.
I'm
seeing that in the feed, and we need verification before we make those kind of statements.
Right, and just to clear up anything that may be going on Pete and Deb's stream, I am actually talking with Scott right now, trying to get him straightened out on the live streaming. So there is nothing horrible going on with that or anything, and he doesn't know any bad news on Deb or nothing. So.
Well, because, see, they've moved on Clyde, and she's up there in Portland. I don't know what their extreme they're going to go on this.
Yeah, exactly. How far are they going to throw the net?
Yeah. How far are they going
and speaking of net, are they going to net the net? And that means, are they going to net anybody who spoke out against these actions against the FBI? And that's on the internet. That's on blog sites, that's on Twitter. How far are the New World Order? Because this is what they are. They're the New World Order. How far are they going to go?
Are they going to take Michelle and Graham into custody tomorrow too?
Yeah, I just got this funny feeling about this whole thing. And
would they go that far?
To do what?
I'll say this. I'm still kind of waiting for the doorbell to ring again here.
I'm always waiting. I thought last week I came home one day and there was a cop waiting out in the front of the building. And I said to him, you waiting for somebody? And he said, yeah. I said, well, if you tell me who, I'd probably get you in the door. I figured it was me. And he said, "Oh, I can't tell you who I'm waiting for." I said, "Oh, yeah." He said she's in a wheelchair, and well, we only got one in a wheelchair here, so I figured that wasn't me. Thank you, Jesus.
Well, I've kind of had everybody there is show. I mean, when a couple guys and I look out and the way they're dressed, I said they're either Feds or they're Mormons, which I've, the way they were. So then opened the door and they said, are you so and so, and I didn't even. I said, "What's this about?" And they flip open those little ID folders that's got all this dollar bill kind of lettering on it that says Federal Bureau of Investigation on it. And they said, "Well, we understand you've been in the energy business a long time, and we're part of the energy terrorism deal, and just wondered if, people said, a lot about this, and we talked to some other people around if you've got any comments on it." And I said, "Yeah, I got a few comments. One, the state people have gone and GPSed every stock tank, every tank battery, every road, every pipeline, every pumping unit, which I don't even think for them legal to do. And then what do? They put it on the internet." I said, "The dumbest terrorist in the world in Afghanistan can know where everything's at."
Well, you have to ask what their intention was. If it's been put on the internet so every terrorist can get at it, maybe it was put on the internet on purpose.
On weapons, you said, or
on purpose. Deliberately.
A message was being passed.
That's like
because you've got Obama. He's funding ISIS, and they were funding the CIA. The CIA was funding Al Qaeda as well. And you're having all these immigrants coming into the country without any proper vetting. You're having your borders drop down so anybody can pour over there. So at some point, you have to look at what the intention is here.
Well, I think they're ready to upset this country because we already know that ISIS is running around with brand new Toyotas, and we know where they came from. And Russia's building up on the Ukraine border. We're building up on the Ukraine border. We're ready to send more equipment to South Korea. They're building up, and they need the American people under control. And this could be the big bonanza that the change that Obama was talking about. I believe he's not going to leave office. Michelle said
he's not. I know he's not.
No,
Michelle
he's not.
said she wasn't leaving.
No, the only way to take a superpower down, the only way to take the biggest superpower down on the planet is from within.
Yep.
Well, at some point, where does our U.S. military start entering into this as to their loyalty?
Well, they're all overseas, and they're all been drugged. I don't know, Steve.
Well,
it's concerning at the moment because on the national stage and on the world stage, the petrodollar is being seriously attacked as well. And you know what's happening with the money markets and the economy and the stock markets. It's all diving. Now, if you want, I mean, they do have a need to hide behind a facade of we're the good guys. No matter what they do, they try and pretend they're the good guys. So there's no way they're going to take, they pass the buck. Then there's no way they're going to take the buck for the economy crashing and have the American people rise up against them for that. So they've got to create something. Well, they've got to create a major diversion internally to create a takeover so that the people will not rise up against the people that created it.
Well, the Baltic Dry Index is down to 290. It's been on a fall ever since this has started. And that right there is a serious situation. That means nothing is moving. There's no ships moving. Nothing's moving, friends. It's not good.
Yeah, even your trucking is slowing down now too, I heard.
I heard the dock workers, which most of the docks now belong to the Chinese, are going to have a strike. And then that means anything that's coming in, you know, from China or anywhere, we're not going to get it. The last time they did that, there was a shortage of stuff in certain areas. So
Yeah.
there's a way they can do it like they're doing right now. They can cut the food supply. They already put out orders that they own all water rights. Dripping mud puddles comes from the sky. They own it. They have right to it. So they can cut off our way of living to keep us
Mm-hmm.
alive.
Mm-hmm. There is an element too that they are actually agitating. They're actually trying to stir up so that there's some sort of rising up from the population, so that they can then instigate, martial law, and then Obama can say, "That's it. We're on emergency. We're under an emergency setting, and now the Constitution is well and truly buried, and we're going to just roll on and do what we want to do." So it's a really difficult situation to find your way through. And I know it's drifting a little bit away from the kids in the refuge, but I think it's all one package. It all plays in to why it's going down in Burns, because that's the micro. The macro is the American dollar, and them trying to start World War III because of the American dollar, and then they've got the people getting unhappy about the loss of their rights, the loss of their jobs, the loss of everything. You're losing so much, your freedoms. You're losing everything, and it's like they wanted to light a little fire. And I think they've tried on several occasions in like Ferguson and Baltimore and even the Bundy thing, and now and Burns. They're trying to get you guys to go, but the thing is, if you don't go, they're going to roll over you like a steamroller anyway. So it's a bit of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
You're right. You're right, Pink, because of the isolation where this is taking place, out where it's at, that the movement coming inward, that what they'll do is they'll start blocking any movement from state to state, and we'll start arresting you because they know where you're going. Because they will. That's how they will contain this. Because if there's any
Understood.
vast movement of out-of-state cars, vehicles, trucks, whatever, moving that way, then they'll start setting up their perimeters. See, they've got interstates, so they can block interstates off, and at the exits that they will have, they have those bulletproof little booths, and they can contain you and move you from there.
Will they be able to hold the interstate? Might be the next question, though.
Yes, that's the thing, and see, there's already. Not maybe I shouldn't. No, I'm not going to talk about that. Okay, I won't say.
Okay.
I heard, now this could be totally a rumor, right? This is a rumor. Class it as a rumor. I heard that some of the bridges are already wired to go for if they need it, and I don't know whether that was in preparation for an invasion by the Russians or the Chinese or whatever. But is that anywhere near the truth at all? Does anyone know?
Most cities that have any bridges to enter those cities, there is a charge system that's underneath there. Somebody just reported on that, and he was pretty serious about it. That it's got cables, and apparently they can drop that bridge. And you got to remember, we just had a big flood in Missouri and off the Mississippi, which blocked any passage from the east side over to the west side for quite some time now. I don't know how much that has gone down, and there's just so many things that they can continue in. In fact, the sheriff, I talked to him and I said, And I asked him before he passed away, which Groggers, I loved him. And I told him, I says, are you ready? I says, if we have to defend ourselves, are you ready? I says, we'll block off the outer perimeter of Delaware County, and we'll apprehend Walmart so we can feed the people. And I says, we'll have to hold our ground. He says, you're absolutely right. He says, we have all that in motion. Now, I don't know what other cities and what other counties have this mindset, but I mean, we're almost there, friends. I mean, I talked to Mike about this and Kathy. I said, we're almost there. You know, Steve, you got to see it out there where you're at. You know, there's things that are happening.
Oh,
That,
absolutely. It's not like I'm unaware, and I've been, like I said, I've been doing this similar thing for some 50 years, whether it's standing up for my rights, somebody else's rights, fighting against tyrants, and you know, basically, my life, I didn't know it'd be quite as over as quick as it is, because either they're going to shoot me or they've already, with heart problems and different things like that, have given me the slow death. But I'm just not going to leave this for my children. It's a disgrace. I'm really upset with the people in the country, and especially my generation, for really allowing this to happen.
well, it's come to almost to that level. You know, I mean, seriously. I noticed somebody made a comment about the old Marine believes in the flat Earth. Yes, I do, because I don't believe anything NASA has said. There has not been a actual photograph of this Earth since the Apollo mission, and that was painted by somebody that worked for NASA. So if you want to have that little argument, son, then you better wake up to the fact that you don't realize the Bible and what the Bible says.
Hey guys.
Yes.
I got some breaking news.
Okay.
Staff Sergeant Mo, she just, let's see, 9 minutes ago, shared a video saying that all 4 remaining at the refuge were moved in on and arrested.
We knew it.
And it was right at midnight, because right there now it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I said.
Yep.
Okay.
You
So were they? So no casualties. They were safe. I mean, I'm not saying they're safe, but they were safely apprehended. No one lost their life in that process. Do you know, Watchman?
Right. Let me play the audio for it. I don't want to play the video because it is my personal Facebook, and I'm like conversing with.
Play the audio. Play the audio, sir.
Huh. Oh, wait, I think I know the problem here. Hang on.
We said it, didn't we, Kathy?
Yep.
Well,
I knew they were lying. Right away I knew it was a lie.
Yeah, well, that's the reason we're all kind of up, isn't it? And the kids out there, they were yelling about this. They said, you know,
oops, sorry. Let me get that rewound and I'll start it over.
a little weak, Mike, or it is for me anyway.
Hey guys, Staff Sergeant Mo. We just got word in. This is breaking news alert that all 4 remaining occupiers at the Resource Center Refuge have been moved in on and arrested. We do not know if everybody is alive and safe or not at this time.
If they, I
wonder.
I don't know how committed they were, but
They were committed, Steve.
Yeah, but they put their guns in that car.
I don't mean to argue with you or whatever, but I think they said they would put their guns in their vehicles and leave the keys, and then walk up to the point or whatever.
That's
like
right,
that.
Steve. I'm sorry, Kathy.
In the morning, yeah, that's true, yeah.
Somebody said something about that they were. I couldn't hear exactly what he said. The Michelle or whatever talked to him. Something
I'm
like they were going to. Go Go ahead.
I don't know why or how this happened because that is on her Facebook, but apparently it is not true.
Oh,
it's not true.
how do we know that?
Wait a minute.
She retracted it. How did it get on her Facebook with her voice?
Okay, wait a minute. I might be getting reports confused. No, this isn't possible.
That doesn't sound good, Mike.
It's not your fault, Mike. You're just playing what you hear.
I don't like that wording at all.
Well,
But-
now I'm being told Cliven is fine, but we saw the arrest report.
Yes.
Yeah, just do it. Oh, they're going to spin this like they've spun it all the way along. So just rely on your most accurate sources at the moment, I'd say, because they're going to try and hold this information quiet for a while because they know that there's going to be a response. So they'll probably try and hold it quiet and let it out when they've got their little videos set up, when they've made their little story, when they've prepped their little news releases to the mainstream media. So I would just go with your gut. If you know that that's the person, if you recognize her voice, and you know that that's the sort of statement and how she would say it, then I'd go with that.
Well,
Pink, I'm sorry, Steve. Pink, what I understood was that this Michelle was supposed to come this evening. And somehow they got some negotiation with somebody that, no, we're going to go ahead and wait for the Reverend to 8 o'clock in the morning. That's what I understood. That's why Michelle was not going to come tonight. And to me, that was a total mistake. And
Nothing's
to stop
good.
the phone
You're
call
right.
was the other mistake.
Nothing's good at
All
the
right.
dark. Nothing.
Right. Is the Reverend legit?
Graham, yeah.
Okay, is there any way of contacting him? Because he may know a little bit more. If he was going up to see them and they've now been taken down, he may have been contacted not to come.
Okay. Staff Sergeant Moe did retract that statement. She did retract that. So that is not true. So right now I'm talking on Facebook to Spitfire and moderator Scott of Pete's chat, and so I'm trying to give them a hand with some live stream issues, but we're discussing this stuff as well too.
Well, why would she even make that statement? Because she got misinformation?
Quite possibly. I mean, you just have to look at any of the blogs or any of the chats and even any of the videos that have been put up on YouTube. There's so much smoke and mirrors going on here. It's unbelievable.
Yes.
Well, and the people that sit there and spend huge amounts of time, kind of like get a life, but so much time making up some story, and I guess they get some kick out of it.
Well, they get paid for that, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've heard that too, but I'm kind of a person. I don't chase ghosts, and meaning if there's something there that's going to take my time and you really can't do anything about it, I work on things that I can affect. So
Yes.
that's where I had to make a decision a number of years ago when people started coming up with all kind of story. You really need to know about that or whatever, or they'd ask me, do you know about that? No, I don't. Oh, you really need to know about it. And I said, why? And he said, well, it's important. I said, what are you doing about it? And he says, well, I don't know if there's anything I can do about it. Then I say, why don't you work on something you can do something about? That's just the way I look at things. And it's
Right.
Okay, another question. If it's gone down, what is the prime presenter over there that would be breaking this news?
Probably Oregon Live.
Right.
And who
Yeah,
really?
that's another way of going around it, like ringing up Oregon Live and asking them, have they been taken out of the refuge yet? What do you know?
Well, she said they, her name's Maureen, but Staff Sergeant Moe said they are fine. The Fourth of Refuge are fine.
Well, here, I'll go to Oregon Live right now and see what they're showing.
Yeah, let me give you guys the link to what I have here.
Okay, let me go to Oregon. No, that's the wrong one.
And I understand that Oregon is not exactly a sympathetic newspaper, evidently.
No, it's strictly government. But if there's a report like that, they're not going to let that pass by. FBI arrests Nevada rancher Cliven Bundy in Portland. Okay, now that did come through on Oregonian. But it doesn't say, let's see, FBI moves into the last refugee occupiers, but it doesn't say they're arrested. Okay, this is the information we do know right now.
Thank you, Rage. I'll tell you what, I've got such awesome moderators.
They're dealing with a lot out there. I mean, there's a lot of flack coming out of them from all directions out there.
Hey, Pink, you're not upside down, are you, hon?
Yeah, I am.
No, hon. No, I mean,
which way does the water turn?
Literally, you're not standing on. You're not. Your head ain't. When you look up, when you look out, you're not looking down at the ground, are you? I mean,
No, darling. No. You know what? It's all a matter of perspective, Fawn. You know, if I was an alien traveling towards Earth and I hit Australia at a certain angle, I would believe Australia was at the top of the planet. So it's all a matter of perspective.
Okay. Well, that's why I always ask you that if you're hanging upside down.
Oh, yeah, but I'm a bat. I'm a bat. I'm hanging upside down.
Here's a little perspective for you. The good Reverend is a Masonic member.
Do what now?
Reverend Graham is a Mason.
Oh, no, please. This is deeper.
Yep.
Oh, my.
Well, I knew his father was. His father is 33rd degree, but I didn't know if he was, and yes, he is.
We need to, I don't know if I bookmarked that page, but we could find out what they were supposed to do tonight. They have a meeting twice a month, 3 times a month at the lodge. We need to find out if there was supposed to be a blood sacrifice.
Well, this is the 11th, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And they do their blood sacrifices in that cave on that property.
Right, and that's not far from where they're at.
Nope.
I mean, we're spinning a lot of spin here, but, you know, we're trying to stay awake here, friends, and stay on top of this. Well, it may not be entertaining to everybody, but that's what we're trying to do.
Oh, I'll tell you, they're used to that.
Yeah, well, let's just try and hope, and maybe for those that need to pray for them, pray for the best possible outcome for these young kids. That's all I can think of. Just, you know,
prayer.
Just hope you're going to get the best outcome. It all depends on where the machine or the mechanism is at with this New World Order takeover. Whether if they're not ready to go, then these kids will get brought out, they'll get arrested, and they'll get put in prison, just like everyone else did. And if someone fights back and they've got no guns, then there may be a little bit of rough arm tactics involved. But that's what will happen. But if they're ready to make this, you know, if they're ready to light the torch because they want to bring in martial law and they want to keep Obama in, you know, as king of the new America, or what do they call it? There's a currency that they have, Miro, the new Miro, or whatever it is.
Yes.
If they want him to rule in that thing, then they may just use this. But they're not short of creating it anyway. I mean, if it's not this, it'll be something else they work up down the line. It's perpetual. It's ongoing. It's in, you know, look at what happened in Boston, and they dragged people out of their homes and searched it. it's at some stage, you like I said earlier, you're going to have to either roll over and accept it, or draw the line and say no.
Yes. Well, Obama just put up $19 billion for the cybersecurity. So the security of the internet, which that means they're controlling the internet now. Okay, $19 billion buys them a lot. They can spin anything that we possibly pray that's a good link and spin it any way they want to. So we have to be really careful. I mean, we almost have to look outside the box. That's why it's good to have people on the ground at these things that are going on to give us facts. If they, if they have the right heart to do it.
Well, I tell you what, they knew that they were going to be successful. 9/11 went down without a hitch.
Yes.
It was bought by millions, and it's still defended by millions as being the official government story.
Oh, I know.
There have been professionals, scientists, witnesses, a whole lot of people coming, even forensic examinations and
yes,
and all that sort of stuff going on. Even firefighters coming forward and forming their own little group and saying this is 9/11 was an inside job. So if they can get away with that, and they can and they got away with Sandy Hook too.
Yes.
Right? This is their MO.
And the Boston Marathon.
And the Boston Marathon. This is their MO.
Yes.
This is how they roll.
This is how they create the fear within the people.
Absolutely.
And the control of their minds, because once they buy all that, they'll buy anything. They know this.
Yeah. What the people have to realize is everyone's going to have to step out of their racist stuff. They're going to have to step out of their religious stuff, and they're going to have to step out of their political stuff, and whatever stuff they're into. If they get agitated about their team being beaten by another team, or they're agitated about their gang being taken over, and they're all going to have to come out of all that and stand as Americans against losing your country, because that's bigger than all of it. If you've got no country and you're into becoming rounded up and shot and just like Nazi Germany, you have to forget about all those things, and you really have to unite, and you have to stand together.
Well, they've attacked. Go ahead, Steve.
It's, to me, I agree, except as for Nazi Germany, in comparison, which side are the American people going to stand on?
That's the scary part. Well, look, they took the cowboys out. They killed the American freedom when they killed those boys down there at that little cafe where they were having a meeting. The bikers, the banditos in that group, they killed them. They sniped them and killed them, and there wasn't a big response. I mean, they have hit us from every side. I mean, every side. And like Pink is saying, and I'll let you speak now, Steve, but this is how I'm seeing this. She's right.
Well, they've been practicing for years doing this. I mean, clear back in '96, they cut off the eastbound interstate, had a rest area, and forced everybody going to it. And in fact, just by coincidence, a friend of mine said he went through it. And I said, what'd they do? And he said, well, there's every kind of law enforcement agency there you could imagine. Fish and game, to the highway patrol, to the state troopers. And they wanted to know where you were coming from, where you were going. They wanted to know who you were. And people asked me, what do you think they were doing it? And I said, I think they were practicing to see what the world would react too.
Yep.
And now, if you get marked as, and it's a noun, belligerent, they can arrest you for that.
Yeah. Well, they had those training sessions at the schools. Remember when they'd have the riot squad come in, scare the devil out of the children, and the schools didn't even know about it. I mean, they just bombarded them. And then they had that deal in Florida where they were using those Blackhawks and the smaller helicopters, and they were flying through the town. And believe it or not, part of that, if you watch some of that video, there was some live ammunition shot. And then they did the same thing in California. I mean, and then the Jade Helm, the 15 or whatever you want to call it. All right, this has all been set in place. And as people have said, this Jade Helm set all their mechanical war material in the right places, in the Southwest and in the West. That's where it's at right now. So they have all it there. That's where they're going to make their stand.
Yeah, they've been incrementally tightening the screws on Americans for at least the last 10 to 15 years.
Well, and from what I see, when these incidents occur of a murder, and then they have protests and stuff like that, and I'll run down through all the comments, and I'm like 99% of them back the police.
Uh-oh, Watchman, you need to reset something. There's more arrests.
There's what?
Your moderator said something just then.
Hang on, I'm getting to that screen. What's up?
Where did I see that at? Did I go past it? Oh, okay. Watchman News. Refresh Sergeant Moe's page. She has more arrests announced. Also given Sims' Facebook was shut down for 30 days. Now he said BC of his live stream, Watchman News. That's from your moderator there. I'm not sure what they're saying there.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, apparently, I guess Facebook shut his page down for 30 days because he was live streaming and I guess announcing it. Also, on the latest update from Staff Sergeant Moe, she says Cliven Bundy has landed in Portland, Oregon, and was surrounded by a SWAT team and arrested on 4 federal counts that stem from Bundy Ranch. Simultaneously, Jonathan Skipper Speece, Bundy's current head security, was with Jason Blomgren, Joker J. Both were stopped and detained in Walmart parking lot. Joker J was arrested under unknown charges. Jonathan was questioned and released. He has returned to Bundy Ranch and is with the Bundy family now.
Oh, my.
What was the last part, Mike? Return to Bundy Ranch. What was that?
And he's with the family.
Who's that?
Let's see. Jonathan Skipper Speece. He was Bundy's current head security.
And he went back to the Bundy Ranch.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're looking at history, folks. Pay attention.
Yeah, this is ominous. This is I would look at this as they've begun to work it. And I think you're going to see a lot more people, a lot more Facebooks, a lot more live streams shut down, a lot more people getting arrested in different states and taken out of the picture because they know the American people are going to go absolutely crazy if they find out what's been happening at the refuge, if they really find out the truth, and also the corruption. They're trying to stop that corruption, those papers getting out, the news of what was on those papers. So, I would be looking at other arrests to come.
How big is that island you're on there, Pink? Is there room to ride a motorcycle?
Yeah, actually, I've got several islands around me, so there's room for everyone. All go and get your visas now. Get your passport stamped. Get your visas.
That'll work.
You can all come to my place for a holiday.
How about if I just hire somebody to fly me out of here with my motorcycle and just land over there, Brenda and I and the cats? Just get me out of here.
You got an airport area.
Yeah. Some really key important people need to go to ground right now.
Is that not funny, Steve? Why do we need a passport? Why do we need a passport?
Well, I don't know. I did a lot of traveling and never had one. Still don't. But that was a long time ago.
But see what I'm saying? According to our Constitution, we don't need a passport. We can move freely throughout the world.
Well, we're living on our own, each one. I live in the nation of Kansas, and that's what people don't understand. Each one of these states is supposed to be independent countries.
Right.
Why can't I get a passport from Kansas?
Well, that's the next thing. We'll have to have a passport just to leave a county.
Oh, well, what is that? The latest deal with the IRS is if you owe $50,000 or more in taxes, they revoke your passport. So, it's not don't leave home without it. It's just like the joke in Russia was don't leave home.
Right. Well, there isn't, and here's the funny thing. We have a country that's ready to vote a man in that is non-constitutional. He's not ready to disarm the IRS and the Federal Reserve and go back to a gold and silver standard. Has this country not learned anything?
Well, I'm sorry.
That was an uncontrolled laugh. Sorry.
Or from history, but I hate to focus. Everyone gets focused, and I hear this all the time, and I'm not saying you all are doing it because I think you know better. But Congress, where's their responsibility in all this?
Taking a vacation.
Yeah, well, so everybody thinks, and we just went through this. I waited 40-some years for, and I wasn't thinking right then, for the Republicans to have all the House and the presidency. And George W. Bush had it for, 6 years, some deal like that. And what did he do? That's when I said, the first year of his term, I said, I've had enough.
Mm-hmm.
Had enough of this. This is garbage. We're not going to vote our way out of this, generally speaking.
You haven't had a proper election in your country since the death of JFK. It's all been pantomime.
Yes.
It's all been staged and choreographed and orchestrated to put the people they want in power. It's all been an illusion, and it's all been. That's why they called it the American dream, because they all had you dreaming. It was a fantasy. It's not reality. If it was reality, they wouldn't have electronic voting.
Right.
If it was reality, they wouldn't have done what they did in Iowa. If it was reality, they wouldn't have done it in the election that was really close in Florida. That wouldn't have happened. Yeah, it's all a pantomime to keep you distracted from what they're really doing.
Well, my President Eisenhower told the American people, warned the American people when he left office.
Yep.
And no one got it. He was a true president. He was a true hero. He was a general on the front with Patton and everything else. So he was a true president. And so was Kennedy. Kennedy was out in a PT 109 and about died. They had to bring him back to life. I mean, we're talking about men of men. And look what we got now. And, if anybody watches me at all, they know I will mock that man. I'll get his live feed because I'm sub to him. And I will mock him. And I know that video goes right back to him. That's how much I respect him. I have no respect for that man. I respect the presidency, but I do not respect that man.
I just want to butt in. I do in chat. I'll address the trolls in chat. I like playing with them. They're like, cat and mouse. They're my mouse.
I like trolling
I
them.
want to address them if I can. What I'm reading is they're saying I'm not from America, so what right do I have to have a voice about this situation? I'd like to put it to these people that America is the superpower of the planet. If America falls to the corrupt and evil and sick New World Order, that means no country on this planet can stand up to them. That's why I'm in here batting for Americans, because
Amen.
I want them to stand up and be the brave and the free and the light bearers, and I want them to rescue this damn planet, and I want them to do it now.
Amen, Pink. You know, Pink, I almost went to Australia. They were doing a lot of oil stuff out there, and I almost went, but I went to Oklahoma instead. I could have gone to Australia. And see, to me, Australia was just an older phase of America, the true Australia, okay? Because they liked our music. I hate to say this, but they kind of imitated us. And their people, your people there are by nature good people. I mean, they laid down their arms and trusted the government because they were tormented into that. And now they are looking for us. If we fall, the world falls. And you're right. You've got a lot in this pony race. I'm serious, Pink.
What, seeing I've got someone on here from Australia, what about the socialism there? What about all this? What about, how did they get everybody to just turn their guns in, Pink?
That was one of the first beta tests for false flags on gun confiscations. They did it in a town called Port Arthur. They set up a patsy, which was this young guy who had a mental age of a 10-year-old. They set him up. They said that he killed all these people. At the time, prior to that, they were trying to push these new gun laws through. After that event, it was all shock and horror. It was all problem, reaction, solution. The problem was we had a bad boy killing people in Tasmania, and our solution is to hand in the guns. And the people of Australia went with it. Just like you guys have gone with things like Boston, Sandy Hook, and 9/11. It's no different anywhere else on this planet. We are getting severely conned. I'm going for a coffee break. Going to hand over to Kathy for a bit. I'm getting mad, and I don't like being on air mad, so I'm going to have a coffee, and I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. This came in from your monitor, Mike. Brandon Dowd was arrested, I'm not sure what that's saying, refuge occupier, was arrested and taken to Harney County Jail on Kansas warrant for involvement in theft case.
Uh-huh.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I've got the news article up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. Well, not on the screen, but I've got it up.
Okay.
Yeah, they're definitely rounding them up.
Wow.
This is crazy. Okay, so I guess the only way, I guess we got to put out this disclaimer. The only way we can protest now is with a sign. You can contact the New York Police Department. They will tell you what that sign could be made from, how long your signpost can be. And you have to have nice, sweet chants about unicorns and rainbows.
Really?
Now, wait a minute.
Wow.
I'm trolling. But,
okay.
But New York City did do that.
Just left out the unicorns and rainbows, and it got away with it.
Well, no, New York City did do that, all except the rainbows and unicorns. They New York City, back during Occupy Wall Street, they mandated what your signs could be made of, how big they were, how big the post was, and what it could be made out of. Yeah, and then if you guys aren't aware of this, then Then they came up with this thing they called the occupiers called it the freedom cage. Have you heard of that?
No.
No.
Oh my goodness. Let me bring up a picture. Give me a second.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay, Kathy, have you gone to sleep on us, gal?
No, I went and got some cereal. And I don't even eat cereal, but I had to choose something.
Did you eat the male cereal or the female cereal?
I don't know. It was grape nuts.
When somebody told me that, the cereal has been tainted with hormones.
Has.
And depending on what women eat, they taint it with male, and whatever men eat, they taint it with female. Is that like somebody trolling us, or is that real?
Oh wait,
no, that's real. They really did that. They did a study and they found out which cereals were eaten most by men, which were eaten most by women, and then they switched the hormones in the cereals.
Wow.
Yes, that's been going on for years.
How about oatmeal?
I don't know.
Well, I like rice. I'll have rice for breakfast. I got used to that from overseas.
Where have you been?
Oh, did Pink leave us?
Yeah, she was. Was she going for a coffee break, or she was getting mad?
Oh yeah, she's going for coffee.
Upset.
Yeah, Pink had to go get something.
I don't listen to them trolls. They got to get paid for something, I guess.
Yeah.
How do you get on that payroll? This job's been a little weak ever since I've been battered, assaulted and battered.
Just go to government.org and look for the enrollment. I could tell you a story about that. I remember when President Obama, that's why I've got a security code and a number, Mike, I was telling you about. When Obama was getting elected, I went and I signed up for a security job that was paying $150,000. It was just a joke. And so I put my name in a hat, and it was like, it had to have been like 3 years. 3 years later, I was coming out of the library, and I got a call on the phone. And the call said, if you still want that job, hold on the line. I hung that phone up. I about had a fit. I said, what?
Hey, take the money and run.
Yeah, that's not what I was figuring they wanted to do with me.
Yeah, I've turned down some rather, unlimited offers by people that could actually pay, like governments like that, but I was a little concerned about where they were located.
Well, I would have had to give up. You understand what I'd had to give up, Steve?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
and I'm not that kind of person.
When
I'd have to give up my oath.
Someone says anything and everything, what do you want? That's pretty, and by, like I said, by somebody that could actually provide it.
Right.
And I didn't react, I guess, to it as much, so they just, how much money? Just name your price. You like girls? Wait. Yeah, I'm 24 years old, and not married. Yeah, I kind of like, whatever you want.
Well, I figured I'd be sitting in an office somewhere, and a phone, and nothing to do, making $150,000 a year for Homeland Security or something. That's how it runs.
Avon?
Yes.
Can you see the screen?
Oh, yes, I do. What's happening here?
Okay, that was like 2012 during Occupy Wall Street. That is the steps of all places of Freedom Hall.
Wow.
The occupiers, you remember the ones that were all spun off as being dirty hippies camping in the parks, right? So this is what it wound up being. This is the only freedom they had for the First Amendment, had to be done within the confines of that cage made from barricades. Yes.
I remember that now, Mike.
Yep.
They did the. They did the same thing at the Bundy Ranch. Remember?
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
had them corralled.
The First
Well, there was
Amendment
cattle
area.
pens,
Yes.
cattle gauge.
Yep.
Yes.
Wow.
That's how they see us.
Well, why
Useless.
should, in a sense, why shouldn't they?
I'm not going to take this to a religious thing, but I'm telling you, that's how these people see us.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. Well, a religious thing, I have spouted off with.
Yeah, well, the Bible speaks of it. Jesus told us about it, and those that don't understand, they need to wake up. How many million? How many million is sent to those people each week? Yet they got people, Israel,
$17 million a week.
and they got
How
people. They got good people in Israel starving.
We got people here having very tough times
Oh well,
there too. So,
Navajo Indians don't even have running water.
well, yeah, this is what's been, well, to get on some other night, maybe I'll get into that.
Yeah, I know, Steve.
How the men have been put on the reservation. And
Yes.
one of the best analogies I've ever, in doing studying research of things for a writing I did, one of the best analogies was how it destroyed the whole hierarchy, the whole society of the Indians once they were put on the reservation. It just totally destroyed their whole society, and he was comparing it of how this is what occurs and how the men, once they've been put on a reservation, of the same thing happening to us.
Well,
not that I hate women or anything. It's just, folks, this is, as you look through history, and I kind of mentioned this the other night, you can really look and see, once it'll be the most, the wealthiest, the most powerful, the most technologically advanced nation, basically, for that time, and they get up there fat and happy, and once the feminism kind of works into it, it changes everything.
Yeah.
You go from a logic type, because men and women are different, and they're different for a reason, and it seems to work pretty well considering there's 7 billion of us now on the planet. But it just, once you start working on, I heard one radio gal I know on the radio host said, when did we become a nation? Do you really want me to answer that? I think you're going to like it, unless you're mature and have an understanding of things, but there's a reason. It's complementary type of skills of male and female that, is supposed to work. It doesn't work real well once you have changed a whole government that realize they've got a whole voting base there that all you got to do is feel safer or feel better, whatever, like this is my point. I'm not trying to cause aggravation with anyone, but once you start looking at it, I mean, you look at Greece and, the face that launched 1,000 ships.
Right.
In fact, I literally saw a gal on a PBS show that does history through Greece and stuff, and I was laying on the couch, and they were having a special of about 6-7 hours of Greek history, which I'd studied years ago, and she does a good job, and there's been so much more work done over the last 40 years or so as excavations and research, and she literally said, once the nation or whatever had been feminized to a certain point, the golden age of Greece was finished.
Right, that's exactly what happened.
I couldn't hardly believe it, because this is exactly, say, almost 10 years before what I'd written down as my kind of theory on things. You look through governments, and I mean, even up through England. Now you look at the U.S., it's our turn, and what is occurring?
Well, look what they did to Germany. Look who's in Germany. Look who's running that nation and what she's allowed to happen with the refugees. But Germany's about to take it back. I have a feeling that woman is going to find herself missing. But here's the thing that gets me. I'm a Marine. They took and they disgraced the Marine Corps by the gay movement. They took the Bible out. They took the pride away from the few and the few and the pride. I'm from Tennessee. I'm Cherokee Indian. My great-grandmother was on the Trail of Tears. They took my Confederate flag and took it down and made a disgrace. I put up videos of black men that fought. The first guns they ever got was given to them by the Confederacy to protect themselves from the Yankees, the Bluecoats, the carpetbaggers, the Republicans, the scumbags, the Lincolns, the ones that were trying to take the sovereignty away from this country. I could go on and on and on, Steve.
Yep.
It's hard.
Yeah, that was a real smart war too, wasn't it? Everybody praises Lincoln, and I just kind of look at it.
They should have shot him.
Well,
They did shoot.
And the most expensive war we've ever, 500,000 Americans, because they were both killing Americans. And I said, yeah, this is a real good idea, wasn't it?
Well, he was not even supposed to be allowed to be a president because he was a lawyer. You knew that, didn't you?
Yeah.
He set the standard. He set the standard. He was not allowed to be a president because he was a lawyer. He was under the Queen's command. And he started that war because they were so far in debt with the Queen.
You wanna know something crazy?
Yes, Mike.
So they shut down Gavin Syme's Facebook. Well, they didn't shut it down, but he's not allowed to post from it for like 30 days.
Right.
Well, I'm trying to find my way back to the Skype window here. One of my mods, again, Memento, does an awesome job. I'm putting it in chat here. Is Sean Anderson's Facebook page. He's posting right now.
Oh, really?
Yes. He's making all kinds of posts.
Okay, what? I'm not catching. I missed something.
You mean Sean, the one that's out at the...
At the refuge, yeah. I put his link down in Skype in our group chat here.
Oh, how's he doing that?
How's he doing that?
I don't know.
Wait a minute. You mean he's one of the four?
Do what?
He's one of the four that are at the refuge?
Yeah, he's Sean, the one, the one that originally had the warrant that...
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, but is it him or is it the FBI?
Well, I think it's him because he's got like plenty of pictures of.
Well, they're okay then, or is that what it's showing?
I guess. Well, you know what? I thought there was a face, in this one picture, and there's not. Yeah, you got a good point there, huh?
You still haven't figured out, just like that one gal who you seem to think was pretty credible,
Michelle.
released that information, and then she retracted it or whatever.
Oh, Sergeant, yeah.
Staff Sergeant, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not maybe you don't know if male or female. It doesn't make any difference. I thought you mentioned that.
Yeah, it's female.
She's a female.
Okay. I mean, how did that occur? How is it that was posted and then she retracted it and all that? So that kind of bothers me. And I've had experience with Google shutting down, not paying you and stuff too, in big numbers, which those people are evil. And
well, YouTube,
evil.
YouTube's got two strikes on me. I've got a copyright strike and I've got a community strike. And I won't get out of YouTube jail until June. So, at any given time, of course I got two other channels. Any time that they pull my big channel down, I won't be going away unless they come knocking. And when they come knocking, then you'll know I'm up there with our Father. Seriously.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's how I play.
You mean literally knocking on your door?
Yes. If they come knocking, that's the end of the game. That's where it's all over for me and Brenda. Yes.
And you're referring to, YouTube is Google.
No, I'm referring to the simple fact because I speak so much of what I feel. that if they have a problem with me and come knocking,
Yeah.
then they're going to.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, they've.
But here's the only way that could happen: they have to get past the county. Okay, what I understand, and this is what I've been told, they cannot enter into the county if the county sheriff doesn't allow them. And this is the problem I have what's happening in Burns, because our county sheriff said no way, they cannot come in and do anything.
How about your local police, though?
Well, that's a different world.
Yeah,
I don't know. I can't really say.
The way do they show up with the 911 call? And a year ago in February, I mean, the stories behind this down in Oklahoma, there was a fella that the police received a 911 call, which it's called swatting. You can have any name come up.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy services. You can have an app, and so this police force down in Oklahoma, they've got a 911 call. This guy was placing bombs, or he was related to some bomb terrorism or something. And of course,
Teddy, go to bed.
Do what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know to say goodbye or what. But
that's what I felt, Steve.
No, the cat's been running around here meowing at me to go to bed.
I see. Yeah,
and I thought I had the on mute. Oh well.
Yeah. Anyway, this guy, they went on his Facebook page, and here he is. Oh, he's a constitutionalist, and second, oh well, this guy's, he's bought and paid for. So they go and just knock down his door, and he's going through his house. Well, by the time they got to the guy's bedroom, he had his gun out, and the first cop through the door, he shoots and hits 4 times.
Good.
And it's the chief of police. He
Good.
would have killed him if he hadn't had a vest.
Well, he was shooting in the wrong place.
I'm sorry?
He should have shot him in the head.
Well, yeah, or a bigger gun.
Or a bigger gun. 44 Magnum will do it.
Down in Texas, same kind of situation. They just decided, we just going to break in and all this. And that guy did kill the first guy through the door and wounded the second. And what's amazed me about both these stories is the rest of the police decided this isn't as much fun when people are shooting back at you. They all stopped.
It gets serious.
Never charged the guy, but they all back instead of this. Boy, we're going to get him. No, they all stopped because people were dropping.
Right.
But I'm just saying, I'm just warning you, your local police, because this is going on all over. And they're making raids on people that may be working for some politician. These are like El Salvador type squads that they are politically motivated, go over and just, terrorize and traumatize them. And it is terrorizing and traumatizing. It really is. I've done a lot of things. You name it, and I've done it. And I don't mean illegal drugs, stuff like that, but I've been in a lot of situations. And yet, when you look at the fact of where we're at in this country, and then have the people show up at your door, dragging you out, there's nothing wrong, whatever, and then they just decide, we're in charge, we're the law, make false charges against you, lie. I mean, it really sets a whole different tone to your life. So I would just say, be aware.
Well, let me tell you a story. I was up in Grand Forks, North Dakota. I was working for Chicago Bridge and Iron, bringing the B-1 bomber in. 4th of July, I had built a picnic table and a flagpole. Well, I put my Confederate flag up. And I'm sitting there, and I'm drinking. At that time, I drank beer. I was drinking a Budweiser. Here comes a squad car pulls up. And I said, "Hey, how you doing?" He gets out of the car, and he says, "What's with the flag?" And I didn't even realize what he's saying. He said, "What's with the flag?" I said, "That's my flag." I said, "I'm from Tennessee. That's my flag." He said, "Well, you're not trying to make a statement with that, are you?" I said, "No." I said, "Is there a problem?" He said, "No." He said, "I'm just checking on you." I said, "Okay, have a good day." He got back in his car and drove off. Do you believe that one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And where in the world did he come from? I mean, I'm out in the middle of nowhere at a
Oh,
campground.
somebody probably called.
Mm-hmm.
That's like these shootings. They shot that fellow in Walmart holding a BB gun.
I know.
Someone called in and said, "Oh, there's a guy in here pointing a rifle around." I mean, good grief!
I know.
This
That's
is
sad.
You want these people to own even have a firearm? I don't think so.
Well, that's why I say everybody needs to strap one on their side and open carry. You know that it's be like the Wild West and the Equalizer.
Yep. Yeah, they do it all here in Canada. Like at Walmart, they allow them to do it, and I think there's other places. But staying in my house, holding on to my 1911, which isn't even chambered. They didn't know it. With the barrel up, non-assuming. We sat there talking for 15, 20 seconds before they noticed the gun. But all of a sudden, now there's a problem. Because, hey, we're in charge. There's got to be something wrong. Well, there wasn't. But they still didn't care because they charged me with aggravated assault on one or whatever this charge is, and or two police officers with a deadly weapon.
Right.
So my mistake was opening the damn door.
Let them come back or call, huh?
Well,
Nobody
they
at
just
home
sat
here.
there and rang the doorbell. It was after midnight. It was late. And the doorbell rings. I looked at the clock, and I said, Sunday night. I'd just been down and visiting my mother 200 miles away for 5 or 6 days, which she was 90 years old, and that can kind of be exhausting. And she was doing okay. It went well. And then being my age, driving back 75 miles an hour on the interstate, you got to pay attention and concentrate. I was exhausted and tired. And here's the doorbell ringing after midnight, and I'm saying, oh, boy, this is probably not good. And it wasn't.
It wasn't.
Well, I mean, I hadn't had a traffic ticket in 40 years.
Well,
and here I am at the end of my life, and they're trying to shorten it.
Well, listen to this. I'm sitting here listening to everything that's going down for the last 4 hours. We get a text, and I said, Brenda, who is that? Well, I had a fellow to come up to the house on a Saturday. It was 7 o'clock. It was dark, and he's from down by Indy, and he's an oath keeper, and he come to meet me. Well, he texts, and I'm going to have to give him a call tomorrow or sometime. He was letting me know this was all going down. So he's staying on top of this because, he's just that kind of guy. But that was quite a thing because I'm sitting here, I think I was eating. I'm in my long johns, okay, because it was in the evening. And somebody pulls up front and they try to come in the gate. Well, they can't get in the front gate. Or I shouldn't say that, but you can't, okay? That's my deterrent. So by the time I realize there's somebody really there and he's not going away, I grab my robe, and if at that moment I felt right with the Lord, okay, I'm not going to carry my weapon out. So I walked out. I walk up the drive and I said, "Can I help you?" And this guy starts chuckling. He said, "Bon," he says, "I'm sorry." He said, "But I've been watching you for years." And he said, "I'm in town visiting my daughter." And he said, "I just want to stop by and see you. Is that all right?" I walked up and gave that man a hug, and I said, "You're welcome, sir. You come right on in." And we talked a while in the garage, and, that's how I am. But if somebody, I understand what you're saying, because when they come to your door, and you can have a real quick problem, and thank God you didn't shoot one of those fellers, But you were that close, weren't you, Steve?
Well, they were with that gun stuck in my head.
Steve says, "I didn't even have one to say."
It just got worse. Their mistake was, I guess, they didn't pull the trigger.
Right.
But no, and the whole thing is, this is really probably over a defense case I'm doing pro se against the city over an unconstitutional animal ordinance.
I've talked to people about this, Steve, and I tell them, I says, when you go in with this mindset of the Constitution and you're going to change your city government and call them out and make them show what their actual books are, you're opening yourself up. If you don't have enough people to support you and behind you, you are going to be the spot, and you may come up missing.
Well, they're doing a pretty good job so far. I mean, it's they kind in a sense they kind of know what I'm going to do before I know what I'm going to do, and I just get a sense of that. But no, basically, this is how sick, and I mean psychologically sick, these people are, that they have to demand so much control and power that they're willing to pull something like this over the fact of I now have in the Kansas Court of Appeals over this animal ordinance, which is clearly vague and illegal, and they're probably going to lose. But
well, they're doing a report right now, Steve, on the news channel 2 News here on Clinton, Clive and Bundy in Portland. They sure are.
Really?
Mike's got that up, yeah.
Yep.
So it's gone national news now.
Oh yeah, scare everybody, boy. And 99% of the people out there, left or right wing, boy, see, I sure can sleep better tonight.
Yeah, well, they're spinning this to a point. In fact, they got all the pictures of all of them. So they're spinning this away that he was a bad cowboy coming into town to be a desperado, and they just couldn't have that. So they had to arrest him. Oh, what is this? Drama at the refuge. What is this? Oh, they're just showing some of the clips of it, why this is all going down. See, the media is well, we already know what.
It will be spun completely the opposite direction.
Amen.
So what do you do?
Well, we just try to stay ahead of it. And when you think you're ahead of it, you're already 10 steps behind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this country doesn't really know what it's like to not be able to trust anybody. You can't talk to anyone. You can't tell anybody anything.
Boy, I learned that real quick in Nicaragua myself because I was there during the war.
Really?
Yep. You didn't. You could sit down to dinner with a family, and half was Contra and half was Sandinista, and they didn't talk to each other. They didn't trust each other.
But did you hear me that I'd spent some time down there?
Yeah. You know, okay. I didn't say anything at the time that you said that, but my ex-husband his father was the president of the Contras.
Oh.
So I'm quite up on what goes on down there.
Okay, then, right. Yep. Yeah, well, I was a few years prior to that, but it was all, the turmoil was there, and with Somoza and stuff, they laid a pretty heavy hand on everybody in the National Guard, so. But it was an interesting experience.
Yeah, I've had several interesting experiences with them guys. Including Somoza.
Were you there when the fighting was going on and all that?
Yeah. I actually went down the Rama Road into Bluefields, and that was where the Russian artillery was coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
It was interesting because there was one boat that would go out a week on Wednesdays, and if we missed that, you had to wait another week, but Americans would have never lived in Rama. We were lucky to live overnight, and we didn't stay overnight. We took the first ride we could take, and it happened to be with Sandinista soldiers. So we got on the barge with the Sandinista soldiers, and the Contras didn't know I was on that barge. Nobody knew who I was. So they started firing at us a mile down the river. Oh, Lord. And here we were sitting on this barge in the front of Toyota truck with a whole bunch of other Toyota trucks and a whole bunch of motors, boat motors and things that were all being donated to guess who? Ortega for his campaign.
Yeah. Sandinistas.
Yeah. Yep.
And then they end up, after all that, they put that Contra president, it was a woman, president in, and then they went back
Oh,
to
and there's another story. Ortega invited us to come to his house when we landed in Managua. And he wanted to, just because we were Americans, you know. He didn't even know who I was. Well, maybe he did, I don't know. But so we were walking down toward there, and I was already saying to the other missionaries, I don't really want to go to this place. And when we got not too far from their house, we could see Violeta Chamorro, who was the new president, kissing Ortega. Now, if somebody killed my husband, I sure as heck wouldn't be kissing him.
Well, that depends.
You must not have cared
I
much.
like Russia.
Yeah.
Did you live in Managua?
No, I lived in Honduras, but traveled in and out. I had a clinic in, what's the name of that place? Ocotal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
They took the Pan American Highway up past Somoto and into
Yep.
Honduras. Okay.
Yep.
Been there, done that, you know.
Yeah.
And we went on up more northeast up to Kilali and Huili.
Quealy, yeah.
Down the Coco River and over
Yep.
to Honduras and be out in the river or something. And it's amazing how, I guess through our evolution or whatever, that I was standing in this river and I just felt something was watching me. I looked down about 300 feet and there was a guy in fatigues with a rifle over his lap. I was just sitting there looking at us, and I kind of waved at him. Don't know which side he was on, but he could have popped us. And no one had ever, one too many adventures, Steve.
Yeah. I had a lot of adventures when I was there.
But you know, and the earthquake took a lot out of that
It did.
whole place.
Yeah, we had 11,000 dead and missing just in our area there.
And were you there when it occurred, or?
Yeah, I was there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we were down there about the same time then, and
yeah,
the houses and stuff were basically concrete or brick or
adobe.
Pretty much took them all down, huh?
Yeah, it did. It took mine down. You know, I was 4 days doing rescues with the military, and I didn't even think to call home. Just didn't enter my mind. I was too busy. And I'd get in from one helicopter ride and then get out on the other helicopter and go out and take food, and you know, it was just one rescue thing after another. 4 days went by, and Senator Wellstone called up down there, and he said to the colonel that was on duty that day, he said, "Have you seen Kathy Rubio around?" "Yeah," he said, "she's sitting right here." "Well," you said, "would you put her on the phone, please?" And I got on the phone, and he said, "Your kids are all standing here wondering if you're dead or alive." Oh my God. I said, I didn't even think that people even knew this was going on.
Yeah, it was news.
Hi guys, I'm back.
Hi.
Howdy,
Hi.
Pink.
I just made hubby a wombok salad. It's a salad you make with a Chinese cabbage called a wombok. You cut it up into pieces. You get some dried noodles. You add that to the cabbage once you've washed it. Put a little bit of salt on it. Meanwhile, in the oven, you put some almond slithers, some pine nuts, and some sesame seeds, and you toast them. Then you add that to the mix and you mix it up. Then in a separate little cup, you put some white vinegar, you put some soya sauce and some sesame oil, and you mix that up and you pour it over the top, and then you just stir it all up in wombok salad.
Oh, that
To
sounds
think
good.
I had cereal.
I could have pizza after listening to that.
Yeah.
I just found out I've got a friend of mine that's in the chat. He's an American expat. He's out of the Philippines, and he's Tinker Tiger. So, hi, Petty. How you going? What a small world. I've known Pete for quite a while, and he's found me.
That's cool.
So, excellent. Sorry, am I interrupting you guys?
Nope.
No.
All right.
We're trying to stay awake.
Okay. Look, I found this site, and I just want to go at this guy. It's called The Slatest. That's the blog page. And he heads it with Oregon occupiers live stream insane final stand as FBI prepares final push against the refuge. Okay, a little bit of information. FBI tactical teams had quietly moved into the refuge compound Tuesday night, entering the buildings undetected by the occupiers. According to the Oregonian, they apparently were in the building through the day Wednesday before agents moved against the encampment. David Fry, 27, of Ohio, Jeff Banter of Elko, Nevada, and Sean and Sandy Anderson of Riggins, Idaho, have remained at the refuge even after Armand Bundy and others were arrested last month. The four face federal conspiracy charges for the participation in what they call a protest over government overreach on federal land. So what are conspiracy charges? That's my first question. But this guy goes on to say, he's full of it, his name is Jacob Brogan out there. He needs a talking to. He says, one occupier castigated a federal agent. You let Hillary continue to run for president as if that were, and he says, as if that were the FBI's domain. Well, you know, they've got grievances. They let a criminal like Hillary do what she's doing, and yet they're surrounding these poor kids in the refuge. He goes on to say, meanwhile, they refuse to recognize that agents of the federal government might have any authority on federal land. Well, hey, they shouldn't have federal land. We all know about it if you've read the Constitution, and I'm not even an American, and I know that the federal government only has certain areas of land that they're entitled to call their own, and the rest of it is public land. So you can go stick that one where the sunshine don't shine, Mr. Jacob Brogan. Then he goes on to say, the live stream also suggests that the occupiers are intellectually and ideologically incommensurable even to one another. Well, I'd say, mate, if you are in that refuge right now and you've been subject to what those FBI agents have been doing to them, you would be incommensurable at this very moment, especially if you felt that you were fighting for the rights of your country.
Really?
Over. I mean, that's just a little bit of what he said. So I reckon everybody out there who's listening, get onto this guy. Get into the, he's receiving, I think you can make comments. It's the Slate, SLATE.com. And the author is Jacob Brogan. So let's start let's get the boots on the ground and get people out onto these chat forums and start dishing back to these people who are speaking a load of rubbish. Over.
Well, we have a lot of that, Pink. A lot of that. We have professional trolls that have YouTube channels that do nothing but tear everything down. They don't have nothing positive about them. Nothing.
Well, the thing about rounding everyone up is I think it gives such a display to all the other law enforcement. In fact, I was watching a deal I think is on a Frontline show, seeing I've had a lot of laying on the couch time recuperating from my ordeal over the last year. But this thing of that the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, looks at the local police as their first line of defense in gathering information. And these guys are clueless. They just think they're out there saving the world and stopping you. Are you one of those sovereign citizens or whatever way he says? He's fondling that Glock, It's not a good time to give a history lesson on the Constitution. But this does not bode well, I don't think, for any of the liberty movement or anything like that. I think it's going to encourage the law enforcement. Oh yeah, see, this is how you take care of things. And I think the liberty movement or these militias, I don't know. I'd like to hear somebody else's view on this, but I think there needs to be a lot of people out there to show a strength or a
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
I just put a video down here. If you can play that out loud, I think we need to hear it right away.
Right on. I'll get right on that.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Sorry to interrupt you, Steve.
No, but that if there'd been a few thousand people, 5,000 people, whatever like that, what are we gonna? Are they gonna ramp things up to where they'll bring?
Well, that's what I wonder, Steve. Because if they got on what we can see that's been shown to us, what do they have that we haven't seen, and how many are in the background?
Right.
I don't know.
You mean literally out there is for outside perimeters and stuff like that?
Right.
And also, what other? Well, somebody up there is reporting that. I can't remember how many other sheriff departments and stuff were in that county helping. Now, who's on alert all through the country, like they say, for anyone that's, like you mentioned, traveling there or whatever else, or if there'd be a string of cars or anyone. So, yeah, and this whole monitoring people, of course, the Romans did this by hand. Of course, the Nazis, those Nazi deaths, They have everybody line up, give me your name, all your family name, every documentation. Now it's just simple. They've got everybody pinned down.
Well, Ruby Ridge, they stopped the vets from leaving the states at that time. If they knew you were a vet, they knew your name, because you usually register with your state, you weren't allowed to leave. They did not want the onset.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the Ruby Ridge thing. They, a lot of us vets were going to make a move on that, and they prevented it. We were called down on that one, stand down on it, because otherwise a lot of us would have went to jail right then.
Yeah, all the guns in the world aren't going to do any good if you can't defend yourself.
Yeah, if you're behind bars, you're not going to do much for anybody, are you, Steve?
Yeah, or basically what they're made for, in the Constitution to try to defend against. It's going to be a little tough, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. Like the stories I gave, like both these instances, those cops thought, well, we'll just go in and overwhelming force. Well, when the guy drops one or two of them, it just isn't quite near as fun.
Well, see, that's why they went out there armed, because they went out there with the intention of doing everything peaceful, but yet to protect them. So they learned that from the Bundy Ranch.
Right.
And things kind of fell apart. They got too relaxed, and I still have, and I'm sorry, Brandon Curtis, I have a problem. You said you were the barrier between and the movement. Why weren't they there? Why weren't they escorting them?
Well, and what happened to the whole 3%? We're putting up a barrier or a line of defense, whatever, or protect. All that disappeared.
Right.
And there's never been any explanation, anybody comment, anything like this about that. And even if the people weren't armed, if you had 5,000 or whatever people out there, I still think it's better than nothing.
Right.
And I
don't even think they have to be armed. It was just the body count would have made to stand.
Well, like the protest, and the analogy I came up with, trying to explain to someone, and they said, "Well, what can we do?" I said, "If there's a protest or whatever downtown there, or just go down there, say with the abusive police, just go down there and stand there.
Right.
And it doesn't cost you anything, but just stand there." And then it flashed through my mind whether I was in favor or against it at the time. I said, if it hadn't been for the protest, we'd still be in Vietnam fighting.
That's right. Well, they killed the 4 kids over there in the college in Ohio.
Yeah.
And
Yep. That was my.
we were sent to Vietnam under a misperception because of, at that time, you got to remember, in the 50s and 60s, we all had dads, we had grandfathers that had fought 2 wars.
Yep.
And when you're called, you do what you do honorably.
Hey,
and
guys.
what happened was those kids and everybody that stood up, believe it or not, they turned the tide with Nixon and called it all down. And that was the sad part. Because once you look back on that, the French had been in there and the English had been in there fighting the same battle through the periods of time up until 60, I believe it was late 50s and early 60s, that we started moving men in. And at that time, it was just a policing thing. Right. Well, I was under the impression when I left out of the States and went to Okinawa, I was in the military police. That's what I was going there for, you know. Well, I realized as soon as I was in Saigon and we started getting mortared, I knew this was not a police action. You know, it was a rude awakening. So we spent time going and get guys out of the field that had went over. They just lost it. Okay, they were starting to take out their own men, friendly fire, on different excursions, and we picked up a couple of guys that were living off the dead bodies. I mean, I'm not going to tell all the stories, okay, because I don't want to live it again. But it was a terrible time in our country, you know.
That's the thing. It was in a sense, almost the best of times, the worst of times. But I remember because one, you're younger, which helps. But
right,
it just, we had the war thing, and yeah, we were fighting a war over there. We were fighting the same war here. You had the whole racial thing going on.
Right. When I came back, it was right in the middle of the civil rights thing.
Oh,
it sure was. At Cherry Point, I had to break up some and arrest some Marines that had went nuts at Cherry Point.
Over
I'm
what?
serious, because of the racial thing.
Yeah.
I mean, and it was just all upside down. It was a time that we went from innocent to what am I doing, you know, and. It's like the roller coaster hasn't stopped, Steve. Okay.
Oh no.
And look where we're at now.
You talk about the patriotism and stuff, which I was there. The only trouble was it was a televised war, and it went on year after year, night after night.
Yes.
Here I was, early teens, and making fun of my cousins. You know, we're giving them bug spray and deodorant and stuff because they got pulled in. They all thought they could get married and they'd keep them out of it. It didn't. And this thing went year after year till, hey, now I'm of age.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is, plus, I'm the kind of guy that say, you want to win a war? Especially with my dad being an ex-fighter pilot in World War II and Korea. Yeah, you want to win a war? I'll show you how to do it. I we'll do this. But what we kept seeing was we weren't winning. And not only that, we'd have these ceasefires. You want to fly, I'll fly. But my flight, we're going to put them right through the front door of the Capitol in Hanoi.
Right. Well,
and my time in the service would have been very short, and I could tell this wasn't going to work.
Well, we had a point where we could change the tide. We had enough troops that would cross the border into to North Vietnam, and was going to cut off the supply route. But the men were within miles, just clicks of where they needed to be, and they were told to stand down. But if they were able to have gone ahead with that mission, they would have changed the tide of that war. But they were there again. It was political, very political. They didn't want that war to end. They wanted to kill off as many young people as they could.
Yeah, it was a culling. It was a culling.
Hey, guys.
Well, under there again, it was a police action.
Yes.
Yes, Watchman?
Yeah, I've got that video ready that
Good.
Yeah. Here we go. We'll play it again. If you want to see it in sync, you might want to look at the Skype window. If you look at the website window, it'll be way out.
All right.
So this is James D here, man. I got something I gotta get off my chest here about what's happening there in Oregon. This goes out to David, Sean, Jeff, Sandy. However you guys can get this, Gavin, if you can get it to him. Hey Gavin, man, I know you were coming from a good place trying to talk them out of there and everything, but you got to think about this, man. You know, think about what they're doing here, you know, especially with the arrest of Clive and Bundy. You know, they're getting all the key factors, all the key players, man, and rounding them up. And all the threats, all the main threats, they're rounding them up. And, you know, and now you got everyone trying to talk these people out of their fortification, you know, out of their holdout. You know, the feds, at this point, the feds can't kill these people, man. The feds cannot kill you guys, David. I mean, there'll be a severe backlash if they killed you guys. You know, they can't spin it. You know, everyone knows, I mean, enough people know that you guys mean no harm. So they can't spin it in that light that you're attacking them or that you're going to fire first. Because, I mean, it's already out there that you guys are not the aggressors. So anyways, my point is, what the feds are doing here, it's a tactic they use. It's a tactic they use in these situations. They're trying to get you guys out of the spotlight. So I don't know who that lady, you know, that congressman lady or whatever she was, I forget her name, you know, that was on Gavin's show, talking you guys out of there. You know, I don't know what her agenda is. I'm not saying she has a bad agenda or not. I mean, you just got to question that. You got to question it. You got to question what her agenda is, where she's coming from, who's pushing her to do this and get you guys out of there. You got to question it, man, and you got to think about this for a minute. That there's not enough people that know about what's going on there yet. The longer you guys hold out, the more support you're gonna get. The longer you hold out, the more support you're gonna get. You guys walk into that lion's den tomorrow, the mass majority of the people that know about this, and it's not a lot of people in the United States that know about this. There's not a lot of people in America that know about this. And the ones that do, the mass majority of them are going to forget tomorrow. You know? They're not real supporters. You know? You need to gain more support before you just walk into that lion's den, man. You have to. You have to gain more support first. You have to, I mean, I talk to people all the time, man. They have never even heard about this situation until I bring it up to them. And then they look into it a little bit and they don't even care. You know, it doesn't directly affect their life. You know, that's what they think. But really it does, man. It affects all of our lives. This is a big thing here, man. You guys need to hold out longer and gain more support. Or let us out here help you gain more support so that there's more exposure to this. Because there's not enough exposure to this yet. They're going to get you guys there tomorrow. Lock you guys up. Throw away the key. Try to brush this whole thing under the rug. They already got all the key players. You know, they got the rest of the militia and PPN kind of in check, backing down a little bit. You know, they can't just kill you because then people aren't going to back down. So if you hold out until there's more exposure, you know, I don't want any harm to come to you guys at all. I'm not saying go out and, you know, guns blazing. I'm here to support you guys and I'm spreading the word, man, to the best of my ability, you know. You just got to think about this, man. The government, man, they got think tanks, man, where they figure this shit out. Man, they've known this shit for a long time, how to deal with these situations. They're going to sweep it under the rug. And the world's going to forget about it, just like everything else. You guys need to hold out, man. Don't let people talk you out of there too soon, too early. I understand the feds, they're posturing up like that, driving up on you. They're not going to kill you guys, man. They're not. It's too late for that. They're not going to kill you guys. Just think about this. Just think about this before you go turn yourselves in. Gavin, get this word to them, please, if you can. I don't know if they can still have their internet access or whatever. They can see these vids, but I know you got their number. Chef 1111, get the word to them somehow, man. Help me out here, man, just so they have a fighting chance. Let them think about this too, because Sean was kind of already feeling it, like, his gut's telling him, man, this is the wrong thing to do, you know. Not because he feels like he's just giving up. I think his gut was telling him that because it really is the wrong thing to do. So anyways, man, I hope this gets out to them. I see what's happening here, man. It's happened before. I see it. So they're trying to get this thing and sweep it under the rug so everyone forgets about it and go along business as usual. And it's working. It's gonna work. It'll work like a charm, like it does all the time. People forget. People just go on with their everyday normal lives because it doesn't directly affect them in their minds. So I hope you guys get this, man. And I think it's the wrong decision to walk out of there tomorrow into the Fed's hands. I'm not saying never walk out, but I think it's too early for that. Anyways, this is JD signing off. Peace.
Thoughts?
Yep. I think he's right. And I think that's what we were feeling in the beginning, Vaughn.
Who is that
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
It's a lot to ask.
James D.
It's a lot to ask these kids. These kids aren't professionals. They're not trained. It's a lot to ask them to stand the ground any longer than they have. Unless they get people up there, the truckers in their trucks can go through those blockades. A whole convoy of truckers going in through there. You know, that gets a whole stream of bikers going in through there. The American people following them, going in through there, surrounding them in a peaceful, you did it in the 60s. You stopped the Vietnam War, and yeah, that was important, but this is even more important. This is your country that's going. You need to stand up.
I agree.
Well,
We're like the town folks. I saw a gal that was interviewed. It may have been on. But anyway, she was driving a semi back and forth through there with a tractor on it, and they'd stop her all the time. But yeah, but some of the townsfolk, whatever, just like with whatever vehicles, semis, trucks, whatever else, and come and help those people.
Yeah.
Put this thing on the map.
Bring your horses and go crossland if you gotta.
There you go. Yeah.
Bring your AT, whatever you call them, four-wheelers. And
yep.
Yeah.
This is training for both sides, folks.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's time to stand. There's no doubt about it. And if these kids can stand a little longer, we need to get this organized.
Well,
you know what just kicked off?
Well, let me tell you a story. My grandfather, when he came home from the First War, he was promised his severance pay for active duty in a war zone. He went to Washington, D.C. with so many other vets.
Yep.
And they sat and were promised that money. And then they were attacked by their own army.
You know who ran them off?
Yeah.
Wasn't it MacArthur?
Yep. General MacArthur on his horse.
I paid attention a little bit. Yeah, which
So this is who we're dealing with, Steve. This is who we're dealing with, and so we have to wake up to the reality.
Yeah, you're right. Somebody.
Kathy?
You still there, Pink?
He's cutting out.
Yeah, your roll button.
Yeah, I think we're about to lose the call. We might have to reconvene. Until Kathy comes back, like she said, the RTVs. I spoke to Kathy about this before. A number of years ago, almost 15, 20 years ago, my husband had a series of dreams. They were so shocking, his dreams, that they would wake him up, and then he would go to sleep again the next night, and the dream would roll on from where he was woken up. Now, the dream was about a civil war in the US. Now, he, in the dream, the showdown took place in Utah, in Snow Canyon, which is only 70 clicks from Kanab, where the funeral was. Now, there was an awful lot of loss of life on both sides. The enemy came down through the top of the canyon. They were in armored vehicles. They were not, to him, they were not identifiable as American troops. So, and he said that the people won. The people did win, but they lost a lot of people in the process. But they did win in the end. And that was, I mean, I don't know how many times he had that dream, but he also had in the dream, he recognized there was a vehicle, and it's the RTV or whatever you call it. Now, at the time when he was having the dreams, they weren't invented, and he didn't understand what they were. It only the realization came to him only years later when they came on the market, and he said that's what they were. He said people were driving around in those vehicles and taking part in this showdown. So I don't know whether that's relevant or not, but it was a pretty powerful dream, and it just seems to me like all the pieces are coming together.
This is what it'll be, Pink. Exactly. For those that'll stand, many will die. Many will die for the future of this country. I've had a good life. How about you, Steve?
Yep. I've already said, earlier, whether for all that it's worth, yeah, my life pretty much is in a sense over with, and I take
Steve,
this very personally, and I've got to fix this for my children. They just can't live with this.
Steve, the dying's the easy part. It's the living in this that's going to be the hard part. So the dying, we know I'm right with the Lord. I know where I'm going.
Yep. Well, maybe someone on here might have mentioned it. I saw it at the Bundy funeral. This one young man talking about his father, that they charged him with collecting Indian artifacts, this one deed, and he ended up killing himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put so much pressure on him, and that connection for me says something, because the last video that was done with Lavoie and Blaine Cooper was digging in them artifacts.
Right.
Yeah, but unfortunately there are options like that. Sorry.
But it doesn't have to come to this. If there's any congressman out there listening to this or being told about this, or their daughters are listening, or their sons are listening to this, speak to your parents. Tell them they need to do something soon. They need to stand up, because they were voted in as representatives of the people, not as paid, sell your soul puppets for the corporation and the banksters. Tell your parents that you want a future.
But these legislature people are important. If they come and help do something about this, somebody needs to come.
Well, there are a bunch of legislators that will be there tomorrow morning, so these kids should hold out. They should hold out, because these guys think that they're going to come out and then they've accomplished everything that they set out to do.
No.
So you're recommending them they decide to just stay.
They should stay right where they're at, because you see what's happening around them. They're arresting everybody.
Here's what I was. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me say this, Sandy, Pinky had been proud of Sandy. Of all the four, she's the only one that stood her ground.
Yeah, she
She
said
doesn't
no.
want to give it up.
Nope.
No.
She even made it clear that the only reason she was is because the three men wanted her to.
Now, Dabu 7 is putting out a report right now. Don't know if it's true or not true, but it might make some sense as to what happened to David Fry. And apparently, after this thing got started tonight, one of them took off on a four-wheeler. And when they took off on the four-wheeler, they were captured.
That's what happened to David Fry, maybe.
I think so, too. I
You
think
all were suspicious of that anyway, because
yeah.
I didn't really notice. I didn't get in right at the first. I don't know. I watched probably 3 hours of it, but I didn't know which one David was. And you all said he was very vocal and all this, but then all of a sudden he disappeared. So
Didn't he say something about that, Steve? That he was going to get on that four-wheel and go do something?
I'm not sure. Was he the one that was really kind of starting to lose it?
Yeah, he was freaking out.
And a lot of words coming out of his mouth.
Yes.
Okay, and then he didn't want any more praying. He didn't want any more. He's just sick of it, tired of it. The whole deal. This is what's going to happen, and in a sense, he is right.
He didn't give up. He didn't give up. He carried a 12-gauge shotgun. He didn't give up. They had to take him out. I'm serious.
Yeah. Well, it says I've got a little article here. It says Fry, 27, of Blanchester, Ohio, sounded increasingly unraveled as he continually yelled, at times hysterically, at what he said was an FBI negotiator. "You're going to hell. Kill me. Get it over with," he said. "We're innocent people camping at a public facility, and you're going to murder us." So it sounds like he was pretty upset.
Yeah, he was. He was screaming. But that would make sense. What happened to him is because he might have been, they might have sent him away because they kept telling him, "Just shut up so I can think." And Sean was telling him that. And then he got so quiet, never heard from him again.
Right. Yeah, because you're right, because they couldn't hear her talking on the phone to Michelle because David was yelling so much.
Yeah.
Well, and the guy with the bullhorn, I mean, just listening to him over the internet here, he was, he upset me just because he was getting the communications and he was just antagonizing them. Hey, he was a jerk. He's an idiot. This is your employees, people, doing this.
But you have to realize these people are profiled that are out there. They've had a month to profile them. So they know which ones are going to crack and how to crack them.
And see, David was a communication guy because he knew all about electronics.
Yep.
Yeah. Now,
wasn't Sean was the one that knew how to drive the payloader, and then his wife Sandy. That I do remember, and then the other old boy, one of them old boys was a cook. But David was the electronic man. He was running around grabbing up of everything electronic he could get his hands on in the earlier parts of this episode.
Yeah, he was a good tech.
Well, it sounded like he knew what he was doing. I'm kind of curious as to, not that maybe I'd understand it or not, but I'd like to know all what he did.
Well, I believe I think he's part Indian, and I think what happened was he kicked into overdrive, and he said, "This is it." And I think he may have went out there and attacked him. I don't know.
I think he was maybe they sent him out to move the guns.
Well, here's a question. Right now, if those kids are out there sleeping with, they do not know that Cliven Bundy's been arrested.
Right. Yeah, they never got to hear that, did they?
Nope.
No, I don't, unless there's some communication going on, but I'm assuming, if they can go to sleep or tired or whatever, they will and feel safe if they are safe. It's the only question we have. And the fact is, I don't know what this deal with Cliven Bundy may have an effect on.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Sandy ain't going to give up.
Nope. She'll dig in real strong now. If
Well,
they
and
find this out.
It's very unjust. And I agree. I've been through this too much myself.
Yeah.
What is this? This is the law. They don't even have a right to be here. It's not their land. And
No, the rule of law is gone here. They're not using that at all.
Right.
Well, why would they have said Dave is not with us right now? Why would they not have said that before they got off the air?
I don't know.
You know, that's what concerns me.
He may have got out there and got captured. Nobody knows he did.
Well, they would have still wondered where he was.
Well, at that point, no, not necessarily.
Where did Dabu get that information?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You know, a lot of times he gives you bad information, so I don't know.
I don't know either.
I just said it makes sense because he went dead silent. He was.
Yeah. You all were talking about that. You were very curious about that.
Well, everybody in the chat room too was. Where's David Fry?
David wouldn't have ran off. I don't know who's saying that, but David would not have ran off.
I think you're right. I don't think him running out for those guys waiting for him. It'd be just to them it's like shooting a rabbit.
Well, they could have shot him with a tranquilizer, and you wouldn't have heard a shot.
There you go. You bet. And there's no telling what's laying just outside that they have no idea about.
Because I think he was saying they got him surrounded from behind and he's seen snipers.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I don't know what effect it's going to have as for any of the other people, as for Cliven being arrested from this 2014 thing.
Well, it's 2 in the morning, right? 2:30 in the morning there, right? 2:30.
Yeah, 2 hours different. Well, yeah.
And why did they let the one guy go back? That Jonathan character, they let him go back to Nevada.
Yeah, but didn't they arrest him or not?
No, he was with Cliven Bundy.
Oh yeah,
as his security.
Sorry.
Oh, why? Why?
I don't know. And where is Blaine Cooper if they're doing all these arrests?
Yeah, that's always the joker in the stack, ain't it? Where's Blaine Cooper?
And what about Mark McConnell? Has he been charged?
No, he got let go. He's free.
So how can some get let go and others get charged?
That's what we've been asking ourselves here.
Yeah. So, I mean, anyone who's got any ounce of rationality in them ought to look at that, seriously look at that out there, that some of them are getting charged and other ones are allowed to walk free. In fact, some of them that were just, like Pete Santelli, I'm going to mention his name, he was reporting the news. Yes, he went overboard in some areas, but he was a reporter and doing the news, and he was the only one getting it out to us, right? And he's been charged at the same level that the others have. Yet, Mark McConnell and who else? Who you mentioned someone just before? Kathy?
That's been released?
No, hasn't been charged. There's 2 of them that haven't been charged, and it was Mark McConnell and who was the other one?
There was one that was in Ammon Bundy's Jeep, and I wrote his name down. I believe his name was McConnell.
Yeah,
that's who we're talking about, McConnell.
Didn't arrest him there, and they just let him go. And from what I understand, he's the one, which I couldn't quite understand the decision of the way they went like that, and I think he's the one that suggested this is how we're going to go in 2 cars, whatever like this, and the whole thing was done by him.
Well, I'm not going to disrespect him, Steve, but he was more concerned about his Jeep and getting it back than anything else that happened.
Okay. I
He
don't know
got the
what
back.
route.
He
Sorry.
did have the back window shot out in that Jeep. They
Okay.
shot the back window of that Jeep out. It was turned sideways in the street. Why it was turned like that, I don't know if that was to block any other traffic from coming. When they had Ammon and the other fella on the ground in handcuffs. But he said he got out of the Jeep, Steve. He said he got out of the Jeep, and being rather tall, he was armed, and he said they roughed him up a little bit, and then they released him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the one that threw that spear.
Undercover.
CIA.
Well, this is a lesson. This is a lesson for all you guys out there that, you really got to, thoroughly vet your people because, the main objective for infiltration is to get as close to the leader as you can so you can manipulate the outcome. So, and otherwise, it's no good being a stooge down the bottom of the pyramid. You've got to work your way up to the top, be right next to the leader, and then you can influence them. So, if these people are, turncoats, everyone needs to look at their organisation and do a thorough vetting because if it happened in that situation, you can betcha that it's happening in a lot of other groups out there.
With watching that video, just like with Lavoie, you could tell, and I've heard both of the gals' testimony or whatever like that, their stories on this. But just watching him, you could tell as they sat there, and there were some large vehicles behind them, AMRAPs or whatever they were, and then all of a sudden he took off. They say they shot that vehicle right then, of which then he took off.
They did.
Sped down the highway, which it starts making sense to when for him to sit there as I watched it, and all of a sudden he had a at as high a rate of speed he could probably safely drive down those roads. He took off. Well, there was obviously they were in fear of something.
Well, there was a story went out because if you look at the footage, it looks like there's a black marker before the exit route off of the highway that Lavoie took, and then one ahead of that, there's another black marker. Well, I think people read into too much, because you can overthink yourself, and that's why I try to stay with the surface of the reality that I seen a man exit the vehicle and was shot multiple times. And there's already been evidence that he was shot with a handgun in the head while he was laying in the snow. So,
I'm sorry.
How else can you look at this? I have to see it from what I see till there's more comes out. And I can't let it go until then. And no one has proven any other way. Just because they have opinions and what they see is not really the truth. We have to wait this thing out and see where it's going. And that's what we're all doing here. We're sorting through the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, even if you break it down into little sections, break the whole process down into little sections. Lavoie got out of the vehicle with his hands up. That is surrender. Nothing should have happened. Nobody should have fired anything. That man was surrendering at that very moment when he got out of the vehicle. Anything that happened after that was sheer assassination.
And Pink, you're right on that. So that takes me back to the ideal that these were mercenary and not FBI.
Yeah, possible. And Memento from one of the mods from the chat was saying that Mark McConnell was the one that wielded his way into being one of the drivers of the vehicle. one of the vehicles.
Right.
So,
That he was
so
driving.
yeah, that Mark McConnell was the driver of the second vehicle, as far as my memory serves me. And remember what I was saying about working your way into pivotal positions. So if you're an agent and you're working inside that scenario, then you want to be at least one of the drivers of one of those vehicles, because especially Bundy's vehicle, so
Right.
that you
You
can
want to have that control.
Yeah, so you can pull it up quick, smart, and get them taken out, and then go down to the sheriff's office and fill out your debrief, and then off you go. See you later. Thanks very much.
Yeah, like a bounty hunter. Let me have my reward, and I'm going home.
Well, it's going to have to be like some of the old spy movies, some of the new spy movies. You get your plans all set, how you're going to go, and then I guess now you have to pick up everybody's cell phone and say, yeah, but we're not going that way. That's the way we told everybody agreed we're going to go. Now we're going a different way.
Well, that's what I was thinking, Steve. If I knew I was going to be driving that far, I would have sent out vehicles with certain people, and then the most important people would have come up the rear. Okay?
Right.
And that way, if you've seen any activity, even at that point, you could have turned and at least maybe had a backup plan where Brandon Curtis and his 30% could have been there to block. Okay? Now, to me, that would have been the proper way of doing it.
Well, the militia could have played a part in that, plus the fact, oh, yeah, here's the vehicles. Which vehicles are you going to take? The guy that's asking the questions, well, which vehicles are we going to? Well, we'll just take and the other people don't think anything about it. Well, we'll take Lavoie's van and we'll take my Jeep, and okay, fine. And then you decide, no, we're not. Again, you have to pick up everybody's cell phone, I guess, and no, we're taking that Impala over there.
Right.
Yeah.
They knew the vehicles. They knew what they were looking for.
Sure. So this is, and you hate to live like this, but this is a war, folks. This is why it's
Yes.
kind of like the old war movies or spy movies or some of the new ones that, and I don't think some of the new ones even use this type of thinking as for making sure that if you've got a mole inside of you, that you make sure of it. You protect everybody by changing everything at the last second.
Yeah, apparently Memento was just saying again that it was Mark McConnell that actually organised the seating and the vehicles.
That's
yeah, because they're...
Yep. So I'm going to ask her if she can give us some sort of link or anything where she sourced that information, because that'd be interesting to share with others.
Well, you got to realize everybody that was in Lavoie's vehicle were meant to be taken out. All of them were meant to be killed.
Well, according to the
barrage of bullets and everything else, they were meant to die. And in your heart, if Lavoie had any intention of harming anyone, he would have never reared off the road. He went right into that roadblock wide open. He would have took out them cars, them policemen, himself, and everybody in that vehicle if he had intention of anything on ill-minded. He was a good man in my heart. And I would be proven different.
From that short curve that they went around. And you're not really expecting that. I mean, you just aren't. Here's what is that? Black vehicles or whatever. What is that in front of us? And he was going, fairly fast, and you got to make a decision. Well, and probably afraid he didn't want to hit the vehicle, so he drove it to the left. Now, according to the video or whatever, it appears like the guy running across shot, and it went through the windshield. Now, whether it's lethal round or rubber bullets. I think some of them may have been non-lethal rounds. No one asked the gals, did the bullets, as they said, they shot 100 times, 150 times. Did the bullets not go through the doors?
Well, see, that's the thing, Steve. The vehicles in impoundment had a tarp over it. We were supposed to get photographs that was supposed to have been sent out, that the guys went up there and photographed what they could see. But here's the thing. When that officer shot through the windshield, that deterred the thought of Lavoie of kicking that vehicle down to four-wheel drive and driving right out of there. Okay, because if he'd hit four-wheel drive, that diesel truck, that Ford, would have went right out of there. And thank God they were in a Ford, because that proved one thing for Ford: it's a tough vehicle. But he swung open that door and ran out. There was still a barrage of bullets going up, because if you watch that video in high definition, you can see the snow being hit and the ricochet off the vehicle. And then they threw the other two charges in there. I don't know if it was gas or what, tear gas or whatever in the world it was. And, it's amazing that they survived inside that vehicle.
Well, that's why I wonder if, as to what kind of rounds. If I don't know if they're shooting 223. I mean, it's a high velocity round, but it
won't go through a door.
Okay, it's a little weak. I've never tried.
308 would have went right through those doors.
That's my preference. But what one of the gals said is, because she was asked, was Lavoie hit before he exited the vehicle, and she said, I can't tell you for sure, but what she said was, I do know there was blood on the driver's side door.
So he did get hit when he shot through that windshield.
And she was pretty accurate, when you said, was he hit? Well, I can't, if she didn't see it or whatever, had no idea, she said so, but she said there was blood on that door. So he may have already been hit.
It would have had to have been a 44 or a 50 caliber to go through that windshield that quick and get him. Seriously.
Okay. Well,
I don't know if a 357 would even do it.
Probably.
If you look at that windshield at that moment, it's a big brake spray. Okay, I've seen where they've shot at different vehicles from a distance, and they show you what you think is powerful isn't powerful.
Right.
So if he got hit, that's why he exited that vehicle, because he knew they were going to kill him. To save them, he left the vehicle, and I believe that might hurt.
Yeah, when you see if a bullet come through the front, as for it's pretty. Yeah, I'd say it's awfully intimidating, but the thing, and just like that vehicle of those of legislators, and that, I think that vehicle's supposed to be 150 miles away. I don't know where they've got that, but the fact is, get in there and let's see that vehicle, get the tarp off of it, and get some pictures of it.
Right.
Get the thing exposed.
Absolutely. We want to see the evidence. The public is due the evidence.
I want to hear them say that tomorrow. This morning. Right. Not tomorrow, this morning.
Yeah.
Right. Can I ask you guys a question? Okay? Because I don't know about these sort of things. Okay? Now, they let off some bombs around the vehicle. Mm-hmm. Were they a sort of a stun thing, were they?
Well, those could have been tear gas. They could have been just anything, a concussion, to alarm the people in the vehicle, because you see two shots, and they keep hitting the snow because of the way the vehicle was cocked into that snow. Right. It sprayed up. Everybody's even asked about that. Well, how can it be clear? Well, you swing open that door, that man is 55 years old. He's at the prime of his life as a cowboy. His life has been that way. He's been outside. He ain't no computer jockey and a Pizza Hut boy. He swung that door open, snow or not, and got out of that vehicle, okay? Because he knew it. The adrenaline that was running through his body give him the will and the power to do what he had to do at that moment.
Right. Can I ask a backup question? How effective are those flash bombs on disabling the people in the vehicle?
Well, it depends on what they are. You know, the one tear gas could, you know, is like, you know, they would use that to cause tearing of the eyes and you not be able to see. The flash could cause a shock, which would be deafening to your ears. You know, it depends on what they used, you know.
Right. But if they wanted to, if their intention was to disable those people in that car, as soon as they pulled it over, they could have effectively disabled them. Is that correct?
I believe they were trying to. I believe they wanted to see that vehicle burn. You want to know what
Right. You know what I'm getting at is they could have, as soon as that vehicle came off the road and went into the snowbank, they could have deployed all those stun things, flash bombs, and disabled that vehicle. Therefore, there is no justifiable reason why they let Lavoie lie in that snow and not be attended to.
You're right. There was no threat. There was no threat at that time because they had the vehicle under control. They had done shock people to a point, and they knew that vehicle was under control.
So there's no justification whatsoever to let a man lie in the snow after you've hit him with, I don't know how many rounds, well, 9 in the body that the coroner brought back, 9 in the body, and not attend to him. He's an American citizen. He's been disabled. He's not going to cause you any harm. Yet how long did they let him lie in that snow?
10 or 15 minutes. Here's the other thing. A trained police officer will not shoot in a crossfire against his other officer. If you notice in that film, they're shooting from one side to the other side. When the one comes out of the woods, he's in the crossfire.
Well,
so that means that's mercenary because they don't care. They're trained better. In other words, they shoot to kill.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Steve.
So they don't even care about their own people.
No.
So the one that came behind the vehicle exposed himself immediately when Lavoie was out of the vehicle. If they were afraid of anybody else in that vehicle, he exposed himself. He came around the back of that vehicle, and it appears that he shot.
Yes.
Shot. And then the people behind him had a range of, you know, the guy looked like he was within range of about 10 feet, shot him.
Well, here's the thing I've seen too. You got to realize you got this white truck coming at you. You're in a blockade. And you don't know if this truck is going to continue. So the guy moves himself behind the truck and he moves himself out into the open. Well, as he did that, he realized this is where the vehicle's coming. So as a trained militia, he fired off 2 shots. And he exited, come back around, and when he did, before he even got behind, he fired again. And then he exited back, and the other guy stepped forward and shot. And then at that time, Lavoie turned from the impacts, and that's when he was blasted from the backside. Even at that point, he was not dead. He dropped because you could see his arms move.
Yes.
And that's when they came around, and that's when somebody took a pistol and shot him in the head.
Yeah. So what we're actually saying here, right? What we're actually saying is what we witnessed was amateur hour at detaining suspects. It was total amateur hour. That the fact that they couldn't disable the people in the car when they have, you know, supposedly the most high-tech weapons on the planet, and everyone's scared of what they may do with them. They couldn't even disable that vehicle sufficiently to be able to go and send medics in and help in for Lavoie, who had been taken down with at least nine bullets. So that was total amateur. If you're calling yourself the FBI and not mercenaries, that was amateur hour.
Well, it was a turkey shoot.
All offensive. No,
yeah,
no
it was a
type moves. It was all offensive.
Yeah, it was a total turkey shoot. Okay, if you get a bunch of old boys that's had a few beers, and they get crazy, they'll blow the birds to pieces. Okay, they won't even have any game. Well, that's what I felt like this was at. They had a thirst for blood. They wanted to end this siege. They had gotten the orders from Obama, went from Obama to the governor because the governor had called Obama. Obama said, give him the green light. And the judge, he even made a statement that Pete Santilli wouldn't leave there but in handcuffs. I mean, this scenario plays. That's why I say it's either the best documentary or flat murder. Okay, and I still see it as flat murder because there was no reason, no reason. The man carried a Colt 45 6-shooter on his side. He didn't have a 9mm. He didn't. He would never own a stolen gun. He had no reason to. Okay, so if he was going to go into an offensive move, he would come out with his 45 in a blaze, but he did not. He came out with his hands up. So at that point, they had to take him out because they wanted to take everybody out. They wanted to set a statement that this will never be allowed in this country again. Wake up, America. We're going to take you and we will kill you.
Yeah, at that moment, he surrendered. At that moment, they should have changed their tactics. And I know that they had to disable the car. You know, if we're working from the point of view of a professional outfit, I know that they had to disable that car and the people in it. And they have the technology to do that. And that's what they should have done. But there was no reason to shoot Lavoie after he'd walked out of that vehicle with his hands up. From that moment, he had surrendered. And that's what people are missing. That man had given up, had said, take me, you can come and arrest me. He was not fighting, he was not shooting. And that's after that moment, it became murder, it became assassination.
Exactly.
Well, they wanted to make a statement, obviously, and they made one. I mean, and I would again say most of the country felt like it was justified and a good idea.
Well, that's because they were portrayed that way. You're right. They, as far as the American people that are in that state of mind, all they seen was a bunch of people come in and took over government property and armed, and they were like Jesse James and the boys, and they needed to be taken out. That's why there was so much call out for their death. I mean, look at what's his name. What was that black guy's name? That guy that had the show on TV. That guy with the earrings that says he's a Marine. He's telling them to drone him. You know, I can't even remember his name. I did a video on him, and I'm still so mad at him. I could scream.
Well, so did Rand Paul too. Yeah.
Rand Paul said that?
Well, his comment was some guy, I don't know if he's carrying guns or whatever, just, take a drone and get rid of him type of thing. I mean, this...
Rand Paul better... He's from Kentucky, ain't he?
I'm not sure. I thought
he better be careful what he has said because he's put a marker on himself. These people don't realize, they think they're invincible. These people put markers on themselves.
Can I just speak to Watchman for a minute? Watchman, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Memento has a link that I requested earlier that was regarding Mark McConnell and his having organised the setup for the driving and all that, the people in the vehicles. Can she get it to you?
Yep.
Yep.
Give it to me in the mod chat, ma'am.
This sort of thing is how you end up with SS or whatever else, just with summary executions. You know, basically you got a license to kill.
Right.
It's a terrible deal. And
what's this from Rage Wolf here, Mike?
Let me get back to that page.
Any U.S. military vets who are AAMO, contact your commanding officer and stand by. What is that?
Trying to see. Okay, and she says on that link that that just have to click the information at the bottom of it, I assume.
Is there a call out? Is that what this is? A call out?
We're at cross purposes here. No, the link that Watchman's talking about is a link in reference to the information about who organised what for the vehicles. And then I think Vaughan brought up another something else on another subject.
Yeah, Rage Wolf, that's one of your monitors. He's got here, any U.S. military vets who are AMO, contact your commanding officer and stand by.
What is that?
I don't know. That's what I want to know. He's posted it, and I'm not quite sure what he's saying there or where he got this information.
All right. Well, we need him to clarify, and we need to see what it's about because we don't know yet.
All right, Pink. I'm putting the link in Skype. There you go. And if you read in the description, it has that information you're looking for.
Alrighty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Was this like more like a militia call-up type of?
That's what I'm wondering.
It's not regular military call-up.
Well, it's military vets. Contact your commanding officer and stand by. That's from Rage Wolf, Mike.
Okay. Wow. But no, it was a total offensive move, and you really, I mean, looking at that, and I've driven through a lot. Well, you have too, in the oil field or whatever. The weather's never stopped me yet, but there's always that first time. But you think that vehicle could have gotten on through that snow the way it was?
Yeah, I honestly believe if he hadn't got shot, he would have kicked that thing in four-wheel drive and drove right on through. That was a diesel. That was a 3500 series. That wasn't a little truck.
Yeah, I understand. You know, that diesel had huge torque, horsepower. You know,
I've seen them pull semis out stuck.
Okay.
Them and a big Dodge Ram Cummins.
I was just looking at being high centered and the way it was tilted over and how much snow there was there. It's one thing with a four-wheel drive; they'll dig, but once you pack enough, you know.
Yeah, but he had the momentum. Yeah, but when the shot came through,
guy ran in front of him, Ron.
Right. Everything changed. Yes, you're right. You're right, Steve.
That guy, I wouldn't have.
Yeah, but maybe he didn't want to kill nobody.
And absolutely. And I think the guy, he was afraid he was going to run into it. Of course, he's standing behind the vehicle and said, "Boy, maybe not too smart standing back here." So he runs over. I think, like you implied, ran over to get away from it.
Right.
And here takes to the left, and here's the guy standing in front. What's he do? He decides, "Oh, I'm in fear of my life," because you know whether a dog barks at him or anything, I'm in fear of my life, and starts shooting. Justifiable. Hey.
Goes in a combat mood, right?
But the whole thing set up, you know, the same way. Different vehicles. Where's the militia? Take a different route. Whatever. It just, and of course. We're you know Monday morning quarterbacking, but because people just they've been free to travel all the time, so they didn't really expect anything.
But see, they did that to them in Waco too, Steve.
Okay. Well,
They held that compound on surveillance for over 40 some days or something like that till
I think 59. I was just reviewing some of that.
Until Clinton give crazy woman the authority to go ahead and take them out.
Yeah, and you know there's this one. In fact, the way I heard about it was on this Siskel and Ebert used to be the film critics and stuff, but it's Waco. What is it? Terms of Engagement.
Right.
And there's a lot of film on the thing. And I watched the thing live when I had cable, and the kids
Right.
were still young, and I got rid of it after, the next year. But this was, I believe this was this not 90, the kid 93.
Right.
Summer. Kids, my oldest boy was 3 years old. And watching that thing, wind blowing 40 plus miles an hour, and you've been out in the field and everything, you could see the flag, you could see the
Right.
plane. And what really got me was the ATF running that flag up the flagpole. That's
Right.
what really burned me off. Is I want to know who did that, and boy, we got those no good, SOBs.
Well, when they ran up with that tank and ran through the building, that's when they opened it up. Okay, and they either filled it with gas or that was a flamethrower.
After they ran over the cars and everything.
Right. Well, you seen that one family that held out for 15 years that just got a release, didn't you? 15 years right around Waco there. Yeah, 15 years they were on their compound. The children were born and brought up and trained with the weapons. They lived right there on that compound, their property. They knew they couldn't leave because there was a threat for their father, which would have been, over a period of time, became a grandfather. And he knew he couldn't leave, so he taught everybody how to protect themselves. So they were self-contained. They had everything they needed there. And they finally said, okay, we're going to drop all charges. You're free to go. Can you imagine spending 15 years of your life isolated under the pressure, those children and everybody else that was involved in that family? Now, people, please wake up. These are actual events that's happening within our country.
Oh yeah, land of the free. Isn't it great? A land ruled by laws or ruled by men, and we've got it ruled by men.
I've traced. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Keep going. I've traced that statement about who organised what through Memento, the mod in chat, and it says here, just a few things Shauna said in case you missed it. After Lavoie was killed and the truck was shot up hundreds of times, they put them all in the back of a van. Shauna said they waited there for hours. They were confused why they were just sitting there. They asked them if they were under arrest. They were told, no, you're just being detained. What? Shauna said it was like they were trying to figure out what to charge us with. Shauna also said it was Mark who told them who was going to ride in which car for the drive to the meeting, and it was Mark who was in a hurry, like he was on a time frame. She said after they were all separated, after Lavoie was murdered and they were just detained into different cars for the long drive to Portland, Mark was nowhere to be found. Her story is absolutely horrific. So that came from, that's been passed on by Little Angel, and she's got a video up on YouTube called Burns, Oregon, Shauna Cox testimony, Victoria Sharp testimony, and the link below, it says, this is the title, link below, assassination, FBI, guilty. It says Quilty, but it should have been a G, I think, guilty.
Yeah, I'm sub to Little Angel. I like her. She got a radio show too, I believe.
About that, they're saying that Mark McConnell was the one who brainstormed the whole thing and the setup.
Well, we know it had to have been a setup because they had to know what vehicles they were traveling in. Okay, and it was convenient that the white vehicle was in the lead. That's the one they wanted to take out. They wanted to apprehend the Bundys because they knew if they killed the Bundys over the Bundy thing that happened in 2014, that there would have been a lot more. I don't know how to really say this because either way it doesn't justify this death, okay? There is no justification, but you understand where I'm going with this. That was their key point. They
Was this a death penalty crime that they committed?
Yes.
Well, I think there's another issue, too, in their eyes as far as Lavoie was concerned. He was a very likable, lovable, soft, gentle man that was absolutely correct with his message. And I think in a spokesman kind of way, he was a huge threat to them.
Yes. Yeah, because he come out of a whole different situation where we already understood the Bundy situation, but when we brought Lavoie into this picture and the way he had his history of having the farm and raising all them children, foster children, and all he is good, you know, and his daughters knowing their father, and for this to happen, that's why they had to take him out because they were scared if he was able to get up there and influence the people in that next county as he did in Burns and in Herndon County, that there would be a statewide problem. And I believe that's why they had to take him out.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, it infuriates me every time I play. There's a video. I don't know if Shup1111 is the one that made the video, but it's got that ballad that Jordan Page plays, and it's playing in the background, and it's got Lavoie talking, and it just gets me. You know, towards the end of it, you know, he talks about how mad he is, and the worst word he can say is "dadgummit." And
I don't think that man knew how to get mad. I mean, his anger was in a way that you probably had to see it in his face, okay? Because he was such a soft-spoken man, unlike me.
Well, one of those people, though, when he was mad, you knew it, and you
Yeah,
knew.
well, he raised those boys. You know, he raised those children.
Yeah, but you've seen those people, Vaughn. You know that when they're always like that, but when they got mad, boy, their face may have changed, or when they were really incensed. I mean, and you knew you'd made him mad, and you just hated to do it because you hated to see him. You know, just maybe a facial expression or his eyes squint or whatever, and you knew you'd done wrong. First of all, you knew you'd screwed up, and then you got this.
That's right. Ryan Payne was shot at when he went to surrender. He had his arms and everything out. They did take Ryan Payne, okay? Didn't they get Ryan Payne out of that vehicle before
The story was they were talking to those people.
you can disinfect very carefully afterwards, and put them on so that you can walk into this room, and it's like a sterile room. So you're not allowing any of that stuff that's in that room when you're treating that person to come out and infect the rest of the household. That's just another aspect of thinking about if you're dealing with outbreaks of viruses or disease. Because you can get cholera and you can get all those sort of things when you've got bodies. See, if it gets to a serious level, the hospitals will be overloaded. They won't be functioning, let alone being able to traverse from where your home base is to the hospital and getting past all the looters and the gangs and just the plain crazies, because people lose it. People seriously lose it in these situations. So if you're going to stay home, you need to make sure that your home base has the best setup for your own survival on all levels. Not only your defence, but your health and your food. If you lose your sewerage, you'll need to prep up an area in your backyard, like a hole that's been dug up, where you can put, you put a garbage bag inside your toilet, so that you're not continually loading up that toilet with waste, and that you can, from time to time, tie off that bag and take it out and bury it in the backyard. Just little things like that will help you survive, because these things have a certain run time. It doesn't mean that you will forever have to do this. Most diseases will run for a certain period, and then after a certain amount of days, you're free to then go out and hopefully there'll be someone else alive around you to carry on with. But so it's not a permanent situation, but there are certain things that you can put in place that really help your survival chances.
Yeah, because the first thing you want to do, if there's possibility of loss of water, you want to fill that bathtub. Because every house has a bathtub, and a bathtub is the biggest volume of water holder that you have. So you want to fill that up, okay? And that's for cleansing, drinking, whatever. And at least you have that. And if you're able to do your business outside, that's just how life is. If it goes bad enough, more and more people are going to learn that what the bears do in the woods. It's just plain and simple. And they'll get past that, because that won't matter anymore.
There's also
that's why it's
there's also
eat, because what you eat still passes through your system. So you want to limit that, because if you're on the move, the last thing you want to do is spend 2 or 3 times. You know how it is. You don't keep doing that.
Yeah, you've got to ration your food out to what it's got to be a protein intake to what you got to traverse in that day. If you're trying to say cover a certain mileage in a day, then you've got to be able to eat the food that's going to be able to get you from A to B, but not overeat. So you've got to manage that dynamic.
Right. Yeah, people got to understand if things go bad like that, the things that we think are so important aren't no longer become that important. I grew up in an area where we had an outhouse. I spent time with my grandpa and grandma in Hazard, Kentucky, and that's all they had was an outhouse. They had a garden, they had a cow, and they had chickens, and they grew their own garden, they grew their own potatoes and everything. So, to me, everything that we ever needed came from there. And if we didn't have it, we would barter with a neighbor that would have something we didn't have. And that's how life was.
Yeah, and that's that in a worst case scenario, that's what it'll break down to. Being able to produce things that other people can use, so you can barter and attain the stuff that you need. Hello, have I talked everyone to sleep yet?
No, it's starting to break light here. It's 7:30 here in Muncie, Indiana. Which way are you flipping to the dark or flipping to the light? You're not flipping to the light. You're going dark, aren't we?
Yeah, we're going dark. We are dark. We have been dark for a while.
We have been.
Are you in Central Time, Vaughn?
I'm on what? Indiana used to never change its time. Okay, so I remember we were Eastern time, and then we fell back. So we're at 7:31, and you're an hour different in Kansas, right?
Yep, that's what I didn't know how far.
Right. You should start seeing the break of light pretty soon if you're already seeing it.
Yeah, we're an hour earlier, which means they're another 2 hours. I don't know. We're gonna make this till they.
I don't know.
Are we going to make it? That's the question. Just think of them. Well, at least we're not in their situation.
That's what I'm thinking. You know, what do they have to look at? I can sit here and suffer, and you know, and I know that I'm not facing well at the moment.
Oh, I see. Okay. It's fine. Now I got a problem. Yeah, I've been there before, so yeah, no doubt they're out in the cold.
Right. I could go make a cup of tea.
Go make a cup of tea. If you need a cup of tea, go and make a cup of tea.
Make sure Kathy's not asleep.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has gone. Kathy's taking a nap. She asked us to call her if anything changes. She's been going. I think Watchman's gone to sleep on the side. I think he's tired too. I'd like to put a call out and thank all the mods out there that are still out there, and they've been going all night with us and supporting us in the chat room. So well done, guys and gals. A massive effort, and I know you're not doing it for the show primarily. You're doing it for the people that are at the refuge, and you want to show solidarity. So, you know, as an Aussie would say, on ya, mate, on ya. Over to you, Vaughn. I'm getting tired. I need another cup of coffee, I think. He's gone to the loo.
Pretty good. What, you know, as for this preparation thing and everything, and most people don't have a clue, and then there's those people that think they know that still haven't got a clue, and then there's just the limitations of whether it's money, whether it's age, whatever like this. You don't have a option, you know, a bug in, bug out option, and I just wonder how. You know, there's these people, well, boy, the worst case scenario. I said, have you really thought through the worst case scenario? I mean, as for the competition there may be, just like the people that think, well, I'll just go out and hunt. You know, I'll go out and hunt and live off the land. Okay, say there's another person out there and you both haven't eaten for a week. Now, it's not the deer that's the threat or the target. You're the target. Because the other hunter may say, let him shoot the deer, then I shoot the other hunter.
Well, it's not only in the hunting aspect too. If you come across somebody that hasn't eaten for a week and you look like you've got a pack on your back, then you're another target. You're a target too, because you might have something that they may think you're carrying something that they need.
Now, don't expect people to be nice. That's why I say, at some point, I look at this as I hear all these things. Oh, yeah. There was one guy that I know I've heard on the radio, and he would always had this information on preparing and stuff like this. And then one of these, I can't remember what they call it, but remember biospheres? That's what they are. They put these people in for like, I don't know, a year or something, or 6 months. He found out for a person to survive, one person, it basically takes like an acre of out. And so consequently, I mean, try growing a garden in your own yard and see how much you get out of it and all this. Plus, there may be somebody else that keeps an eye on your garden also that likes it. So there are all these scenarios. in a sense, I look at it, and I understand about natural disasters and things like that, but are too many people preparing to lose instead of preparing to win?
Yeah, yeah.
Wouldn't it just be easier to fix things so I can go down to the store here and get it off the shelf?
Yes, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Yeah. So, it's amazing how many people, I've noticed this, how many people will avoid or try and think up so many different ways of avoiding doing something. And if they really sat back and looked at the process, they would see that they put far more effort in the avoidance than they do if they just got up and did it.
Right. I mean, just what, some people go, oh, well, gee, I have to go out and, gee, I really should get some acreage out in the middle of nowhere, and then I got to build a bunker, and then I should have a cow or two, or maybe a goat, and all this other stuff. By the time the thousands of dollars, plus what they don't realize is that kind of castle mentality, they always lose.
Yeah.
Old kids are like me. He's got 360 degrees around him, every option in the world to just sit there and wait for them to come out and pick them off. Now, it may sound cruel, but hey, if you're really looking at the worst case scenario, everyone in the castle has always lost. Remember the Alamo? Masada? Jerusalem? Ain't any one. They all lose.
Yeah, yeah, and there's people shouldn't try and connect up with others if they can before anything happens. Like now, their trusted friends and say, look, okay, if we go to the worst case scenario, this is what I will be doing. This is where I will be going. Do you want to join me when we do this, or do you want to meet me somewhere? And to make, because people survive better if they can work as a team, work as a group, because then you've got somebody to stay awake and watch and guard over you while you take your break, and then vice versa. You've got more hands to go scrummaging for resources. You've got the emotional and psychological thing of being on your own too. If you've got a couple of friends with you, then you get that moral support. You get the encouragement to keep going. I've seen so many movies of the guy that just falls down the desert and says, I can't go anymore. And then his best buddy comes up and, shoves him around, slaps him around the face and says, you're not going to quit on me. And picks him up and pulls him out of there. So, get your network together and get people that that you can trust, that would be an asset to your little team. And if you can get them together as well, I think that's a good idea.
Well, it's just there is a time to, this is the thing, as I learned many, many years ago, there's a time to stay put, and then there's a time perhaps maybe to evacuate. But these people just say, I'll just go to the mountains. Well, maybe you ought to practice that a couple of times before you just start loading stuff in the car one day and you're going to leave, because I've been there.
Yes.
The environment's going to be totally different than your home. Everything's going to be different. Everything's going to change, and it may be a lot more survivable to stay where you're at and with neighbors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've got to make the call, and it's an important call to make. You've got to look at the total environment around you. You've got to look at how whether there's any disease in the area. Listen, and if you can, get yourself a little ham radio. That's always handy if you're going to be staying put, so that you can keep in touch with others and you can know what's coming your way. Like someone in the next town says, look, we've lost 300 people to blah, 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 blah. And it came down from such and such. It looks like it's coming from the northeast. It may be moving your way shortly. you know, if you can have like a CB radio and have connections with others, you can have forewarning of something coming, and then that may tip the scales and say, okay, this is a bad thing coming at us. We need to evac now.
Right. Of course, I'm not saying that not to have any preparations at all. You should always have, you know, I don't know, several days, whatever, right in your house all the time.
Yeah.
Supplies, things, and but what kind of, I guess, disappoints me are the people that say, oh, well, this thing, you know, it's just going to collapse. I'd say, you know, in maybe the next few months, maybe in a year, it just can't keep going like this. Well, unfortunately, people, it really can keep going like this for a lot longer than anybody expects. So this kind of put yourself in doomsday scenario. Doomsdays usually don't happen, and I think it lets people kind of off the hook from doing anything else that'd be a lot easier and a lot more productive in just fixing this problem. I mean, this country can be fixed rather easily. Look at the wealth it has. Look at the creativity and the productivity of just the people. If we just fix a few things like enforcing the Constitution, and then you can quit.
We have it all here. It's all right. It's right. It's embedded in most of us, and all it is showing the other ones the way. You know, and if we can turn it around, we can bring back up small farms. We can bring up more families staying together and get more people active. See, what has happened is this government has made people lazy. And I hate to say that, but because they have. Most jobs that are done are service jobs, sitting behind a computer in a chair all day long, and then going home, eating, and sitting on the couch and watching TV. There's no activity, okay? And that's for a lot. And we have got such an obesity in this country. You know, people, and believe me, I'm going to say this really serious. A lot of people never had a choice because that was the food they ate that made it that way. Because I have seen this happen to the youth. You know, I'll go to places and I'll say, go ahead, Steve.
No, compared to, say, when we were growing up and stuff, generally speaking, I mean,
we were all scrawny, running little kids, weren't we?
Yeah, you know, there might be one that's, you know, a little heavy or whatever like that, but basically the portions were smaller. We weren't starving, crime. I never starved. What we ate was good, but what we ate was what was put down on the table. So I got a real. There are very few things that I don't like. Very few. And
we're very active, Steve. Outside activity.
Oh yeah.
You know, when this weather permits and we're able, we walk the neighborhood. And I can remember when I was a child, all the kids were outside. Now you're lucky if you see a handful of kids. And I know there's kids all over this neighborhood, but they don't come out and play.
Right.
What is wrong?
Yeah. It's a whole different fundamental change of everything, and it's.
Well, see, this is what.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
These will have to be the things that will have to change, Steve. In other words, to be a productive country again, we will all have to get in shape. You know, I've already reached my upper level of it, but the youth is going to have to get out and do things and learn how to do things, become welders, become carpenters, be handy with their hands. We don't need so much brains. We need to build this country back strong. We've got so much infrastructure that's gone. You know, we need to set up the farms. We need to do farming. We need to just change our whole mindset of what this country and what God give us here. You know, and the world has tried to do that. But every time they build up and do things right, the government comes in and destroys it.
Right. Absolutely. It's. I mean, we used to. Well, this was, the land of opportunity, and I'm not saying you can't do things, but it's in to me, such limited areas. I mean, this country just creates anything and everything. I mean, I love the fact that we invented the oil business. We just invented the oil business. And how can they? Well, there's oil all over the world, but we really invented it as for making this stuff a useful product and all the things that it does. Plus all the other stuff we did. I mean, it just.
You know how that started out, don't you? They needed lamp oil.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So
yeah,
so
sure.
they took the oil, the things that we use now, they threw it away. They distilled and got their lamp oil, and that was what was selling. So Sinclair and the rest of them, when Ford built the first car, or whenever the first combustible engine was built, they realized they needed gas. And that's when they come up with the gas. I think it was, 68% octane or something like that. It was low octane. But them old vehicles, all they needed something other than kerosene to run. And that's where we came. No, they didn't invent it. They just recreated it.
Well, they turned a waste product, which it was basically a waste product, into a useful deal. But otherwise, and and now we're into the thing. Well, we don't need that stinky old oil. We're, everything's going to be windmills and solar panels and all this jazz. And
why?
Well, to me,
I hear this. If people didn't live in such congested areas, we wouldn't have the problems we have. It's when you have cities like Los Angeles that you spend 2 or 3 hours in traffic, sitting and your automobile running. I mean, China's already shown us that. We made them an industrial country, and now they can't breathe. They're selling cans of air to them. Mexico did the same thing.
But it is, in as much as many thousands of hours I've sat on rigs doing geology work, and I'm looking at samples and then running tests, and it's as if the oil was put here for us. Otherwise, we'd have cut down all the trees many years ago, and then you and I would not be here today if it wasn't for fossil fuels. It wouldn't have been possible. It wouldn't have happened.
We wouldn't have the lifestyle. You're right. We wouldn't have the lifestyle because
we've gone from cutting down all the trees, and then what do we go to? Nuclear power.
Oh, believe me, I worked in that. You're right, because Indiana used to be a forest. Illinois was a forest. Ohio, all these states that are now farming area were forest. They cut all the trees down to do the plant. And if it wasn't for the ability to have some other means of heating, we wouldn't have a stick one. I mean, that's how man is. Yes.
Locomotives, steamships, everything. We'll burn the wood. Well, basically, if you want to call them fossil fuels, they are stored solar energy. That's all it is. Coal, oil, natural gas, the whole works.
Yep.
But it's here for us to use. Otherwise, we wouldn't have 7 billion people on the planet. And for people to think, well, we just need to go to the windmills or whatever else. Well, good luck, because you're going to need a lot of them. And I was amazed the first time I saw a wind farm of how I never expected this. The only ones I'd seen were kind of in the movies, maybe out in California, and they were kind of neat, slowly turning around. But the first one I saw in southern Kansas, when we got to it, I couldn't believe how ugly it was. I mean, absolutely ugly. And it just
noisy.
went miles.
Noisy. Those things are noisy. Those things, anything that spins will create some kind of a hum and vibration. I don't care how well it's built. So go ahead.
The Vegematic for birds.
Yes. Yes, can you imagine? You know what? Listen to this. Listen to this. This is the truth in my mind, in my concept. I don't know how many windmills we actually have, but can you imagine that the windmills actually changed the trade winds in this country? That they could possibly have done that?
No, that's mind blowing. Sorry, I've been on open mic giggling my head off at the chat. Sorry.
You're all right.
But
But
see, we go
I
ahead.
thought about that, and it's just, everybody wants to have solar power. Okay. I seen a guy, and he's cool. He's in Virginia. He took a solar panel and a battery, and believe it or not, he has a LED light wired into that panel. That LED light gives off enough light to make that solar panel create enough energy to keep that battery charged. He runs his wash machine, his refrigerator, and several other appliances and stuff in his house. He's on that system. It's called almost perpetual motion. As long as he's got that light shining on that solar panel, it's in the house. And then the solar panel's hooked to that battery, and then that battery, gives off to a converter, and the converter runs all these other appliances, at a given time as needed.
Right.
It's every household could do that. The simplicity of it.
Well, how big a panel is it?
It's I think it's about maybe 3 by 5 foot.
I can't believe that.
I'll give you Steve. Steve, he's on YouTube, and I'm sub to him, and he's amazing. I mean, when I seen it, he just got a new converter because he wanted some other appliance to work more efficient, so he upped the grade on the converter. Well, the converter will take that DC power, the amperage, and convert it up to AC, DC to AC, and AC, whatever wattage the appliance demands. So what he did, he put it under a load, and it never failed. It always held. So the guy is smart. Seriously, he is smart. And see, the thing is, if we all would take note to what he's done, because he gives you a whole demonstration of how to put it together. He bought the panel off of Amazon. It's a good panel. He bought the converter. Now he's got a better converter. He's got one of those batteries, that can be rechargeable. What do you call it? Like they put on boats or stuff. RV battery, and his electrical components, and he's got it all on a switchboard.
Well, I'm certainly not against any of the, whatever you want to call it, non-fossil fuel or solar cell. They're really slick deals. I've been hearing about them for the last 50-some years, but I don't know how efficient. I thought the efficiency.
Well, he's able to run his computer. Okay, he runs his computer at times. He's able to run lights. He's able to do. It's not like a fully powered. You got 220 coming in the house.
Right.
But he's off the grid, okay? And if we all would just take that and have it for when we need it, we would have that burden, because everybody says, well, a generator. Okay, well, you got to have the fossil fuel to run that generator. I have a generator. I could run my whole house on that generator. But the thing is, it becomes inefficient because of the price and the availability of having all the gasoline. But the solar panel would take that to a different level, because if you had a small little heater, you could heat your house. You could live within a smaller containment of your house and block the rest off. There's things we can do. It's just amazing. But you're right. The fossil fuel was put here by the Lord. And I heard the story. Well, it runs out. It don't never run out. In fact, I understand it regenerates itself.
Well, I don't know about that. Because, in about 20 million years, because I've had oil wells, and it wasn't regenerating fast enough.
The reason I say that is when I went to Oklahoma in the oil field, I would drive when I was driving out there. I said, "What are all these cities?" They weren't cities; they were oil rigs. They're drilling, and I'm thinking, "Wow, we they're doing a lot of drilling." Well, come to find out, I was talking to some of the old guys there, and I was talking about '73. He said we never had a shortage in '73. He said the only reason they didn't give it to you is because they didn't want to give up the oil at that price. You know, the oil, the gas, or whatever. He said, we've had it in holding tanks here. He said, I can show you where it's been held at. He said, I can show you rigs at those little pump stations that are locked up and waiting for the price to go up so they can run them again. He said,
Yeah.
hell, everybody had them in their backyard.
Typical. Typical. That's the normal MO, isn't it?
No, I honestly believe that humanity could not run out of the oil this lies beneath the ground. And they call it fracking. Now I don't know where they got that fracking because when I was in it, it was called drilling. Okay, and you did the oil soil samples. I'm sure that's what you were saying. And we had a guy that come around with his truck, and he did that stuff when I went out on a rig to cap it off or whatever. And he showed me that process, you know. And what he was doing. Go ahead.
Been done for 70 years. It's no difference. It's just now, and the main thing is this lateral drilling and drilling in these shales,
right?
Which are porous. The term is porosity.
Porosity, right?
Permeability, and the porosity is the holes. The permeability is how much the holes are connected together for the fluids or gas to flow through it.
Right.
You know, it's kind of like a sponge that's sitting there, and it can be full of, say, water, but it's not going anyplace. It needs to be able to travel through it. Well, that's what the fracking does, and with the lateral drilling, you're able to lateral drill through this formation and then run down there. And like the same thing as we've fracked for 70 years, you push a liquid, typically water, and because you have to fracture this formation, but you have to have the sand go in there to hold it open, and the sand is what gives it the permeability for the fluids to flow.
Right.
And I've been interested in lateral drilling. I never got a chance to do it, but the fracking's been done for decades, and you know, again, American ingenuity. You know, who'd have thought? Because basically the world was, as demand and supply crossed in early 2000, I could predict it just using mathematics. I knew it was going to happen. I knew that between 2004 and 2007, I knew it was going to cross. And I also said China would be the big factor, which it ended up being. But I mean, it wasn't any guessing. It just, what was the demand of the world for oil? How much did it go up every percent? And the variable between 2004 and 2007 was the fact, would the demand increase a 1/4% or 1/2%, or you have a strong year where it might increase 1%. So there was a variable there. Plus, the real wild card was China.
Yes. When we made them industrial, that's when everything went sky high.
Well, at the time, back in 98, 99, and I did this research of looking at all the OPEC countries and the reserves and you know, the production. I mean, the figures were easy to come up with. It's just doing the math then. And not knowing about Russia's a little hard because you never could, you know, really know what they had. But China, the wild card was the fact at the time, back in 99, we had about 2 million barrels a day of overproduction. That was it. That could be, that you could produce but wasn't being used.
Right.
And in China, if 7% of the Chinese drove mopeds,
or rode bicycles,
if they drove mopeds, it would use that 2 million barrels up a day. Just 7% of the Chinese. Well, they didn't drive mopeds. They decided to drive SUVs.
Yeah, and big Buicks.
And a lot of them. In
Yeah.
fact, that's the largest purchaser of cars now in the world.
Well, Chevrolet went over there and put a factory in. That's how big of a deal it is, you know. General Motors.
Oh. And as I mathematically, again, when I was 28 years old, I tried to project, okay, before I drilled my own wells and stuff, okay, how many wells might I have to have by the time I was age 65, and I had to drill in areas that the wells would last until I'm 65. And in Kansas, the average oil per barrel of oil per day in Kansas is 2.2 barrels. Basically, it's all declined. So, and what would the estimated price of oil be by the time I'm 65? And I predicted, which I'm 65, but when I was 28 years old, with inflation and maybe a little more demand pressure for oil or whatever, but basically just using third grade math, I predicted it was going to be between $135 to $150 a barrel.
Right.
Which already seen that.
Right.
Not too bad a prediction, you know.
No, it was very good.
In the future, but here we are now at literally at $28 a barrel.
Barrel. Yeah.
Thing. It's ridiculous. I mean, they're totally. And of course, what do we with the administration? Their whole attitude is, well, what are you going to need the oil for anyway? What do you people want to be? You know.
Well, here's what Obama said.
Warm. I'm sorry.
Here's what Obama said. He's going to raise it $10 a barrel on federal tax.
Oh, yeah.
But that's 25 cents or more per gallon for every person in this country. That's only if it remains at below $30 a barrel. When it increases, we're gonna be out to lunch. Trust me.
Well, it just this is. I'm surprised. We've always worked in the industry. Really been concerned about that. They do that, and now, of course, at the worst possible time. You just reminded me of this. I heard that, and I said, you know, typical. But somehow they think there's some more free money. And in the state of Kansas, I mean, Jimmy Carter came in, then we got this governor named John Carlin. He came in during the next election, big communist, but his whole advertisements for being elected, he'd stand in front of a school and say, you see this school? Why not let the big rich oil companies pay for it?
Mm-hmm.
On the highway. See the highways? Why not let the big rich oil companies pay for it? The only problem was there weren't any big rich oil companies. I drilled more wells than any of the majors in the state of Kansas for that year.
Right.
I drilled a lot of wells. It's because there weren't any majors here anymore to drill any.
I'm surprised I haven't run across you sometime in my life over there when I was in that mix.
Well,
there was a lot of natural gas that was up there in Kansas too, but
yeah, we developed the Reichel gas field in Rush County,
right,
which and it has 2.5% helium in it, and we built the first commercial liquefied helium plant in the world there.
Right,
and owned and operated it. Yeah, it was a real project for 1960, you know.
Well, so you've been in the oil field most of your life then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know all about that. And everybody, a lot of people don't even know what it is, do they? They don't understand when you get up on that rig and what you got to do, and your life is, I mean, your life is at a sling of a chain. You know, they don't have a clue what the men, how the men get used up doing that work.
Oh, it's you know, you got to watch out for everything and supervise everything and try to keep someone from getting hurt or killed, of which so far no one has. But it's gotten so bad out there, and I haven't been out there for now almost way over a year and a half.
Right.
But you know, not a lot changes. But it has. I mean, now we have people that are being trained. The training is even incorrect. I mean, as to the names of the stuff on the rigs, I mean, they don't even know what the names of the parts are. Which,
oh my,
okay, so what? Except for when you're running a logging tool down the hole in 0 points, Kelly, you know, top of the Kelly bushing, it kind of helps to know what the Kelly bushing is. I mean, we're running these logs, and they're never cheap. God, we get down at these 5,000-foot wells for this company.
Right.
Running, you know, the logging bill. Of course, I'd sign it, but I wasn't paying for it. And it's like $29,000, $34,000 and stuff. And,
right.
But they're always, we'd strap the pipe, and I think people would be amazed that we strap it to 1/100th of an inch, and how close everything is and accurate everything is. And here'd be these logs, they're always like 4 foot off. I said, what is this? And I said, where are you starting your 0 point on the log? And I said, and they'd kind of stand there above the hole, the table, and kind of hold it up about 4 foot up, their arm up in the air. And I said, see that thing laying over there? That's the Kelly. And on it is the Kelly bushing. And they set this table, and the top of that is 0 point.
Right.
Well, that isn't the way they trained us. So it just, and of course, I was just the old crazy fat guy.
It's fun. You know, if people really want to know what drilling was and how important it is with what they do, that movie, remember the miners down there? Was it in Chile?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Please.
And
I'm glad somebody. I know what you're going to say, and please go ahead and say it. But how that just shows exactly what I was talking about, the ingenuity of this country. Now go ahead.
Yes, because they had to be able to drill, and then drill at an angle and hit that, because they couldn't come down through the main shaft because of the big boulder. And we're talking a boulder the size of a house or bigger. They couldn't go there because it would cave in. So they had to do that line drill. And the line drill, they were off, okay? And they thought they had it. I mean, even they were almost, it was an amazing thing that they were able to do that, you know,
so
that they were able to drill down there and do that.
When the tools and stuff came from the United States?
Yes.
That's what I recalled. Or
wasn't BP there? Didn't BP have their team there?
I know
they had
Go ahead.
They had 3 or 4 big drilling rigs that they called in. I mean, they spent a bunch of money to call them in, but they wanted to save their lives. You know, the money at that moment didn't mean nothing. So they went, when they got the government involved in it, they called in the best teams. And one of the teams, they kept losing their drill heads, and because of the hard stone they were drilling through. And then the other one looked at it, and he says, no, we have to drill it this way. And I thought he was going to give up. I mean, it's an exciting movie. And,
yeah, they did make a much better. And I think this is the one, but the whole drilling aspect and the tools involved to do it,
yes,
I sure came out of the United States, which I said it's remarkable there's still people around that even know how to do this anymore.
Yes.
Because people just think, well, you just drill a hole in the ground and everything. Oh, man. You know, and there's been people say, and ranchers and stuff, well, it's easy. You know, they've been around, they've seen these companies at oil wells. It's simple. We can see them. And so they pick up an old lease. And about 3 months later, they were done after dropping about $80,000 or $150,000 after up all the
pipe down the hole.
Pipes.
Yep. Oh yeah. Well, I remember some of the old guys. You got to remember, I was in Enid, Oklahoma, and Houlton, and Alva. Okay, and because I ran that when the oil field went dry, I started working for Pinkerton, and I worked for the post office, and I ran mail, and I got to talking to some of these old cowboys that they were 90 some years old, and they met at the gas station. This is a gas station guy. He restored old Fords from the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and they started telling me some of the stories. When they used to build all these drilling rigs were made of wood, and it was amazing. I mean, the sincerity. I mean, these old boys, you just were stuck listening. I mean, because they could really tell you the stories. Because they still carried side guns, and stuff. That's how they were. But a lot of them had money, but you wouldn't know it because they were just regular old people. But I mean, I was always fascinated with that. When you get around people and you really, really listen to some people and their life, what they have done, and the things they've seen, they almost give you. It's almost you're right there with them. Okay, you're actually living it with them, and I miss that. I do really miss that because I think we're losing that in this country. Because
absolutely. Shoot, we got Google. Yeah, well, you just Google this, Google boy. I literally listened one night. Oh, this is probably 4 or 5 years ago. I was down in Wichita and listening to late night radio, and this MC or whatever he was going on about the oil and all these predictions about the oil and how many trillions of barrels of reserves and whatever we had, and this guy called in. It sounded like someone like me, and he says, well, that's all and good, but let me tell you, it's wrong, and I'll tell you why. I said all these there hadn't been major oil fields discovered in 40 years. And
right.
Places like Mexico, they're on secondary recovery. They're building huge nitrogen plants, and I knew this too. I knew the guy was right, was what was nice. Well, nitrogen plant, and he talked about in the Arabian Desert and Saudis that, they were putting seawater down the wells, to pressurize the zones to force the water out. And so here's this smart radio guy in there, and he's Googling saltwater down oil wells. I don't see any place where they're doing that. They're, he's looking at Google they put salt water down there, and he's going on to this old fellow like me. He says, I don't see anything about this. And he says, because you don't know anything about the oil business.
Yeah, go get
laugh.
Yeah, go get Googled. Go get Googled.
Well,
I got something here that's a little bit different. It's a little bit perhaps out there for some, but it's about the shooting at Burns. And just, some people follow this and some people put value on it and others don't. This is from a psychic that's been asked to look into it. And this is what this person says. When I tune into this, I see a group of people that have bonded together and have a core belief system that is so strong it couldn't be broken. They, this group, have lost faith in the government and those that are meant to provide protection. They were, and some still are, taking a stand against what they felt was unconstitutional in hopes that others would unite and maybe, just maybe, invoke some change. They, this group, weren't trying to cause problems, but had the intent of making people realise that there are certain rights that shouldn't be infringed. The government felt very threatened by this and has been trying to intimidate this group of people to encourage them to leave. And certain people turn themselves into the law. Traditionally, through enough fear tactics and making things more difficult, people have given up. But in this case, they would not back down. When the fear didn't work, the government needed to do something more drastic. The government became more and more aggressive and somewhat passive-aggressive, trying to intimidate these people, but it wasn't working. There was a lot of anger building up by the police force because of the problems this group was causing them, and the government pressure to get this story shut down. The real intent of the police was to form a roadblock and arrest the people in the vehicle, but the anger caused a trigger-happy result. It was like they wanted a reason to fire a shot, almost hope for it. And once the first shot was taken, they all let loose. This man wasn't trying to run or grab a weapon, but in an instant they decided to make an example of this man to strengthen the fear and create a deterrent for this behaviour. Free thinkers are seen as some of the biggest threats. If this pocket of social unrest doesn't resolve itself, I see more and more of this behaviour. The stories will be twisted and the stories will be twisted that the officer was in fear or he or she looked to be going for a weapon. But the reality is they want the people to stand down. And that's it.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah. What's this Michael who wants to call in and be on holds for 2 hours? What? Well, I think Mike is asleep. I don't think anybody's able to call in.
What Yvonne? I had to take a stop here for a moment. So what
Somebody wants to call in apparently, but we haven't got our facilitator is taking a short break. He's taking a station identification break. So unfortunately, we can't facilitate that.
I'm sorry. Steve was going to say something. Say it, Steve.
Oh, I was wondering what Pink was reading something there, and I had to leave for a moment. And so, I mean, what was it?
It was a summary of what's happened.
Oh, okay.
Was it like a dream or something there, Pink, or?
No, this person apparently does. This person is a psychic, and they do readings. And they were contacted by someone to give an impression of what they saw happen at the event, and that's what they picked up from that reading.
I got you.
Psychic. You said?
Yeah, I said it's going to be different.
Okay,
but it's interesting.
I was wondering. It's somewhat difficult for her to hear her, hear her, and so what was there an outcome to this that they predicted or what?
They said there's going to be more of this. There's going to be more of situations where people are held up, as in like the refuge, and there's going to be more spin added to it, and there's going to be more allegations of, they went for a gun, or they were threatening us, and it's all going to be, well, not all going to be, I imagine some people will be doing it, but it's going to be spun as in lies and things like that. So the outcome is it doesn't look good. It looks like they're going to continue with the tactics.
Well, someone needs to take charge other than these mercenary FBI people is what needs to happen. Real simple.
If I had any idea this was going to go down, I would have had my ham radio set up, and I'd have turned my beams and see if I could get a signal from out there. That's basically how we did a lot of communication in Oklahoma. I had a Mosley 3-element beam, and I ran a tram radio and a set of eagles. Well, when I wanted to wake up everybody in the morning, I'd key up those eagles, and they'd squawk, and everybody would hear those eagles, and then I'd hear a set of eagles coming back, and I knew who he was. He was running a moonraker, so we were communicating within probably half a state away or into a different state. And what we did when we were able, we would talk to truck drivers and keep them on their pace in the night so they didn't fall asleep somewhere. And that's how we did things. That's what you do out west. You the unconventional things.
Yeah. I remember when the CB radios were really the craze. We'd work on those things, tuning them, the antenna and everything like that. I remember I could
Right.
reach 45 miles with one. Just
Right.
they're limited to what, I don't know, is it 3 watts or something?
Yeah.
Or 3 or 5 watts, but I could reach 45 miles with it without a lot of people put amplifier stuff on, but I didn't want to mess with that. But if
Well,
you
I
messed
usually,
with them
I
and
just,
adjusted everything right, they'd reach out.
well, I used a lot of tube type radios, and all I did was just beef up the output, and not lose the modulation. What you want to do is control that realm there, so you stay within not bleeding 2 or 3 channels away. So it was a control thing. But somebody was asking who's out here. This is your Marine One Vaughn. We got Pink. She's in Australia, and Steve's in Kansas. That's who's speaking right now live on the radio, or the radio on the live feed. I keep forgetting where I'm at.
on the YouTube live feed.
Yeah. See, you got to remember, I started out running React years ago, back in the '60s, with an old tram radio, and I would monitor channel 9, plus I'd talk on a home channel. Well, I had a double setup there, so I could. And when I'd get an emergency call, then it was a talk on one channel and hear on another channel, and I would have a copy of the sheriff's department and alert them to where the incident was, so they could go and do the rescue. Be the fire department or the police department. And I did that for years. So me for sitting and doing hours of this is, I'm doing it, I guess, even at my age now. I'm waiting it out. How about you?
Well, it's not always up to me is the problem.
I know. I know. How's your back doing? All right?
Oh, it's more like an invalid.
Right.
It hurts, and then some days it really hurts, but it's doing better than it was, and I just have a real hard time sitting for very long, and I can't walk very far. I really pay the price the next day, and I've always enjoyed walking. I was never much of a runner, but walking, I'm a fast walker anyway, and I just just walk mile after mile after mile. And we'd have trips out in Colorado there like 3 days. We'd make, go up, start at 8,500 feet, go up over 14,000, come down, hit the desert floor at 2,500 feet, and then walk another 25 miles. So in 3 days we'd cover maybe 50-some miles.
Right. And that's rough terrain.
Yeah, oh yeah, up and down and all that, and high altitude. So you had to be climatized to it, and it took me, learned through, as I did more and more health experiments and tests on how high altitude affects you, which it really does. And the problem is, the better shape you're in, the harder it is to climatize, which I was in real good shape. I said, God, why do I get so ill? I have terrible headaches. I'd be vomiting, at altitude. Well, I found out after I'd spent 6 weeks there, about the 7th or 8th week, I was feeling pretty good. I'd adapted to it, but it takes a while to climatize.
Well, the air is different.
I'm sorry?
The air is different.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, the oxygen levels really start dropping.
Yeah, people don't understand that. It's like climbing Pikes Peak with a motorcycle or a car. The old panheads would go up that Pikes Peak, because you could adjust that old linker. But those ones with the set carburetors, they just wouldn't get it done because they couldn't get the mix right.
Yeah, it gets to be a struggle, and then they started this. And I really studied Everest years ago hard, and figured that might be kind of, its highest one. And in the world. So hey, that might be kind of neat. Maybe be the youngest one to climb it. But when I really read, I think it was the 65 climb, they did a lot more health studies and things like that. Plus the fact the mountain just automatically kills 25% of the people
Right.
try to climb it, which is not fun to look at. And then since then, they've got these kind of escape tours or whatever. If you got $60,000, they'll drag your butt up to the highest peak. And people think I had a brother, he had a neighbor up in Connecticut, and he was going to go. He had 60,000, so I'm good to go. And he says, and my brother asked him, he says, because he'd been out in Colorado too somewhat. He wasn't quite an avid climber I was, but he asked him, have you ever climbed before or anything? Have you ever been? Oh no, but I run 5 miles a day. So this guy thought he's ready to go because he can run 5 miles a day and he's got $60,000. So he goes over there, and they're at, I don't even know if they're at Kathmandu or whatever. They weren't real high, you know, but he'd never been to like 12 or 14,000 feet before.
Oh my.
And here's Everest sitting at 29,000. and the guide said, well, we're going to stay here about a week and climatize. And the group, I guess he was with several other people, this group, they said, oh no, we're good. We're ready. Let's go. And so they went up like to the first base camp. It was like, I don't know what it was, 17,000 or something. And it took him 2 hours just to get his clothes on. They put him in one of those pressurization bags.
I was going to say, yeah.
He was
his blood.
Yeah, his big Mount Everest trip was over.
Yeah, he wasn't getting no oxygen into his blood system. He was done.
But it is not simple, and it is it's a very dangerous mountain, as most are, and they don't have to be high to be very dangerous. I mean, out in Colorado, there's areas to where they kill 2 or 3 or 4 climbers a year on some relatively not so high peaks, but very dangerous. But,
well, we lost that explorer from, he was, I forget what rank he was. He was the Englishman that set out to cross Antarctica.
Yeah.
And he was out 900 miles or something. And
yeah. What was he? And I saw the deal, and I thought he was within 30 miles, I believe.
Yes. But he didn't figure his food and everything else, and he just, they came and got him, but he was done. I mean, he just expelled himself.
Did he die?
Can I break
yeah,
in
he
for a minute,
died.
guys? I got something.
Yeah.
I got something. Just let me get it up. Okay, this is Cliven Bundy's. It looks like I've got the arrest sheet for Cliven Bundy. Everyone can search this. It's www.mcso.us/paid in capital letters PAID /home HOME. Home is only the capital H, and then it's OME /search results. And that's what I've got at the top of the thing, and it's got, and you put in Cliven Bundy's name, 10th of February. It says that arresting agency, the Portland FBI. The booking date is the 2nd/10th at 10:54 p.m. The assigned facility is MCDC, whatever that is. And it's got his description and an ID number for him. So
they got him in the same place they got the rest of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Oh my. Yeah, that makes it pretty official.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, the FBI, they knew he was coming.
Mm-hmm.
If he booked a flight, they knew right then that sent off the signal for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they're probably with that. I'm assuming that looking at the dates, because I remember that pretty well. I had to go to Missouri with some radio people, and we toured all through Missouri, and then up into Illinois for a conference up there. And Sheriff Mack, he was supposed to meet us in Illinois, but he went out to the Bundy thing out there, and it was in April of 2014, as I recall.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we looking at? Maybe a statute of limitations, something coming up here, maybe, or maybe they're in April of 2016.
You're right. Maybe you're right, Steve. Do you think he was programmed by Michelle to come out there?
Maybe you ought to ask Michelle that question or somebody.
I don't know if we'll get to ask Michelle that.
Well, there's other people there, though. That's why I say these legislators need to take hold of this thing.
Yes.
And say, get out of the way, you overgrown kid, and take me down to this thing. Oh, we can't let you. Yeah, well, we're going. You arrest me or shoot me, you're in big trouble. So
somebody's going to have to put their big boy pants on and get this lined out.
Yeah, and start looking this thing over because this I don't see this ending, folks. This is just unfortunately the beginning.
Very poorly, because you're not allowed to put links in the chat. And I'm trying to get it across there without Watchmen being around. I can't get it to them, so I didn't realize I was still on mic, and I was talking to myself. It's getting late. I'm talking to myself.
You're all right. My wife's alarm just went off. She's supposed to get up, but I think she hit it on snooze.
You're actually doing well, you guys. You're doing really well, especially you, Steve. I mean, for 3 seconds sleep, you were only, buzzing us for about 3 seconds. So you didn't get a very long nap, and you're doing brilliantly. So are you, Vaughn. Doing excellent, guys.
I'm glad you all caught it, and usually it doesn't take much to wake me up. I have been so tired. I've gone to sleep while walking, while standing, and one of the worst things, I was sitting there on the microscope, and they'd bring in it's one of those little tiny little Dixie cups, wet samples, and I was sitting there holding it, and I just said, and I had a cup of coffee laying there, and I said, now, this is not your coffee. Don't drink that. Don't drink that. And then I got tired enough to where I finally stuck it up to my mouth and drank part of the wet sample. It woke me up. But that it is bad, and it's very dangerous. At times I just wouldn't run in. If I had a motel close enough, I wouldn't even go into it because it's just too dangerous to drive. He's so tired. But
right.
And especially when things get too quiet, and then I heard a voice and all of a sudden calling my name, which I've had that before. So appreciate you waking me up.
Okay, I've located a way to let people know. They can go to Before It's News, and where we go. I'll just get the thing up again. Before It's News, and I've just.
Anybody?
It's called Cliven Bundy arrested in Portland, Oregon now booked in. I'll spell the word MULTNOMAFAH County Jail. If you go to that link at Before It's News, you'll see they've got pictures up of the. I think it's what you call an arrest sheet. So, yeah, found a way around it. Over.
Yeah. Well, I remember the days when I worked 7 days a week. That's where you do in the oil fields. From the time light comes out till it gets dark. But my days were crazy sometimes because I'd work part of the day, and then there'd be a call to go out. So I'd have to drive, and I'd be tired at that point, and I had the FM radio. So I'd keep calling into the dispatch and making sure I was on the right road, Because, once you get out there someplace you've never been, and a lot of that stuff's out there where you don't want to go, and once you get there, and if there's a little break at all, you can close your eyes for a moment. And I know what you're talking about, Steve. You're sleeping, but you're not sleeping. Because
Yeah.
when they call you, you got to be up and you got to go get into that muck up to your chest and cap it off or whatever they're requesting you to do at that moment. Because the longer they're down, it costs them too much money. I mean, it costs a lot of money to have that crew there and that rig there to be shut down for any length of time. Been there, done it.
Here was, I mean, just what they call day work or whatever. If you were late getting there or had car problems or wasn't on the location, it's $600 an hour. It's $10 a minute. So I finally to get earplugs because, like you were saying, you're asleep, but the moment that rig, if we were coming out for a test or something, the moment that you'd hear the making the trip.
Coming up with a chain.
The moment that rig stopped and got silent, I'd wake up immediately.
Yep.
And, so you're never really asleep. That's why I finally got earplugs to where you got to be rested. Otherwise, like those rumble strips they've got now on the highways they put in to where.
Oh yeah, the tap 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 tap.
Yeah. Oh, I've tested them all. Yeah, they're a good deal. I'll say that. But it's amazing. And as I got older, it got to where I would get to where there was no warning. I could see the town. It's right there. It's 5 miles away. The sign, 5 miles away. It's right there. And the next thing I'd know, the lights went out.
Right.
I had to adjust my schedule-wise and sleeping-wise to where it wasn't.
Well, I had that big old Ford 350 tandem wheel with a diesel. No, I think I had a gasoline welder in the back, and with a big 460 gas hog motor. And like you, I'd be rolling down through there, and I'll catch that hind wheel on that tat, and I know get back on the job, because the last thing I wanted to do is take it into the ditch. That would have been a bad experience. So, because people don't realize when they call you out, you may be driving 200 or 300 miles.
I've never done it, but there's always, every year, there'd be a logger or even this one driller, and I remember him very well. He ended up sticking $1 million. Never lost anything down a hole in all the years, and the people, out there anymore, they'll just lie to you. You ask him, what's the situation? Are we losing fluid in the hole or whatever? No, it's stabilized.
It's stable.
Okay, great. And this guy was supposed to be he said, well, and he wasn't all that old. Yeah, I've been drilling up on the North Slope and whatever else and in the Gulf. And I said, you must have started when you were 13 years old, boy, I'll tell you that. Now we got $1 million worth of drill pipe and drill collars down the hole, plus a test, brand new. It's always brand new test too on recorders.
Yeah.
And it was a tough day. I mean, I'll never get over it. For the operator and all that, it was just horrendous. But he ended up, someone told me, he says, you remember Jimmy? I said, yeah, I remember Jimmy. He says, well, he's no more because he got killed here, a few months ago, fell asleep.
Oh, man.
Went off the road.
Yeah. Yeah.
Had a logger get killed, but it really pushes people past the limit, really.
Well, most of the guys drove those big crew cab Fords, four-wheel drive, and believe it or not, which Steve, but a lot of people don't realize, within 6 months that truck would be wore out.
Oh yeah.
They could buy another one. So you figure 2 trucks a year or more just to stay in operation.
Yeah. Oh, it's a very expensive business, and just if you want to bring one joint of pipe out, come and pick one up, or it's $500. I mean,
Yeah.
just everything started $500.
$500. Yep.
Needed a tank truck out there, and by the time you get that 500, and then it went up from there.
Yeah.
So
Well, it depended on where it had to come out of too. You know, if they
Yeah.
they got it out of Tulsa, you know it was going to get expensive because they were paying them boys big money out there in the where they made the pipe there, or Texas. So you know that stuff and they had to haul it. You know how else they were going to get it? You know it wasn't like it was in their backyard. So that was like a piece of. It was like a guy's salary. So when you get enough to make sure you got it.
or pumping units out, out of balance. You get a crew out there to, adjust the weights on it or whatever like that. $500.
Yeah.
Like I said, the well. Here's the price of oil at $11 or whatever it was, and the well only makes 3 barrels a day anyway. So it can get really tough. And then the price of oil goes up to $24, and you got the retarded legislators saying, "Boy, you oil people are sure cutting a fat hog, aren't you?" Yeah, if it gets any better, I'm going to go hang myself, you moron.
Yeah, let them figure out the price, what it costs for a cutting tip, and
Well,
what it costs to build that cutting tip.
I had one of them, a group, and it was really tough times, and of course, all the different kind of requirements and stuff they were putting on us, and this one guy said, "Well, what really hurts you guys in the oil business was that show Dallas on TV." I said, "Are you insane?" Really insane. You are now saying, "Gee, because of a make-believe TV show on TV that it's causing us all this grief from you people?" Please.
That's like I met Mr. Hughes that owns Hughes down there in Texas, and he was quite the character.
Who?
Hughes Drilling. He was one of the ones we used to build a lot of rigs for because he went out with his and drilled the holes,
Yep.
So he came up, and he was a character. He had ordered up a bunch of shrimp out of Louisiana, fresh shrimp, and he brought it up there with him. He flew it in a helicopter, and we had a big shindig. I tell you what, that was probably, he brought a chef too, cooked that shrimp, Cajun style, and we just had a good feast that time. I carried 2 plates of that shrimp home, but I can remember coming home most of the time, and Brenda would have the dinner in front of me, and I'd take a few bites, and I'd fall asleep in the plate. She just wouldn't, she hung with me. I have to say, this woman has been with me since '78, so she's a good one.
Yeah, it's 24 hours a day, and most people, I mean, like I said, finally when I got kind of active again back in 2007, I was doing consulting work for people, and I made up my mind. I said, shoot, last time I never took the time or the trouble to take any pictures, and then I didn't know if there's going to be any business left to even take any of. And so we got back out there, and we had this price increase and stuff. And it was a pain in the rear to do it, but take my video and still camera out there and film the whole kind of process, and someone that really knows how to throw a chain well and stuff like that, and I could put it on a DVD. I sent one to my mom. Of course, she'd been around it. She'd seen it. And I said, yeah, I sent her several. I said, give that to your niece and, down there, give them to the cousins. And they saw it, and they were just amazed. They were just absolutely amazed at all that went on.
Yeah, I got a picture. I got a picture of me climbing to the top of one of those rigs. I was like 200 and some feet in the air, and I wasn't quite to the top yet. And that's why I tease people, because what I seen out in Oklahoma, it sure looked to me like the world's flat.
Yeah, I wasn't much of a derrick man. I worked floors, but I've been up in the derrick several times. But OSHA, of course, we'd always ride the blocks up,
Right. Did you get your rigs out of Tulsa where they built them, the telescopic ones that they pull up and then lock down and then set up? We had some of those come in. We used to build the ramps for them to set up. That was for the single stage ones. Those were pretty cool.
They just run. Now, are you saying what they'd run singles, one joint?
Right. Yeah. They what it was. You had the truck come in, and it would literally set this whole telescopic rig up on the platform. Well, the platform, when you say single stage, it's still tall, but it's not as tall as a triple. And because when you're running triple, that's when you're going to a deep hole or a workover rig.
Well, see, like all our rigs typically, and most of the rigs in Kansas, everybody'd laugh at us. The Canadians would come down here and say, "What are you doing with those little rigs?" And they have like 14 trucks, and all the steel pits and triple derricks and all. Yeah.
Right.
They learned why we were running these. We had the Lee Seymour 110-foot mast on them and stuff like that. And everything in the it was all made to kind of disassemble the dog houses and
exactly and move.
Yeah.
That's right. They had to be.
It just. I told them, I said, "Boys, you got to remember where you're at. You're in Kansas now."
Click your heels, Dorothy. Hey guys, I've got an update not an update, just a recap for the people that are just waking up and getting into the chat room, just to let them know because they're asking a lot of questions about what's going down. Burns FBI agents in armored vehicles moved in Wednesday night on the last 4 occupiers at the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, hemming them into their rough camp and insisting they put down their guns and surrender. The occupiers rejected the demands for hours before one of them said they will turn themselves in at a checkpoint. Once a national religious figure and a Nevada state legislator arrived. It was scheduled for 8 a.m. Thursday, but it wasn't clear if the deal involved all of the 4 occupiers. The standoff played out for hours through an open phone line being streamed to YouTube. At one point, an estimated 60,000 people listened as the occupiers displayed anger and panic, prayed with those on the phone, and yelled at the FBI agents surrounding them. They're the remainders of a group of anti-government militants who took over the Wildlife Refuge headquarters. This is just, I'm reading it from a newspaper thing, so militants, scratch that. Wildlife Refuge headquarters, January the 2nd. The 4 have been on their own since January the 28th, 2 days after the occupation leaders were arrested on a highway north of Burns, and protest spokesman Robert Lavoie Finucane was shot and killed. Those left at the refuge 30 miles southeast of Burns are David Fry, 27, of Cincinnati area, Jeff Banter, 46, of Elko, Nevada, Sean Anderson, 47, and his wife Sandy, 48, of Riggs, Idaho. The live stream provided a remarkable front row seat for the nation to listen in as the holdouts faced the FBI move. At points, a phone left on inside the occupiers' camp picked up demands from agents over loudspeakers. "Come out with your hands up," a law enforcement official was heard saying. 2 hours into the confrontation, Nevada Assemblywoman Michelle Fiol was heading to the refuge trying to negotiate for the group's surrender, and a Christian evangelist, Franklin Graham, and others had offered to intercede on their behalf as well. Nevada rancher Clive Bundy, well, this just says he's on his way, so we know that he's since then been arrested. And this is from Oregon Live or Oregon Online. So this is the blurb that they put out about it. So that's just to get everyone who's just woken up to speed and didn't know what was going on. So that's where we stand now, and we're now waiting for that scheduled meeting, and we're going to just see how that goes down. Back to you guys.
Yeah, because we're coming up on 9 here. 3 hours from that makes it 6. So we probably ought to be hearing something within the next hour because daylight should show up around. There should be some news coming in here soon.
It's 6 o'clock there.
Right.
At 7, I mean, see, that's why I say if who's out there is antenna tell his help or friend or whatever. Anybody out there that can?
I don't know. We have some guys on the ground that's been passing stuff back this way, but I don't know if they should be aware of this, shouldn't they? When you think, Pink?
Well, I imagine the news has got out. It's pretty hot. But whether they can get close enough to give us any live stream anyway, I mean, it sounds like the FBI would have locked the whole place down, so no one's getting in there. They're only going to get second-hand information unless those guys inside the refuge somehow get communication, but I think they've been cut off as well. So it's all a matter of after the fact, and the first news that will hit us will be the mainstream media spin, I'd imagine.
How about Gavin?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
Well, see, that's what I'm counting on. For him to have communication with them again before they walk out.
Well, and for the legislators, something if there's a
Michelle
order up there to be with them,
right?
I'm assuming they're going to be. Well, they didn't say that, did they? They were going to walk to them, or were the legislators? The legislators need to demand to go in.
Yeah, you're right. Because I know at the point out there, if you didn't hear that part, at the point of they're talking surrender. At that point, they have been advised to take their weapons and put them in a vehicle, and put the keys in the vehicle, and walk out. Walk out, drive out. I'm not really sure what they're allowing them at that point, but they got to go to this checkpoint, and we're not quite sure if that's at on the road into the refuge, or if it's the same checkpoint that the militia and Bundy and them used to do all their press conferences. But we don't know if that's the actual point that they're going to surrender at. And for the media to be able to get down in there, they got to go past that stop sign they had. It said not where it says you cannot pass here, and the other sign that told them what's going on, and whether or not there's some squad cars sitting even past that point. So we really don't know if anybody will be able to get in there unless the Reverend Graham and this Michelle and these other guys bring their own camera crew. Now this could be a possibility. We don't know yet.
Yeah. For sure there'll be a crew in there, but it will probably be mainstream media, and I predict probably CNN.
Well, and who all is actually there? I mean, that gal Michelle, whatever, whoever, Fiona or whatever her name is,
Michelle.
Michelle, yeah.
Yeah, Michelle. Some guys just said, yeah, Michelle was there last night in Burns. She arrived last night, and so she said she was wanting to go in last night, but somehow that got crossed up, and they set it off till this morning, which I thought was a bad idea, because at least if she was there, there'd be more chance of them having a more of a peaceful transition through all this. I don't know.
Well, this Matt, like I said, she had said this Matt Shea was with him too, or whatever, who I really like. But those people, I don't. What if they decide, like the one guy, whatever that we were running last night, this guy telling them, don't come out, you need more attention or whatever like this, which we all kind of agreed, or at least I agreed, but I'm not sure the FBI I guess that place is kind of a mess around there from what that gal indicated there at the refuge.
Well, they did that cleanup, and they had things. They cleaned up that one storage area, and you got to remember those people probably left in a rush, so that anything that they were probably eating one of the dinners or lunches or something, that stuff's around. So yeah, it probably is in a disarray because those people left in a skirmish. What I understand, there were 6 carloads of people that actually left out of there at that point. And these kids didn't even get the heads up on it because they were up in another post. And by the time they heard, it was too late because there was one fellow that he was the one, I think, that ran around on the little four-wheeler, and they let him leave. But he said, I need to go back and get the 2 other people. So he went back and got 2 other people. And when they come back out, walked back out, they all got arrested. So he was free 1 minute, went back in, and then he got arrested.
Yeah.
That was in the beginning.
Right. We've got an important decision to make. At what time do we wake Kathy and Mike up? And who's going to call them?
Well, like I say, it's 9 now, it's 6 there. I would say within the next half hour.
Yeah, we're going to have to, because they will want to be awake and cognizant for when this is happening, I presume. I'm not quite sure.
I want Mike awake and manning the machinery, yes, so we can get this up going.
Yeah.
I know Kathy will. Go ahead, Steve.
They have a 30-mile drive to that wildlife refuge thing.
Right.
As I recall.
Right.
So they're going to have to be out of there by 6:30 if they're going to be there at 7 for whatever reason. And like I said, all these legislators he was reeling off of what they plan on doing if they're all there. What are they,
Wouldn't it be great for the legislator to see how many people actually support these people?
Yes, it would.
Hey? To have a huge big turnout just to see them escorted off and just show this legislator, I'm getting tongue-tied now, this legislator, I'll just get a name again.
Well, there's 2,000 people there and they all started walking down the road. I don't know what the FBI and all of them plan on doing.
Even 200 or 300 of the ranchers or 400 that showed up at some of those meetings.
Like we talked before, it just wasn't.
Right.
Are you going to shoot them all? I mean,
right.
Shoot the tear gas and thump them.
Well, I know.
Imagine a crew booing their heads off as they drove past with them in the cars.
I can tell you what, if those kids, if it's breaking daylight right now, them kids are going to get up and they're going to cook something to eat. Because I'm telling you, if it was me, I would be eating. Because you don't know when you're going to see the next square meal. I want to go out and do what I got to do, have my coffee, have something to eat, and then discuss this thing and pray. They have some prayers amongst each other and realize what they're getting into.
Yeah. So, if you can get there, it's not to take over the refuge. It's not to disrupt the town. It's just to stand by and show your support of these young people who are trying to fight for your constitution.
Right. Rage Wolf just put up a link to a map of Burns County. He stayed up all night with us.
And there's a couple of others out there too. I've noticed they've been there all night.
Yeah.
The mods have done an excellent job looking after the forum. We've got the numbers are now climbing again because people are waking up and jumping straight on here. So there's a lot of interest out there about what's going to go down today, and it's an important time. This is an important moment in American history.
Yes, it is.
The way that people take this, react to this, and respond to it.
Yeah, it's totally something that is never at the scale that it's at right now. has ever happened, you know, because this is all wrapped around our Constitution and our
Yes.
freedom.
Yep.
That's how big this issue is. I noticed a few of them out there said they had already drinking a couple pots of coffee and
Yeah, we're all struggling at the moment. I mean, it's not. I haven't been here that long, you know, but I know you guys have been batting all night long, and into the next day, and you probably, I don't know how long does it take before you get to the start having hallucinations
oh, I'm
from
far
sleep.
from that.
I've had another 24 hours.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
According
I've gone a 36 or 48-hour run.
Uh-huh.
You don't go to sleep then. When you lay down then you don't wake up for 2 days.
Rage Wolf said he's switching between coffee and green tea, so he's not. He's not on straight coffee. He's mixing it up a bit.
Says here that there's 436 people watching.
It's amazing.
Yep, and that's pretty early in the morning. Hello, America. You've just woken up. We're all standing by. I yawn, Casper. We're all standing up and waiting for this event to go down, where the people that were standing for their constitutional values and also their principles have agreed to turn themselves in to a pastor, is it?
Yes, it's
Or a reverend.
Graham.
Reverend Graham.
Yeah.
Turned him into Reverend Graham and a legislator at approximately 8 a.m. Is it, what time is it, Pacific time or Central time?
That would be Western or Mountain time.
Mountain time. So we're waiting for that event hopefully to occur on time. Hopefully they can get there and get this over and done with for these people, because they're just they're really stressed at the moment. They have been stressed, and it's probably time for them to hear from us, you know, have a bit of support from all of the Americans that believe in the Constitution and believe that you have a right to stand for your principles.
Yes. Good morning, Mrs. I think it was Baker. She was saying hi to us in the chat.
Hi, Mrs. Baker.
Yeah, I'll say one thing. I want to say this, and I'm sincere about this. Thank all of you out there, trolls, and it doesn't matter. God bless you all, because you're staying the course, and you know that's what we got to do.
Yeah.
We got to stay the course.
You're right. You've got to thank the trolls, because without the trolls there wouldn't have been any dynamic within the chat room, and some of the moderators might have actually gone to sleep, but they've been so stimulated in this continuous battle that it's helped keep them awake. So they've actually done us a service. So we must thank them for that.
Yes.
If that is truly mountain time, then it's 7 o'clock there now, 5 after.
All right, so we need to think about calling some.
Oh, really? Is that Oregon time? Is that
Oh, here we go. Kathy's just woken up. We need to. We're not hosting, so we can't pull her in. So we'll need to wake Watchman up.
You sure we can't pull her in?
No, only the host can pull her in.
Are you sure? I can just try and add her.
All right, you try it. See how it goes.
Let me see if I can add her. I mean, it'll either work or it won't work.
Oh, that's right. There's nothing like just attempting.
Yeah. Okay, come on. Add people to this call. No, I'm not going to get to. Did she go offline on us?
Oh, she might be able to join. Can you join?
Yeah.
She might still have it up.
Because all she got to do is unpause it.
Yeah, or just ring in. Go back to the old link and just ring the phone again, and she can.
Right.
Just asking her now.
Because they're not allowing me to add her.
She's probably just rolled over. Oh, her internet was down. Her internet was down. Oh.
Yes, I know.
Mm. Okay.
Said.
Right. So, was she on phone then? Was she on the phone then last time?
No, I think she had to go to somebody else's internet in the complex because I think hers just failed out.
Okay, let's shut it down for a minute.
Good morning, Tom.
Good morning. Good morning, America.
Yes, good morning. We got Pete from Australia and Steve from Kansas and the old Marine from Indiana here. We're staying the course to see what's going to develop this morning, friends.
Was Gavin there wasn't any word really of what Gavin's gonna do. Now he was streaming through this Watchman, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's why we're going to have to get Mike awake. And I don't have his phone. That's why we got to get Kathy awake so we can get Kathy to ring ding on Mike.
Yeah. Well, Kathy can hear us. I think Kathy. Oh, has she got? Oh.
Well, if she can hear us, then she can literally call him, and then he can bring her back in.
Okay.
If she's not able to get in.
I'm just asking her. She's talking to me in the chat.
Oh, okay.
I'm just asking her to ring Mike now. If she can ring Mike, please. Then we can get the Master of Ceremonies back on stage,
right.
and he can lead us into this up-and-coming events.
Are you sure that that's Mountain Time, though? Is that clear? What I mean?
I don't know, and I don't want to mess with my free ride here because if I go looking up Oregon time, I don't know. Maybe one of the people out here can let us know.
Yeah, well, let's ask the chat room. Okay, Knowledge Bank out there. Can you tell me what time this is scheduled to go down? Is it Mountain Time, Central Time?
Well, what time is it right now? What time is it right now, Casper, in Oregon? If anybody can type that in, what time it is in Oregon right now?
It's 6:08 a.m.
6:08 a.m. Okay.
Pacific Standard Time.
3 hours difference.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay,
So we can still get.
Go ahead.
I believe they're waking up. You know. Oh, they said 7 a.m.
7 a.m. Mountain Time.
Oh, so maybe they are going to be up soon.
We nearly made it, guys.
Now Michelle or whatever. That's what I heard her say. They would be there at 7.
There you go.
Oh, these people are so informed.
Yes.
And the only thing is, it's 6 o'clock there now, right?
Right. After, a little after 6. I know I got to go make it. I got to go make me another cup of tea. The cup I made prior, I had to feed the cats. Wendy and Leo said, "You're going to feed me, Dad?" I will.
I want to know who's going to make me breakfast.
How do you put that upside down?
I had meatloaf. I had meatloaf and buttered beans last night. I had made meatloaf the night before, and we had warmed up meatloaf and buttered beans. That was really good. It settled well with me.
I have a hankering for some bacon, some eggs.
I had bacon. I made the meatloaf with bacon, with mozzarella cheese, breadcrumbs. What else did I put in there? I think that's a lot of it. And I baked that it was really good. I was surprised. See, I can't do the onions like I used to. And I'm not garlic. I had to tone it down. Oh, I added ketchup. Yes, I did. I added ketchup in there. Ketchup on the top.
Oh, lovely. Yum. I'm getting obviously I'm getting hungry. I'm starting to think about food.
You're nighttime, aren't you?
Yeah. But it's 12:10 a.m. here for me, so.
Oh.
But I'm still getting hungry.
Bacon sounds good, don't it?
Yeah, it does. We need Steve, can you make us breakfast, please? Hello?
Yeah, I may have to make tacos to get through the rest of this night.
Oh, no, tacos.
Isn't that crazy, Steve? They had some good Mexican restaurants out there in Enid, Oklahoma. I mean, well, real Mexicans making real Mexican food. And this one we went to, that's where Lee Majors and his wife, you know, the $6 million man, because he was in the oil business too. And we went down there. He liked the local beer, and that is something. But you know, he wasn't anything like you would think he'd be, and she is sweet as gold. You know.
Thanks, Ray. You just made me breakfast.
Cool.
Yeah, I got 2 saucepans with eggs, 2 cups of tea, a glass of milk, a knife and fork, and a jug of juice.
There you go. You're rocking.
Is it, you know, the little symbols in the chat?
I heard Kathy say she went to bed with some potato chips, so I hope she did that today. Poor Kathy.
I think she's trying to phone Mike. We need Mike. We need Mike. We need Watchman. We need him very shortly.
He's probably passed out there on his desk.
Oh, you may be.
I didn't hear him say, "I'm going to bed." Did you?
No, he was gone. He was toes up.
Well, maybe, does he use his phone line for his internet? So, if you were trying to phone him, might you get a busy signal?
Oh, well, she'll be able to wake him up. Is that what you said, Pink?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, is his
I think he's got a different
internet
number.
using his dedicated phone line? You know.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if he's got a cell phone besides. I'm not really sure, Pink.
All right. We'll have to mentally. Okay, everyone get together. We're going to have a mental thought thing. Wake up, watch, man, Mike.
I called on some number. Had some number for him, and he hooked me up. So I don't have a Skype, so he had to call me back and bring me on. But
How are you on, Steve?
he did it. I mean, like I said, I don't have Skype, but he had to call me, and then somehow, whatever.
Are you on a cell phone?
No.
Oh.
Nope, landline.
Oh, okay. Hard landline. Okay.
Yep, but I got a phone number for him. I can get on my other phone and call him if we need.
All right, you want to try that? Other than that, I was just thinking one of the mods might be able to contact him because I'm sure he would want to be awake for this, and we need him. He's the controller.
I hope that hard phone you're on has a headset that you can plug into it. You've been holding that phone to your head? You're tough.
Well, I'm lying down. It's been kind of my
I can hear
position
that.
for about the last year and a half.
Yeah. I've been kicked back a little bit myself on the couch. I was scared to heat up the heating pad. If I heated up the heating pad, I'd go to sleep.
We're all standing watch here because the four people in the, what do they call that, reserve, wildlife reserve?
Yes.
Have said that they are going to surrender to the FBI. And there's supposed to be Reverend Graham and, what's her name, Michelle?
Well, let me have a look. Let me go back to...
Filoni? What is it, Vaughn? Filoni?
Oh, I know Michelle, but I don't know her full name and her status.
And they weren't calling her a legislator, but they called her something else. Which I don't know.
She's probably been called lots of names.
Yeah.
If she's a politician.
Well, yeah, there may be some new ones after this deal.
Yeah, there may be some judges who want to call her lots of things. She's a public defendant, you know, of any sort. She's constitutional, so you know they have a problem with those kind of people.
Yeah. In fact, I literally have a video of a guy, of a policeman. He just came upon this guy. He was loading his boat up and stuff, and they got into it. And the guy was the citizen was saying, "Stay away from me, stay away from me. You know, you're dangerous, and I don't want to be harmed." And this guy was gonna pull his gun on him, and he said, "Oh, you're gonna pull your gun on me now? Yeah, that'll help things out." And this policeman finally said, "Are you one of those constitutionalist crazy people?"
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my. Was that make us automatically sick or
I'm sorry.
brain dead or bad boys or?
No, I mean I don't even know what town it was, but it's different ones I picked up because this is the training they're getting.
Yes.
Whether it's sovereign citizen, and the Southern Poverty Law Center is big on sending this hate group stuff out, and I've got their things, plus this MIOC report out of Missouri, which classified anyone that, you know, believes in the Constitution, the Second Amendment, ex-military, religious person, votes for third
That's insane.
are
That's insane.
all potentially domestic terrorists.
Wow.
Oh, that's insane. Isn't the Constitution the law of the land?
Yes.
Man.
So if you're getting at people that support the Constitution, you're actually saying you want anarchy instead of the
Yes.
law of the land.
There you go. That's where we're at, Pete.
Oh, the big thing is that the police have written down for me is they even had that my son had said I was anti-government, anti-police.
Mm-hmm. No, we're just anti-bad government and anti.
Yeah, want the illegal
anti-bad police.
We're against the non-constitutionalists. We're not against the government. We're against the non-constitutional government.
That's
correct.
correct.
Big difference is what's being said there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. They twist the words.
We have the Bill Constitution, and that's what they should be abiding by. But they
this is how they want to roll everyone up into some militant deal, some anti-government, you know, just like they've classified these people. And all these police are thinking, boy, they're big heroes. They're out, you know, keeping us from overthrowing the country. Right. It's already been overthrown, you genius.
Yeah. Yeah, wake up, because you've already been taken over. And you're trying to resurrect it, aren't you?
But in this
trying
report,
to breathe.
Oh, sorry.
Just trying to breathe life into a dying body, you know. This is CPR. This is rescue remedy.
Well, but anyway, with my son, I saw that in this report where it said his, you know, Steve's son said his dad's anti-government, anti-police, and it didn't even sound like my son. You know, I can hardly get 2 words out of him anyway, most of the time. So I asked him. I had to ask him. I said, "Just tell me the truth. Did you say this?" And he said, "No." I said, "Well, where'd this come from?" He said, "The cop said that." And he just put it down that my son had said it. I mean, these people, I can't even relate to them. They're just so evil and so, you know, so corrupt, crooked. They have no values.
No, or ethics.
Go ahead.
I said or ethics, sorry.
Yes. I mean, this is something so foreign, and I think foreign to most people, even though this country's really gone over the side when it comes to any kind of values. I mean, it is. And the one thing we hadn't really talked about is, and I've said on other shows and stuff, is where are all the Christians? Where are all the good people in this country?
Yeah. I think the trolls have woken up again. Welcome, trolls. We now have a team of professional troll toasters, and we are about to serve trolls on toast for anybody who's hungry.
Now it's showing 5:59. Watchers, what time do you? So to give Mike his wake-up call.
I think you ought to do it now, or at least try, because it may take a couple of times to get him to.
Right.
See if
I had to
it
get
works.
I had to get my tea.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea before I start snoring on the show.
Yeah, just to give him a little lead in, he may need to make himself a cuppa and wash his face and
Make a head call. Oh. Yeah, got me a cup of hot tea. I'm ready to go again.
For all those new people that have just come in, with the mods in the chat room, and a few people on the Skype conference, we have been doing an all-night vigil in support of those young kids that are in the refuge centre, standing up for their principles, standing up for your rights in the Constitution. They are not anti-government, they are anti-corrupt government, and they are anti-corrupt government agencies. They are not anti the agencies themselves, just those who work in a corrupt manner that is not in line with the Constitution, which is the supreme law, as Rage would say, of your land.
Yeah, we're live out there. We're not Memorex. This is live. That voice was from Pink in Australia. You've got the old Marine one here from Indiana, and we got Steve out there in Kansas. And we're trying to wake up Mike and
Yes. Yeah, and Watchman, and get Kathy's awake, but Kathy's just trying to find a way to get in. She can't get into the conference unless we wake the host up, who needed to take a break because he's been going at it full bore as well. So, and we're getting ready for the meeting that's supposed to be occurring at 7. We worked out 7 a.m. Mountain Time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it'll either be 7 or 8. Okay, I'm not really sure. I've seen 2 numbers come up.
All right. Well, not too long from now, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Not long from now.
Let's go quiet for a minute. Peace. I'm getting sick of the sound of my own voice.
We'll eat you something there, and we'll. I'm sitting here watching the feed. Some things I see, some things I just don't see. That's how life is.
Mm-hmm. Public Broadcast Network reports 4 surrender at refuge.
I don't think Hawk is awake. I doubt if Hawk is awake. I don't have his up here, so I don't know. I could see. That's Revolution Radio.
We need to get a lot of them awake. I wonder how many stayed the night. Was it only the Watchmen that stayed the night?
Yeah. I don't know how many actually did stay awake all night. I'm looking at my feed and see if I see anything here.
Wakey.
Something about North Korea. What do we got here? Mr. Blaze J, he's probably doing a biblical thing. I like him. He's a good guy. I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me right at the moment.
We've got someone just jumped in here. Who's that? Who's Centurion News?
Oh, Centurion News. Okay, did he come in? Was he able to get in?
Yeah, he's here. He's in the chat room. He's in our private chat. So
Yeah, as soon as Mike wakes up, we'll get him in the.
yeah. Okay. All he needs to do, if he's listening, is to go back to the group icon that you were in if he was in the group earlier, and re-hit the green dial button, and you will come back into the live conference. Pink is giggling more and more because Pink is getting tired. Pink, Pink, I can't even speak.
2 hours ago, I see something from Oregon Standoff, America. Listen to this veteran speak. He's awake. Okay, so that's the first thing I've run across in my feed.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hello.
And how were we this morning?
We are good. Did you get some sleep?
I got a little bit of sleep. I was doing a lot of research last night on this.
Okay, what have you got for us?
Everything points at this as just a psyop that's going on. I've been a research analyst for over 25 years now.
Yeah.
And all the research that I have done, and I dug into a lot of files, talked to a lot of sources last night, this just points out just to be a psyop. I hope everything turns out okay, though.
Yeah.
Okay. So at what level do you see the psyop occurring and who's involved in it?
Well, when Cliven got arrested last night, they said that a SWAT team met him at the terminal.
Right.
And it's just awful funny that he would get arrested. They knew exactly where he was and everything else, because the statement was only like 22 minutes before he landed in Portland.
Right, but couldn't they have had an alert on the system of any flights out of Nevada with his name? Because surely he would have flown under his name, so that would have sent off an alert to the FBI that he's in transit.
Well, my question is then, why didn't they just pick him up in Nevada before he boarded the plane? Why did they want him in Portland?
Well, because they don't have any jurisdiction on him there. Because this is all...
He still has a warrant out for when he had that standoff last time, and he didn't pay the grazing fees. He still has an outstanding warrant in Nevada.
Correct, yeah. And plus they got him on... They booked him in at the same jail that the rest of them are at, and basically the same charges also with arms, with weaponry. You seen that too, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he was not impeding any federal law enforcement. In fact, this gentleman did nothing except for not paying a grazing fee. And he is just an American citizen on a flight.
Yes.
How do they know that he wasn't just going to go see his son in jail?
Right.
Because he'd announced that he was going to go and go up to the refuge. He had made that a public announcement that he was headed towards the refuge. So as soon as he made that announcement,
22 minutes before he landed, that announcement came out. My only question is, if they knew that he was on the flight, they knew that he was flying to Portland, I just don't understand why they did not get him in Nevada jurisdiction where he already has an outstanding warrant.
Yeah, because like you're saying, this is the old Marine One. Like you're saying, is why did they let his bodyguard return? Okay, is that not what I understood in this transition? That Cliven was intercepted, and the traveling party with him was let loose. I
Oh
believe that's
yeah,
understanding this.
yeah. The only Cliven was arrested. That's it, and he has not been brought up on any charges. They're just the U.S. Marshals, from what I understand and from what I found out from sources last night on some phone calls that I made, was there are no charges against him. They are just detaining him.
Okay, well, see,
I,
basically that's kind of like they had the whole group in the beginning, and still at this point they don't have all the charges. So I don't know if this is an ongoing investigation and how far they're going to go in setting these guys up on this charge. Damage, cutting fences, and taking down cameras, and I mean the assortment goes on. The longer they were into this situation, more and more things were committed according to their law, not according to our constitution, but according to the law that is standing now in Oregon. That this is how the government was able to react, and I understand what you're saying because it's awful funny how Michelle landed a little before he did, and they didn't have a problem with her. Okay, because she was making contact with the kids there at the refuge. David and Sandy and the rest of them, and Sean. She was not stopped, but as
No,
soon as Cliven comes in, he's intercepted. So it does
right.
gives you
And, but my question to you is I just don't understand. If the FBI wanted this gentleman, they could have transferred him from any Nevada facility to Portland.
yes.
who knows how they think? Lots of times they could have done stuff with the refuge, but they didn't do it. Perhaps they're waiting for other things to fall into place
That's
before
what I was going to say
they
here.
move. Have a look at the link I gave you, Centurion, because it looks like to me like a charge sheet that's been posted for Clive and Bundy. Check it out. Tell me what you think.
Because right now, the way I see it, Pink, they wanted him to come to Portland and capture him there because they have a further agenda. Okay, they want to just see what else will transition at this point and how many more they can draw into this web. Is that what you're seeing?
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah,
Okay,
possibly.
we're on the same page. We're on the same because that's what we were talking about.
Were you going to read the charges, Pink?
Yes.
No. I the link is there. It doesn't actually state the charge. It just it just looks like an arrest sheet. Hi, Watchman, you're back on board.
Yeah, sorry about that.
There's Mike.
Wakey, Watchman.
Well, John, this is Steve from Kansas. All I have to say is, from what we were reading, they were charges from the previous deal in 2014. I just was looking at the dates and stuff, and possibility that one, there might be a two-year statute of limitations that they may be bumping up against in April. The other thing is to take him here at Portland. Basically, they knew if he had a bodyguard with him, he'd be unarmed. It was easy to take him down there. Plus, the advertising effect, as you're, I think, implying or whatever that has for.
Also, I just thought of something. Having travelled on the plane, he wouldn't be allowed to have his guns on him. So
Right.
maybe they wanted him coming out of airport security unarmed.
Correct.
But the TSA, when they go and they get on a flight, the TSA already runs a background check on you before you're allowed to get on that flight. If he had a warrants, anything like that, he would not be able to get on that flight unless if the FBI told him, quote unquote, let this gentleman pass through and get on this flight.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
what I'm thinking might have gone on. This is just a presumption here, that those warrants weren't issued until they arrested him.
But he still has an outstanding warrant in Nevada that's only a year old.
How do we know it's outstanding? How do we know it's outstanding?
You can see it from the Nevada criminal court system.
Hey, John.
Okay, it is. Okay.
Let's look at it this way. Would the possibility they did not want to take him in Nevada because we saw that there was 3,000 to 5,000 people showed up at Lavoie's funeral, that would not have been a more of a dangerous situation to have posted. Yeah, they could have. Yes, they could have. But you would have had those 5,000 people up in arms right then and right there. We don't have to support Oregon.
Look how simple that. Look how easy this was. If they knew he was coming, he'd be unarmed. He's, basically they've got everything covered, and plus, it's a trifecta. Basically, in the press, and stuff, they get out of the fact he's right there, and federal warrant, I'm guessing, would be good any place. I mean, you don't have to serve it in Nevada.
Well, if he's on a federal warrant, he left the state. That's another felony, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so see, we've got him on a double deal here. In other words, they got him dead to right. But I'm still looking at the fact that they had the 5,000 strong people there, which they don't have in Oregon. So they're not dealing with that right now. So is that going to draw these people in, which would be some of the ones that were at the original 2014 Bundy standoff?
Well, maybe they just wanted to double up the charges. Maybe they just wanted to double up the charges. By getting him in Portland, they could add that extra charge. So they want to stack the charge.
Well, I'll just throw this into the mix, just for conversation's sake. I understand that Sheriff Richard Mack is supposed to be in Oregon tomorrow evening. So
tomorrow evening.
I know he was in Nevada.
Okay, so
also.
That's interesting.
That's real interesting, isn't it?
Oh yeah, this could really get interesting with this. Which he's been involved in this. He took the Mac Prince case versus USA to the Supreme Court and won, which it's stated in there. Federal government, the states are sovereign, yada yada yada. People really need to look at his little booklet that he has. If he can't afford, I think he sells them for $1. And knowing him, if he can't afford it, he'd just give you one. But of all that case decided is extremely important and should be followed and used. If everybody's really attached to the Supreme Court and their decisions, there it is right there. But this could really get interesting if all of a sudden, if they're going to start picking rounding up all the troublemakers, he's kind of number one.
Yeah. Can we just welcome Kathy back into the group?
Are you guys having a marathon or what?
Yeah, we've been going. We're continuing to stand for liberty and freedom, and in support of the people at the refuge.
Amen.
And the chat room mods have been going all night as well. We've had lots of support. We've had continuously, probably around about the 200 mark of people that all also have stood up and been with us through the night as well. So we had a candlelight vigil last night.
I guess you did.
See what you missed. Now,
I missed it. Oh, I took a little nap.
So did I, and you caught me, but I don't think I was snoring yet. But anyway, it's never gotten below, I don't think, about 500 or 400 and something for who's watching. It's up to 632, and yes, we are standing watch for these brave group of people out there.
Yes.
Have we heard any news yet?
No.
No, it's kind of picking up and keeping people up to date with what we already know, Kathy. But right now, we're waiting because we're coming up to that hour here soon, and I'm believing the kids. We need to hear from the phone call from David to the gentleman he was talking to last night, and Sandy and the rest of them, whether or not he's going to intercept a phone call this morning. I bet the kids right now are having their eggs and bacon.
Well, you're talking about Gavin that was on. That was
Yes,
talking
Gavin. Yes, yes.
And yeah, and I don't know. I've got several numbers for him. I've traded calls with that young man for several years. He impressed me so much, and I don't know if I'd have a working number for him. I know he had to change it because somebody put out his cell phone number, and he was
Yeah, they did last night. The FBI did.
inundated, so he couldn't leave it. Just lay there and say, "Call me if there's a problem." He had to probably switch phones or whatever he had to do.
Yeah, he gave the kids a different number.
But as for them, it's it's coming on 9 o'clock here, so it'd be 7 o'clock there. Which this troop was supposed to show up at the crossroads or the barricade or whatever, checkpoint or whatever it was they said, about 7 o'clock. And what
looks to me like Alex Jones has put something up kind of interesting here.
Really?
And it is called Planned Takedown of the West Revealed, and he shows how they're doing it. And it ends with martial law throughout the West.
Well, that's what we've been coming to here, Kathy. I mean, John joined us here this morning, and he was looking at the PSYOP, which we've been talking about, and it almost kind of folds to this with the intercepting of Cliven, Bundy. That this is to draw everybody in.
That's what we said yesterday. This is
because I know there's 5,000 people, if that's how many were, at least, are very upset that the Cliven Bundy got arrested. Okay, and they're going to drive. They're going to make that trip.
Yeah, that's what I said last night. They want to draw everybody down there.
Well, John,
this is this little honeypot deal here.
Well, so let me ask you this question. I have a question, just a straight-up question that maybe somebody can answer for me. So if 5,000 people, let's say, drive to this refuge, okay, and they draw all these militia or whoever's coming down there out, and then they decide to declare martial law, what does that do with Obama's term in office?
He doesn't
leave. Yeah, he stays. Once martial law is declared, they never go out.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Michelle Obama said she was not going to leave the White House. She's happy. She got her little garden. She just tickled pink. She's not leaving.
Not that this means anything at this point in time, but where does it say that under martial law the president doesn't have to leave, or
all those martial laws.
Well, you'll know when we start seeing a bunch of blue hats running around.
Oh, well, that's good.
If we go martial law, the UN will come in.
Well, that I like that.
Right, and let's not forget about the continuity of government and the Council of Governors.
The international law. There's an international law, Mike, on this.
Oh yeah.
They've already have that. They have it set in place with the international law that if this goes upside down, the international law oversees our Constitution and our rights in America, and that's how they move the UN in on us to keep peace.
Right. Okay, yeah.
Well, if this occurs, we'll get to see where everybody stands, won't we? Including our military.
I don't know if our military will actually go against the American people, but I know that they have been giving generals and that tests in the government to see if they will go against the American people. And some of the generals that were in there have been replaced.
Yes.
Yeah. The top generals.
Most of the generals have been replaced. Okay, folks out there, this is our assumption and our opinion. So don't take anything we're saying at this moment. We'll let you know when we're talking facts, but this is just our opinion of how this is unfolding in America today, right now, in our time. That stand has been made, And now we have to see how it plays out. I mean, the possibilities in their hands right now. There's been some reason why they didn't take them poor kids out last night. They had them surrounded. There's something going on here. Seriously going on, friends.
So I'd like to read you something that I found last night that was in U.S. Army manual as far as PSYOP operations go for the domestic United States. It's under Section 1076. It's titled Use of Armed Forces in Major Public Emergencies. It states in here the President may employ the armed forces to restore public order and enforce laws of the United States as a result of a natural disaster, I can't even talk this morning, epidemic,
It's okay,
and other
John.
serious public health emergency, terrorist attack, or incident or other condition. The President determines that domestic violence has occurred to such extent that constituted authorities of the state or possession are incapable of maintaining public order. In other words, they can bypass
Kamatau law?
Yeah, they can bypass that, suspend the Constitution, institute martial law, and they can also bring in the U.S. Armed Forces.
Yes, under UN because it'll be international law.
Well, it's also under our law, too, and it's under Section 1076 of the U.S. 18 Code.
The reason I say UN is because they've got them here already, okay? We know that. And the reason I say that...
San Francisco.
Right. They will... I believe, honestly, there'll be a stand down by our military. Okay, so we have that, all right? But we don't have these other countries. And we've... You know, there's a disdain for the American people because to them we're nothing but greedy pigs. And we have everything. We're spoiled. So we have people out there that have a disdain for us, and they would be the ones in the blue hats.
You never know how much they're going to get for doing their job either.
Oh, you know that. That's why they got I can't confirm it, but in my heart, I don't believe the FBI would have took Lavoie down like that. I believe those were mercenaries.
Absolutely, they were mercenaries. I mean, they walked right up to him. They got their license number. They were French plates. We know that. But yesterday, airplanes were flying out there all day long. They were flying them mercenaries out, I believe.
Anybody familiar with John Moore?
Yes.
Yes.
He talks about, and I do believe he's very highly educated on it. He talks about 1,000 UN troops being brought in. Well, he says foreign troops being brought into Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, a month.
Yeah, see, he's in Missouri, so he knows they're in the
what's going in and out.
He's in the Ozarks there.
And you did see where that they made that agreement with Brazil, saying that if there was any type of civil disturbance, natural disaster, or whatnot, we could displace American people to restoration camps in Brazil.
So what are they staging for?
Personally, I think the American people are going to be locked down.
Yep, I do too. See, right now, all they got to do is perimeter out the big cities, lock them down, and people cannot go anywhere. It doesn't take much to do that because of the interstate. We were talking about that this morning earlier, how the interstates are set up and they call them bypasses around the cities. You lock them down from that, there's no way they can get out.
We got roundabouts all over here to lock you down around every city.
Right.
Even my home.
The bridges they can blow.
Yeah, but there's a whole lot of little towns
west
of the Mississippi. In fact, most of them, you know, are little towns, and within those
Right.
little towns, there's a population that can travel very freely. What, as for just speculation, opinions, and just talking here, so as I hear what you're saying and all this build up or whatever, it's not if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen.
I'm with you on that, Steve.
I got
And I don't believe it's
Yeah.
right now. I believe what's going on right now is a beta test to see how Americans are going to react. And the ones that do go out there will lose their guns, and gun control will go right away.
Well, look at all the mass shootings that they had. Look at on how that they're trying to define the executive orders to take guns away from the American people. And if you look at the treaty that we signed that never passed the Senate, but if you look at the small arms treaty that we signed, the American people are supposed to be.
Well, if we're supposed to believe what's been said, accordingly to Hillary and what she has done with the Russians are going to be broke in 2017. Okay? They're running out of our money. They're burning our money fast that they've got of our money, our currency. They're burning it fast with this war going on.
Hold on. Can I interrupt for a minute?
Yes.
We got messages coming through on the stream from Memento. Says CNN has live aerials over refuge. Hold on, it's scrolling up too fast. Over refuge. 4 are dressed and standing together. It looks like now on to president race again. So they're saying that they're out the front. They're standing together, and CNN is doing the coverage.
Really?
Okay.
Did you guys notice how the mainstream media now is all involved? After the FBI issued a statement to all the mainstream media yesterday to report this.
That's amazing, isn't it? So can we get that up, Mike? Can we get CNN live up on us or here, or is that possible?
I'm going to bring it up. She said there's nothing live from there right now. I do want to comment on you guys' discussion. I was told this by a trusted source, very trusted source. Back about 4 or 5 years ago, the Mississippi River was extremely low. And that was not by chance. It was not by the drought that they said caused it. They were actually shutting the dams down up north to drop the level of the Mississippi River. And then what they did is they brought in these dredge ships, and they dredged the bottom of the river as deep as they could. And it was brought to my attention that the reason that was done was so that they could be able to get like warships up the Mississippi.
Yep. They can bring destroyers in. Yes, they can. And destroyers has the ability of missiles. And we don't know which destroyers or submarines it could be. How many are still hiding in the Gulf of Mexico?
So why set that up inside your own country?
Yes. And see, that would separate the eastern part of America from the western part of America. Most population is on the East Coast and on the West Coast, and what lies in between is sporadic, okay? The biggest city would be Chicago or Detroit or Indianapolis, as far as population. But the big population is on either coast, and if they come up the middle, they will block off any passage. Maybe that's why they allowed the dams to be open and the water was flooding everything, Mike.
Why is that?
So they would have plenty of water for any barge to come in.
Oh, okay.
So, if you think about this logically, okay, there's an understanding that you would utilize these tools outside of your country to defend your country. So you could go along with the thought that maybe they're getting it ready for an invasion in the country. But to be thinking at that level, they already know that they've already compromised the country's security by having to work at that level. So it's either they've compromised the security or they're putting them in place against what they call the useless eaters or the citizens of the US.
Somebody asked why they would want to bring a destroyer. Well, it wouldn't be us bringing the destroyer. If you understand international law, we're
It'd be
talking the
foreign
UN.
troops.
The UN would be coming in with their troops.
And
It's
we
nothing
have
to
a
do-
treaty in place with them now to do that.
Yes. We have do we not, or do we not have most of our fleet out of dock and over in the war zones?
Yes, we do.
I know we got aircraft carriers, we got a lot of destroyers. There's a lot of activity going over there in the Arabic countries. So that leaves us kind of defenseless. I don't know. I could call sometime today and find out what's going over in Virginia and how many ships are still there, and we could check and see how many's in California. But if we've lost that ability, as far as these the ships, because we were trying to match ship to ship. I know China put a bunch out, and so did Russia. So who's on what base here, and who's playing this game? I mean, it's almost got to that, guys. Has the upper control of this world decided to take us all out? I mean, is that the scenario going down?
And
Just
when has the FBI ever given out that much information freely without having to pry it out of them to the American people? And if you listen to the communications on the phone call last night, I went through all the communications last night from any streaming that came from the refuge. I'm talking Revolution Radio, everybody that was out there, Centelli, the whole 9 yards. If everybody goes through those archives, you will notice everything is usually all pixelated, on the streams are shoddy, but yet last night that stream was so clear.
Yes, that's what we were talking about. It was so clear when Michelle was leaving out of Portland in that automobile. We didn't hear any road noise.
Cruise ship with 6,000 passengers on board.
Hang on, I'll turn her volume off. I only have 6.5 minutes or so left of CNN. I don't have a subscription to them, so.
Oh. Well, you're not going to get in trouble with this, are you?
No.
So someone private or somebody's going to have to turn it on their cable or something like that, then report.
When I get back, I have to leave. I have an appointment this morning in a couple hours. I've got to leave for a couple hours. But when I get back, I'll find some sources for you guys that you can stream this if it's not over with by then.
Well, thank you, John. Appreciate you coming in with your...
This is Melvin Arches, by the way.
Is it Melvin?
I'm with Melvin, and I'm with Centurion News.
Okay, Melvin. Yes, Centurion News. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was John. I just called you John. I thought I heard somebody call you John.
That's okay. You can call me anything that you want except late for dinner. Because I like food.
First, huh?
Right on.
But when you came in and you come out with your scenario, it fit exactly what we were talking about. There's too many things being played the way they are, and too much information coming out the way it is, if there's not a greater plan for this.
Okay, let's
it's kind of hard for me not to do that. I have a 6.2 terabyte vault archive that I keep. I'm a research analyst. Me researching this, and with the sources that I have, this just does not jive. It does not add up. There is something more to this than meets the eye.
Yeah, it was overkill right from the beginning. As soon as they broke away from the normal street protest and went up towards the refuge, from that moment onwards, the scale at which they came at those people unnecessarily was just like a steamroller going after an ant's nest. It was just out of proportion. It's been out of proportion all the way along, right up to the governor. There's something that they're either getting ready to stage, there's something, or they're trying to hide and keep secret. there's just more to it than we're actually perceiving at the moment.
That's true. That's true. And some of the sources that I have won't talk to me about this, and I find that highly unusual because some of my sources is not for the John Q public. And they refuse to talk to me about it, and I just, you know, I've got lots of feelers out there, but nobody's saying a word, and I'm just telling you, I would be on the lookout for something funny to happen. Not funny, but funny.
Can I give you another piece of information we dug up the other day? If you go back to the Jade Helm maps and you look at the state of Utah, there is a square designated inside the state down towards the border that says event.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? It was in the red zone too, wasn't it?
Yes, in the red zone, and it said event. And there's 3 of similar boxes in Texas as well, and they all say event. So, are we looking at a Jade Helm exercise?
Texas is about ready to go into this too because of the cattlemen down there with the river rights are trying to take them. Is that what you were seeing, Steve?
Down in Texas?
Yes.
I've heard of it. The thing I thought you were going to start getting into is Utah's got this thing too, and I don't know how far it's going to get or how it'll go, but within the next, I think it's less than 30 days, Utah's supposed to take back their federal lands.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so was Nevada. Wasn't Nevada trying to get money together to take to court to win the case? To get
they may have, but I believe it was the Utah legislature. I don't know if they'd gone to court with this or not, but I think they just passed that they were going to do it, and that's the way to do it. Just do it.
I wouldn't even argue with them in court. I'd just take it back.
Say constitutionally, you don't. It should be. It's in Utah state, and it's ours. Now you all have to leave.
Yeah, they're sovereign. All states are sovereign under the Constitution. They're not territorial. They're not owned by the federal government.
Well, if all states are sovereign under the Constitution, why do they have free speech zones in every state?
Why do they what?
Have free speech zones in every state. Where does that state that in the Constitution that we will implement free speech zones to the American people?
That's because states are not listening to their own Constitution and the rights as under the Constitution.
Yeah, and that's because of the level of the corruption. The level of corruption is incredible. So with all this massing that's going on, because it is beginning to be a massing in Oregon, could we possibly postulate that the massing is to do with what's going to be going down in Utah?
Well, and the other thing is their policy is, what are you going to do about it? Who are you going to call?
Perhaps,
you're talking about state free speech zones, federal free speech zones, or both?
Well, if the states are under the alliance with the federal government, then it would be state and federal are putting these speech zones. But if the state was sovereign and constitutional, they would not have no such thing.
Right. Look at the border around the United States. The Border Patrol is allowed to ask you if you are a U.S. citizen within 200 miles of any border around the perimeter of the United States. That's documented fact.
That's because the American people let them pass the law that within 100 miles of the border of the United States, all the way 200 miles, there is no Constitution. See, people don't listen and pay attention. Because when they allowed that to go down, that cut anybody of which all population lies within those borders of that 200 miles around the United States, they have no Constitution. Well, see, that they cannot change the law of the Constitution. It's not changeable. You cannot do that. If it's not in the Constitution, the government cannot do it. So therefore, anything they're saying is unconstitutional. That's what the American people have to get straight in their mind.
But he's got a pen and a phone now. All he has to do is write. Look at how many executive orders Obama has written without consulting Congress, without consulting the American people. He just goes ahead and does it. And how many American people out there are actually condemning him for this or actually protesting, doing something about this? If you look at the American society as it is now, let's take New York City. That's the perfect example. If they have a peaceful protest out there in Times Square, which I have seen many times, what do they end up doing with those people? They cattle net them, they squelch them, and then it's forgotten about.
Well, see, here's where the people lose. We are the Constitution. The federal government is there for one purpose and one purpose only. Congress is to dedicate the money, okay, and to check the Senate. The Congress and Senate is to check the president. And the president's job is to protect this country and make sure things go right. Anything else they're doing is unconstitutional. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, that 10-mile square doesn't exist as far as us. We don't need them. Because if you understand the Constitution and you follow the Constitution, you've got all the rule of the law we need of the land. Those people, we need no Supreme Court. That was never designed to do what they're doing with it. Supreme Court cannot rule over anything over the Constitution. They have no say. That's the Queen. Very true. All of them are operating like the Queen. Anytime you go to court, it's all like the Queen. It's all unconstitutional. It's upside down, friends. And America better get their head straight on this. Because it's the only way we're going to get through this, friends.
But what they're doing to the American society is they're dumbing us down. And if you look at the average American, let's say somebody that's middle class, do they care about this? No. They care about getting up in the morning, getting dressed, going to work, working their job, coming home, going to a restaurant, whatever. This does not interest them. This is not part of their lives. And there's a lot of people that I talk to that have no realization that this is even going on. And what CNN and Fox and all the rest of the mainstream media people are telling the American people take that as gospel.
I know it. And here's the thing. They have to understand, America needs to understand right now, that they're being misled by a corporate government, which cannot exist. There cannot be a lawyer. When Abraham Lincoln was voted into office, that Constitution was broken right then. A lawyer cannot hold an office in the government. Lawyers are not allowed. Their oath is to the Queen. All right? Their oath has nothing to do with running for politics. Okay? There should not be a lawyer in politics, but that's all we have. They're all lawyers. That's why they write all this garble that nobody understands. That's why they write 2,000, 20,000-page documents like they did with the Obama care package. And Speaker of the House stands up, we don't know what it says, but we're going to pass it and then we'll read it. She never read it. She didn't care. Half the people in this country don't even know what it really says. There's people right now filing their taxes. Listen to this. Filing their taxes, and they're losing their return money and being penalized because they couldn't afford to buy the insurance.
That's
they're
right.
breaking this country right now, friends.
That's right. And
right with the
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Melvin.
I was just going to say, if you look at the insurance, yeah, the premiums may be down, but the co-pays are crazy. The drug prices are crazy. Look at that guy that went in front of the Senate, the Oversight and Government Reform for the pharmaceutical prices. He sat back in his chair and he smirked like, yeah, what are you going to do to me?
Well, they figured it out. This. I got it up on my page. The old boy figured it was going to cost him $15,000 for the insurance for his family. So he figured he couldn't afford that, so he was going to pay the penalty. Well, he just realized the penalty has cost him all his return that he was counting on to make it through the rest of this year. And here's the other kicker. Next year, they double it up.
Yes.
So
eventually
the penalty
this ends up
doubles
with
up.
people in jail.
Yes, yes.
And now they have IRS agents coming out and actually arresting people.
They can't.
When did the IRS get arrest powers?
Here's the thing. There should not be an IRS. There should not be no Federal Reserve. The Congress is the only one that has a right to set the standard on gold and silver for mandatory spends in this country. No one else has that right. But our Congress is not constitutional. So therefore, they need to be resolved. The government needs to be resolved that it's corporate and not constitutional. We are not against government. We are against the unconstitutional government that's ruling this country now.
The illegal government.
And if you look at all the old Federalist Papers, and all the old Federalist Papers that were formed to, do the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, if you look at all the old Federalist Papers, you can see clearly in there that if that happened back then, this is why we rebelled against England. I'm sorry. It wasn't over Justine. It was over the martial law. It was over, being told we're going to quarter our soldiers into your homes and everything else.
Yes.
Look at what they did in Hurricane Katrina. That is the absolute perfect example. Military walked in and
martial law. They starved them people. They put them in a dome. People died. They would not let them leave town, which they could have walked out on that expressway and got to some place where they could have got food and water. They let them die. I watched it. Rivero, he was up there with CNN screaming and yelling. I thought, Rivero, you need to go back somewhere you need to be, because you know what? You are hinders. Any of those guys, if people don't remember, they need a wake-up call, because we are upside down right now, friends, and it's almost time. Time is running out, and I'm not out here fear pouring.
Remember that training that they had with the U.S. City mock-up that has Main Street, the subway in it, and everything else? You want to tell me what Middle Eastern country has that set up with a Christian church, Main Street, subway, and everything else that was spec'd out? Tell me one Middle Eastern country that has that.
All right, breaker. I've got a link I'm putting into the Skype chat. It's a live stream out of Utah, Finucane. What to say? I'm just going to get it up myself. Utah, Finucane Center for Justice Special Burns OR. This live event will begin in a few minutes. So that's the link, I think, for us to be able to hear what's going down.
All right, guys, I got to go to my appointment. Thanks for having me in the group. I'll be back later. I'm sorry I can't stay longer, but I got to go.
All right,
thanks for your input. Thank you.
Thank you. Watchman,
have a good day, guys.
Watchman, can you check that link out? And if it is the live link, would you mind passing that on to the people in chat for us?
You still with us, Mike?
Yep, I'm with you, and I am on that. I am also on getting that in a window brought up so we can see ourselves. And then what I'm going to do, as soon as I kind of get this set up, which won't take me but a moment, as soon as I get this set up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset my stream. Nobody have to go anywhere or do anything. Just sit tight. It only takes me a second to do. And that way, because I'm showing that I've been up for like a day and 10 hours. So I want to try and get that saved. Yeah. Oh, I've been up for like 3 days. I I run loops and stuff throughout the night too. So don't think that I'm
I I know, but don't remind us how long we've been up, Mike.
Okay, this is Douglas Bundy is streaming now. So Douglas Bundy is streaming now, and
That's
he's
his
just got
son? Douglas is his son?
I don't know. It possibly could be, or it could be a brother. I don't know.
I believe he is. He's one of his sons.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Especially alternative media. I mean, that's what they're doing here. They're coming after independent media. We're seeing it right now firsthand happen with Pete right now.
Yeah, anybody with a cell phone is now subject to an obstruction of a federal investigation. According to their wording of the law, which I don't think it is, but their wording of the law is that Pete was obstructing or interfering or threatening to interfere with a federal investigation by calling for 100,000 people. And I spoke with my union national local president, and I let him know, this is something we need to pay attention to because these people are just peaceful protesting, and if we're on a picket line, what's that going to do to us?
Right.
And he said, well, we do it legal. I said, well, these people were doing it legal for a long time until they run out of recourse.
Right.
And to take this stand.
Right.
And I looked at the video of and I said, that doesn't look like FBI. It didn't look like Oregon State Police. I said, that looks like private, like
Black Ops.
You're talking about Lavoie's death, right?
Yeah, the murder of Lavoie Kennedy.
Right.
It was a murder. I mean,
maybe there's still an opportunity to stand. And it's important that people know, look, remember this, even when you're abused by people, no one can ever take your rights because God gave you those rights, not the Constitution. Sometimes we're in duress and sometimes we're even in chains, but no one can ever take our rights. And God always brings justice, even if it's
well, yeah,
not
like I
exactly
tell
in our
people, I mean, watch the video. I think we all know what happened here. It's a shame of what happened with Pete. Is there anything that you wanted to say to Pete or Deb?
I say, Pete, stand your ground. Yep, I'll be there. I'm leaving out of here February 24th, and I'll be there on the 26th.
Okay, are you going to see her?
I'm going out to Austin as soon as I can. I've got a fifth wheel RV that I'm retired, so I'm a full-time RVer. But I'll take my RV out there because she has less expense with a motel and something. I can get a campground out there and stay in a campground.
Yeah, actually, you bring up a good point. The campgrounds at the Narrows, they are actually opened. I actually spoke to Linda there, and they are still open. It's just, I don't know if you want to go that close, but.
Or to Portland, Oregon?
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, you're right. You know what? My mistake. You're right.
Is this live feed?
She's back in Portland. I keep forgetting about that because I kept thinking she was coming back to Burns. But I guess for everyone else out there that's curious, the campgrounds are still open. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right. I called one out there. I think it's the Burns.
Wow, yeah, that is good. Well, yeah, she needs all the support that she can get. She's got a lot of things going on with the court systems, and they're going to be getting hit with fees here shortly. So, guys, they do need our help. So please go to thePeteSantelliShow.com/donate, and you go by Smitty, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to give out any contact info? If not, that's fine, and I'll go on to the next interview.
No. I think if you would, I'd probably just send her some money through a MoneyGram, through Walgreen, or I don't do Walmart.
Okay. Yeah. As soon as I get an address, I'm not sure how that's going to work yet, but we'll get some information on that as far as where people can mail things to help Deb out. I know to mail Pete, that is on their live stream 24-hour. It's on the side there where you can mail Pete if you wanted to mail him a letter, which the last interviewer I had, he was talking about if we
Why is it cutting out?
He must be having a problem on his feed. Is this live feed?
Yes, it is.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is. What was somebody saying about me?
About you?
I was asking if it was live feed, Mike. I typed it into you too.
Oh, okay. I heard somebody say the Watchman. I was getting a cup of coffee. Sorry.
Oh no, that wasn't me. I didn't call you Watchman.
I didn't hear anybody.
Maybe I'm hearing things. FBI, knock it off.
What you might have to do if he's spinning, you might have to back it up a little bit, Mike. That way it'll stay constant if it breaks out. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'll go on to the next interview.
No, I think if you would, I'd probably just send her some money through a MoneyGram through Walgreen, or I don't do Walmart.
Okay. Yeah. As soon as I get an address, I'm not sure how that's going to work yet, but we'll get some information on that as far as where people can mail things to help Deb out. I know to mail Pete, that is on their live stream 24-hour. It's on the side there where you can mail Pete if you wanted
Vaughn,
to
you ready to
mail him
go
a
now?
letter, which the last interviewer I had, he was talking about if we all did start mailing letters, that was all that this was. That's why we're trying to keep them.
And there's a cherry on Pete's live chat. I wanted to explain to her that when I first thought that Oregon State Police was the one that shot him, I didn't.
Right, this isn't about violence at all.
No, if I can make it out to him, we would try some food.
All right, great, Smitty. Well, hey, I really appreciate you doing this interview for Pete and Deb, and I'll get this posted.
So somebody said this was from yesterday. I don't know. I can't.
Yeah, he was doing his interviews yesterday.
Posted.
So
hang
it's
on the
not
line
live.
1 second, okay?
Is there a way we can get a hold of anybody out there on the ground in Burns right now? Do we have anybody that we can
I'm
call?
looking for my. Why don't you call Watchman?
Yeah.
Call in Michael Emery.
Or Gavin.
There you go.
What's Gavin doing?
I don't
He's
have.
gotta be in contact with him.
I don't have Gavin's.
Gavin was supposed to. Remember, he was supposed to get a call in this morning before they left from David and Sandy and Sean and the other fella there. Because it's right now 7:30 there. They're supposed to be up there at 8. I mean, we're on a timeline here now, folks. That means the Reverend Graham's there, Michelle, the politician from Utah, and there's supposed to be other politicians there. So it looks like the news media ought to be feeding something. Looks like the governor, or what is it, the Ogorian or whatever it is. They should be there a lot.
Breaking news right now: Cliven Bundy has been arrested.
Okay, wait a minute
KOIN
here.
reports that Cliven Bundy, the patriarch of the Nevada ranching family, was arrested upon arrival at PDX Airport on Wednesday night. The 74-year-old was arrested by Portland FBI agents on a federal hold. His specific charges have not yet been released. The article states here that Bundy is currently lodged in Multnomah County Jail. His booking photo shows that he's the booking photo is being temporarily withheld, according to the FBI. This Nevada rancher, Cliven Bundy, was at the center of a 2014 armed standoff with federal authorities over grazing rights on government land. According to KOIN, his family still owes the federal government $1 million of unpaid grazing fees. Cliven Bundy's sons, Ammon and Ryan, are also jailed in Multnomah County, and they were arrested along Highway 317 when the FBI intercepted a group of armed occupiers heading to the community meeting in John Day, and that is, of course, where the boy Finnegan was gunned down as he surrendered. This is a huge development in the story. When I first saw the headline, I didn't quite believe it, but then certainly all of our viewers erupted, notifying us of this happening. We heard that Cliven Bundy was heading to Oregon. Now, if you ask me, the feds seized on a perfect opportunity to get him in a controlled environment. They've been wanting to nail Cliven for quite some time, ever since the original standoff so long ago. So it's quite possible that he could be held on some sort of charges relating to that standoff some time ago. And of course, as we were reporting earlier, there was a live feed from Gavin Seam, and it was basically of all the feds who have surrounded the building there, the refuge, with MRAPs and heavily armed federal agents. And you heard in that live stream, if you did listen to it, you heard the screams of
Yes, Steve.
Stand by, Steve.
Of the last of the Bundys in federal prison now, of course, with Cliven apparently in federal custody. So this is a developing story. We'll continue to monitor it and bring you the latest updates as we have them. So stay here at the Next News Network. Subscribe for updates, and we'll
Is that Gavin?
keep you informed for the Next News Network.
I don't know who he's got on there.
That's the Next News Network. That guy's playing it on his stream, I guess.
Okay. Watchman, we have another call.
This is a breaking news alert.
Breaking news.
Hang on, let me try and pause that.
Now, Cliven Bundy has been...
Okay, what was that?
We have another person that's joined us. Can you tell us your name, please?
That would be Steve. I had to bring him back in. His call dropped.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What about Gavin? Any kind? I mean, is he on? He's got to be on, I would say.
I don't have him on Skype, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, I mean, they were.
Is he live feeding off of? Does he live feed off of his web, or how was he running it last night?
He was live streaming straight to YouTube.
Which he got blocked from that, didn't he?
I know I got put in Facebook jail, so to speak, but I don't know his situation right now with YouTube.
Well, he's got a YouTube channel then?
Mm-hmm.
They're saying Gavin's not on yet. That's what the chat's saying.
It's 7:30 out there now.
Yeah, we're it's ticking down right now.
I show he's got
This is the witching hour.
I show he's
They're
got.
all eating breakfast over at the hotel.
I show Gavin has got a show set up for 9:24 a.m., which I guess is a different time because it says starting soon.
That'd be 11:24 our time.
I've just dropped another link into chat. It's come from the it's kgw.com.
All right.
Live feed, and I think they're saying in chat that that's one of the mods put it in. I think that's the feed, or a possible feed. I just need to check it out. I've just clicked the page and I've got just KWG breaking.
Ammon Bundy's lawyers are expected to meet the protesters at the FBI checkpoint at 8 o'clock this morning when the occupiers say they'll turn themselves in. Now, tensions were high last night after the FBI surrounded the occupiers in the refuge. Federal agents say one of the protesters went outside the barricades. Certainly important to note, no shots were fired. Today would mark day 41 of the occupation, and again, there is the possibility it could be the end of the occupation if indeed these 4 protesters follow through and turn themselves in. We'll be monitoring the situation here and bring you the latest as it develops. Back to you.
Well, there we heard it.
Okay, now I'm going to work on getting rid of a bunch of windows I don't need to speed my computer up.
I tried calling Michael Emery, but he's not on. I mean, he's not answering.
Okay.
It's too bad we didn't get Michelle Flora's phone number.
The end of the occupation if indeed these 4 protesters follow through.
10:30, Brenda.
And turn themselves in. We'll be monitoring the situation here and bring you the latest as it develops. Back to you.
KG8 was supposed to have had a live feed from the roadblock. I just caught that in the chat.
Right, that's what, well, KGW8, that's what's up now.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Then I need to refresh, don't I?
Is it on?
No, they're gonna come back when they've got more updates by the look of it. So we'll just have to wait until we get a consistent feed by the look of it.
Oh, here's something coming in from one of your monitors.
Who's Gab? Is this?
What's that? Go ahead, Fun.
No, they were saying something about Watchman News live feed outside the refugee. Check this. I understand what it is now.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. No problem.
What do you got up here? I see Gavin's picture and his.
That link's working for me now. I can see a guy standing in front of the roadblock with a yellow jersey on talking into a mic.
Mm-hmm.
Road closed with a red flag behind him. So if you click down if you scroll down the page, he's got a microphone with a number 8 on it, and if you press the play, you'll get the feed.
Oops, I already had it. I was I'm working with my screens. I accidentally clicked a button. It's up now, though.
Okay.
You didn't do that, did you, Mike?
No, never. I don't get click happy.
There it is.
And here we are. There we go. This is live, friends.
This is where they preview as far away from it as you can, as close to it as you can get. That.
So the checkpoint is down the road even further. So if they don't let anybody past this point, I don't know how we're going to get any live feed unless Michelle and Reverend Graham bring a photo group with them.
Wow.
Now I was under the understanding that they promised those kids are going to be there.
They talked about everybody asked each other, you got cameras on your telephones last night? Everybody did. When they were coming back from the airport. Well, that's... I can't use mine.
You mean on the people showing up? The kids at the place, that those were, for whatever reason, fried or they were messed up.
No, they got them on their telephones, but they can scramble all that too.
Gig Real U.S. News, he says there's a live feed at interactivekgw.com, mobile breaking video.
That's what's up.
That's what's up. Okay. I'm trying to keep up with the chat and everything else here.
Can you give me a link to your show there, Watchman? I don't know. This one ain't working.
Yeah, let me get one.
You know what these guys need? These guys need Vaughan and Steve there, because Vaughan and Steve talked very well and consistently all night long about varied subjects and kept the audience very entertained. These guys are not doing a good job. We need to send Vaughan and Steve out there right now.
I said, are you ready to go, Vaughn?
Hey, I forgot.
How about
I got
Go
it.
ahead, Watchman.
I got it set up. I got it redirected. All you have to do is go to the watchmannews.com/live, and it will redirect you right to my live feed.
Okay.
There's something they're zooming in down there. There's a.
Oh, there is. They're zooming in, aren't they? There's the next checkpoint.
That must be the entrance into. I see a stone thing on the right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's similar, isn't it, guys? Isn't that where the sign's at? Right there, right behind that on the right.
It looks like it.
Yep.
Looks like a typical kind of monument sign or whatever.
Right.
And I see someone to the right of that sign
Moving.
that's standing up tall. It looks like
Yes.
he's moving. There's someone there.
Yes, it sure does.
You guys have got good eyesight as well. We should have sent you. You're like hawks.
We're looking for deer, but all we're finding is federados.
And I'm still not getting there, Watchman. I'm getting all still shots, no live, nothing.
No, well, there's no movement. There really isn't any movement right now. Nobody's moving, but
Do you see a road with a bunch of cars down? Down. Oh.
Kathy, can you see?
I do on Skype. I see it on Skype.
All right, well, just watch Skype then, darling, because that's what I'm watching.
Yeah, because that's what we have right now. You can see one of those AMRACs right there. It looks like a highway patrol, and it looks like a Jeep four-wheeler on one side, and I'm not sure what the other vehicle is behind. So we either got state, county, and federados at that checkpoint.
Vaughn, it appears like some kind of white pickup straight center.
Yeah, that's
Kathy,
that's what I couldn't make out.
Kathy, if you want to watch it, try scrolling down the page. You'll see a slide bar down the bottom, and just hit the play button. But you'll get sound, and if your mic's open here in Skype, we're going to get a double feedback.
And I'm real quick going to reset that stream like I said I was going to do earlier. So I know there's like over 1,000 people in my feed. Stay right where you are. It's just going to go down for a second and back up. I'm doing that so I can archive the last roughly 1.5 days.
Okay.
About a half a cup of white vinegar, add some soy sauce and some sesame oil to taste. Mix that up. When the when the nuts are cooked, you toss that into the bowl with the wombok and the noodles, and then you pour the dressing over the top and you mix it all up together, and then you eat it. Over.
Are you delivering that to the door for me, hon?
I show that we are back up live. If you do not have audio or video, just refresh your screen. If you don't have audio, well, I guess you didn't hear me.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to listen to the audio. I just seen somebody walk in front of the camera, so there is movement there. So this is live, friends.
Okay, I went to WatchmanNewsLive.com.
The WatchmanNews.com/live. I'll give you a link and
It's The Watchman News?
yeah, it's TheWatchmanNews.com/live.
Let's see if that changes things. Oh, yeah.
You got it?
Yep.
Kathy's on it.
Okay. When the action starts to happen, I suggest that all in Skype, we all mute our mics, and then we can watch it through the feed on Watchman, on the YouTube feed, and then we can see a big screen. Over?
Yes, Roger.
Under.
How about a 10-4, Steve?
Down, as in down under?
Right, that'll work. Down under.
Well, we know we're going to get a down under from Pink.
Have you ever saw the movie Airplane?
Yes.
Pink, have you seen that?
No.
You're missing out. That's what that come from.
Oh, okay. Are we getting any sound coming out of that feed at the moment? I heard some voices.
I hear something. Let me see if that's out of there. I got it cranked up. I don't see. Let me find out where that is. You would think it was coming from there.
Yeah, I thought it was people off to the side talking.
Okay.
It is.
See if they arrange a report something. So you guys still have like 20 minutes to your next
And I was like, I see nothing.
Yeah,
15-ish.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Is that Michelle?
Yeah, we were like, I don't know why they're not sending us with the SAT truck, but
Hate it when I forget to put the.
struggle is real.
Looks like they're getting ready. Yeah, looks like they're getting ready.
Somebody said Kevin's live, too. That sounded like Michelle talking to somebody there at that dark station.
I got Gavin's up. Let me refresh his.
Keep it easy.
That's really good because it's so many situations you don't have a cable. Hey, this is Paul. I was just checking to see, do you know if you guys dialed in that SES satellite? Okay, that should be it. So that's up. We're
Okay,
about to feed something on
Gavin
that.
is
So,
live. Hang with me. I will get them up side by side.
Okay.
All right, we can all go to mute now, I think, and we'll listen.
Yeah, we better go to mute.
Okay. Bye.
That's weird. Why would they cut their stream like that?
Somebody said CNN's live
Safety.
too.
Okay.
There they are.
Yep. I'll get them both in.
Stand this way.
I'm working on it.
There you go. Okay. Okay.
Indeed, we do understand this could be the final day of the standoff here at the Malheur Wildlife National Refuge. I'm standing at one of many roadblocks leading to the refuge. We understand the 4 holdouts say they will surrender at 8 a.m. Oregon time this morning. The FBI surrounded the occupiers here at the refuge Wednesday night, last night. In negotiations with the FBI, occupiers said they would surrender this morning if escorted by Nevada politician Michelle Fiore and evangelist Franklin Graham. We understand that both Graham and Fiore are in Burns at this time. The plan for the 4 occupiers is to walk out of the refuge, hands raised and unarmed. They'll be met at an FBI checkpoint by FBI and Fiore and Graham. Now, the FBI is not commenting on the negotiations, but those were heard by tens of thousands of people last night during a live stream on YouTube. The 4 remaining occupiers have identified themselves as David Fry, Jeffrey Banta, and
I'm gonna try and call him David.
Of Riggins, Idaho. Again,
See
those
if we get anything.
will be surrendering.
Who knows whether these phones are going to get through or not.
We'll continue to monitor this situation minute by minute and bring you the very latest. Back to you.
You live in Facebook? Yeah.
You've reached the mobile phone of Carl Koenigs.
Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm not getting David right now. Hopefully they will call in soon. I'm going to call Michelle and add her in. She's on the ground along with other legislators down there, and we're going to get a patch in with them. And once we get audio going, I'm probably just going to shut off this camera. There's really no need to keep it running right now. Hello?
Hey there.
Hey, Michelle, we are live. At this juncture, I have not been able to get David on the line yet, so hopefully we will hear from him soon.
Okay.
And you are live if you want to, hang on a second here. If you want to give any sort of update, if you have any, I don't know if you're on the ground there or not. Hang on. David? Sean? Hey, good. Glad we got you. Are you guys okay?
I think so.
Okay. Okay. David, sorry, Sean, I got Michelle here. Michelle, Sean, we got him on the line. Everything's okay so far. Sean, the live stream is rolling, so you guys are live. We'll try and keep the connection going so that everybody can monitor what's going on and make sure they don't pull anything.
I've been told we have 1,000 people coming this way. I'm being told by people to trust my faith in the Lord.
Great. Yeah, and hopefully there'll be lots of people there to monitor the situation and make sure it doesn't go awry. And I think based on the information we have, hopefully we can just proceed peacefully as planned and hope that God leads us in a good direction. How are spirits down there, Sean?
Everybody on the live feed know that they arrested Cliven and they arrested some other patriots.
Yes, and we heard from Deb. And hopefully from the Pete Santilli show. There was a patriot arrested in Mesquite, I believe, who goes by the name of his handler is Joe Crozet, and then we have Cliven arrested. We don't have any word on his condition, but hopefully he's being treated well. And he was not assaulted when they arrested him. Okay, Nathan says he was not assaulted when they arrested him. So presumably he's well, but of course, I mean, as well as we can be in a situation like this.
How much longer is this country going to stand for this? Harry Reid promised.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, when are people going to be willing to rise up? If
I
people
turn myself over to someone that will prevent you guys from freeing us, am I going to? I'm praying a lot right here.
Well, should we pray together? You want to?
Yes.
You guys want to go, or should I?
I'll say it. Father, Lord in heaven, answer and give us the strength to know what you want us to do. We know in our heart that you're with us. You've been with us this whole time. I need to know what is right so that I don't cross you. I need to know. I need a sign. I want to remain faithful to you, Lord. You. I want the rest of these patriots protected.
Are you there? Hello? Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. He's praying.
Yes. We have this in your name. Father, let me know the right thing to do. I don't want to compromise anyone's life. Please be with us. Hallelujah.
You guys.
Hallelujah.
Amen. Okay, yeah, everybody's on the line. David, I got Michelle back.
Okay.
I lost her. I'm sorry.
We just got cut off because we're traveling through a bad area. That's why we got the call dropped.
Okay, has anybody heard from Franklin Graham?
No.
Supposedly the FBI said that we're meeting him and then we're coming to the checkpoint. So we are getting him. And going to the checkpoint. So.
Right. Okay. All right, Sean. You know what? Just take a breath there. You guys, the whole battle's not yours, and you guys have stood up. You've got the message out and you've stood up for your neighbor, and so don't feel like you got to bear the whole burden.
Yeah, so keep like this whole time. How do you know if you're not doing what the Lord wants you to do?
You know, in my experience, if we trust God, we're not always perfect in our actions. But if you seek God, He picks up the slack, even if we're not perfect in our ways, because we never are. And so.
Okay, so.
How far away are you, Michelle?
I don't. How far away? I think we're like 15.
Hello?
You there, Michelle? She's dropping a little bit here, but
I think she's between Burns and.
She's probably getting close because the signal's kind of bad out there.
Yeah.
Sean, is everyone else with you? How's everybody doing? Other than as best as can be, or?
We're here in the tent, yeah.
Okay. Did you guys get any sleep last night?
Some of us did, I think.
Yeah.
Long ride to Portland. I'm sure we'll get sleep there.
Yeah, it's a long ride to Portland. I'm sure we'll get sleep there.
Well, yeah. So. Is your plan still to go out one at a time and just and meet have Michelle and Franklin waiting and carry your flags, or?
I think myself and Sandy are going to go out holding hands.
Okay.
And the flag. If they'll allow that, they probably won't.
Well, they better they better work with it.
Sounds like they're being mean to Michelle, which makes me know that these people are evil, and that puts a bad feeling in my stomach.
Yeah, exactly. I just got Michelle back. Well, yeah, they haven't. It doesn't sound like they've treated Michelle the best, but I think she's pulling through.
Why don't we?
We heard some rumor about some French.
How far away are we?
Michelle, are you there?
Okay. I'm here.
Okay.
They're there. I'm getting in the car with the FBI right now, you guys.
Okay.
All my personal stuff. Yeah.
What's the names of the people?
I don't know. Jordan is the driver. Can I have my blue coat? See the blue coat? It's right under there. It's under the bottom. Okay.
Michelle, don't let them take your phone.
Yeah, I won't. Okay. I won't. Okay. I'm getting in the car with the FBI now, guys.
Okay.
You guys have Graham? Oh, you're on the side. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. You guys have Graham? Okay. All right. And now you're gonna. And then, do you know where they're gonna be? Okay. Okay, guys. So we're close, and we're speeding, and the FBI. So we're not far. So, we're meeting Graham at this point. I'm gonna meet Graham first.
Okay.
And then we're going forward.
Okay. Sean, you here?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're here. We're here, Michelle.
Are you guys still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Michelle's spotty. She's in and out, but I think she's okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just real quick refreshing it so the audio and video sync. There we go.
How can people be so evil and have evil in their hearts?
Yeah, that's what happens.
Know that they're doing the right thing or the wrong thing.
Well, as long as you stand up for what's right, then you're on the side of righteousness. Hang on, I got Michelle calling back in.
These guys are afraid once they found out they arrested Cliven that we might change our minds.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Were these FBI agents afraid that once we found out they arrested Cliven that we might change our minds?
I don't think they really thought that through.
If anything, I mean, that was aside from the illegality of it, that was a pretty foolish move. But we have to be calmer and more principled than them, because they're doing a lot of foolish things. I mean, they haven't done righteousness in any of this, so we have to set the standard.
Okay, so one of the things we're going to do is we're leading by example, and the only thing, as we said last night and as many times as we prayed, the only thing we have to show America is we keep our word. And so I think with Cliven here trying to visit his son, he's basically in that same new battlefield that we're heading towards.
We're at a crossroads right now. I don't know what the right thing to do is.
I think we should stick with what we said we would do, and just take it one minute at a time, and let God do the rest. Sean, he can take it where he wants to go, and he can keep us safe.
I'm ready, baby. I agree, you guys. I agree, and let's just like we talked about, is let's just all stay calm and lead by example. It's so important that we do that.
Well, maybe they'll make that decision for me.
I want everyone to keep calm head, and I don't want and understand when we get when I was talking to Lisa Bundy, you guys, and we were talking about some of the thoughts that were going through Ammon's mind while he was in solitary. Don't forget, sometimes, the devil works in weird ways, and the devil can put stuff in your mind that shouldn't be there. So as long as we're all on the same page and we're doing what we're saying we're doing, and that. And we've got to keep the faith. We've prayed over this all night. We've prayed over it this morning. We're going to continue praying over it all day.
And we pray that the FBI holds their end, because they betrayed us so much.
Right.
I've seen it, and I concur. So
you know this: if they double cross us, all deals are off.
Okay, they're not going to. Okay, so they have given
us their word, so let's start today as a new day. Listen, we made it through the night, and we're starting today as a new day. And I'm going to err on the benefit of the doubt that everyone's going to keep to their word. If America's watching, there's no choice. They have to keep to their word. So everyone is watching.
They were watching last night, and look at how they treated us. We don't trust a thing they say.
You know what? We're alive. Here's the thing, okay? Let's not forget our blessings. We are alive, and we are talking. So that's very, you guys, that's our number one goal, is to be alive, to go to the next level.
Right.
Michelle, you'll have to get all of us in jail because I'm sure we'll forget your numbers with the stress. We have them written on our hands, but
there are attorneys waiting. That no one is going to forget anything. And let me tell you, you guys will be in constant communication with whomever you need to be. We will make sure that all of that is taken care of.
Yeah, people are going to be there for you. And look, I mean, Sean, you guys, you probably feel like the weight of the world's on your shoulders right now, and everybody's watching. But as long as you stand principled, as long as we trust God and just take it one step at a time, we can be peaceful and principled and get the message of liberty out and let God take care of the rest, because we don't have the strength to fix all of this.
we have LaVoy Finnegan's Bible.
Good.
That we need Michelle or Reverend Graham to get back to his widow.
Great.
Okay. Okay, well, so where's the Bible? Where's LaVoy's Bible?
One of us is going to bring it out.
Okay, and who's been, okay, so they have LaVoy's Bible, and they want to give it to you guys to give to LaVoy's widow. Okay, the FBI said, okay, I'm sitting with them right now.
All right, I have my purse that I'll have on my body, too, that I need to bring out.
She has her purse that she has to bring out with her ID on her body that when we come out. Just, okay, yeah, her, okay. So,
We still have you, Michelle?
yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just constantly this phone. I'm just constantly putting people to voicemail because the phone just won't stop. It's kind of blowing up, but
yeah, I
don't want to disconnect it. There's a camera right there.
We got 3 minutes after 8. Are they going to wait until you get here?
Yeah. They are not going to do anything until we're in position. So, have you guys had breakfast? I just want to make sure you guys have had coffee and water and breakfast. Because it could be a long day today.
It's pretty tough to think about all that stuff when your life's in jeopardy.
Right.
I know, but listen, your body carries you. So let me tell you. Okay.
Yeah, we've had some snacks.
Okay. All right. And you guys are still warm?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think Mike is trying to call one of you guys. So, are you guys okay? Is everyone there?
We're still here.
We're here.
Yeah. Hey,
okay.
Hey guys, Sean, what do you want to do? Do you want to talk? Do you want to pray? Do you want to read the Psalms? What would make you guys have more peace?
I want to tell everybody something that happened this morning.
Okay.
We had the fire going, and we looked into the fire, and there was a cross in the flame.
Right.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
Oh, there's another thing. We went out this morning to go to the bathroom, and I went with Sandy, and I held the flashlight. And I have a small mini mag light, and you have to turn the beam on the front to adjust the light. And I turned it so that we could see an area, and when I shined it on the ground, the outside of it was white, and then the inside part of the shadow was heart. I am not kidding you. We have had so many signs like this. I don't believe that would be a coincidence.
Right.
It was a perfect heart in the middle of that light.
Great.
And I believe that's the Lord telling us that we have His love.
Well, look, I mean, he's got your back.
I believe that too.
Yes, and the Reverend and a bunch of other good people are coming to get us. And I know some people probably think we're fruitcakes, but I'm telling you, we are witnesses to the Lord.
Let me tell you, you have your Idaho representatives here, you have Nevada representatives here, you have Arizona representatives here. Everyone is listening. You guys have a lot of support. It's not just me. I might be the voice on the phone, but you have a team behind you.
Are they going to be at the checkpoint as well?
Say it again.
Are they going to be at the checkpoint as well?
No, they won't allow that. It's just going to be Graham and I. I think we're at the airport right now. I think, am I going in with Graham? Okay. Okay, listen, so we're
about 10 miles from us.
Okay, so am I getting out? No, okay. Okay, so the FBI is coming around our car, and I'm meeting with Graham right now. I think that I'm at the Burns intra-agency something. I don't have my glasses. Oh, no, I don't have my glasses. Okay, that's okay. Okay.
Do you have another battery charge at all?
So I think that we're at that place where you guys pulled up on the FBI.
We didn't do that. We didn't do that at Idaho Purpose Hunters.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't have my reading glasses on, so I just can't see what the sign says. Thanks, Jackie. Okay, so they're getting the Reverend. They're getting the Reverend, and me and the Reverend are driving in together. And me and the Reverend are going to drive in together. So.
Okay.
Okay. So everyone's going to stay calm until we get there and arrive, and everyone knows what to do. So I'm in the FBI. I want to call it like a compound or something. I don't know. So should I bring staying in here? Stay here. Okay.
Is that place fortified?
Say that again.
Is that place fortified?
I don't know.
I mean, like, is it guarded with barricades?
Yeah.
Okay, because we were told that we would be charged with fortification if we moved anything around, if it flopped the wind or anything like that. Okay. We've been the peaceful ones all the time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hang tight. There's a couple of folks coming. I think maybe they've got the Reverend. Hang tight. Let me just check.
You guys are doing good down there. I mean, look, there's always trolls. There's a lot of people who are asleep and they oppose liberty, but there's more, that have been watching this that support you. So.
Okay. So listen, they asked me, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so they asked me a question I'm going in a tent right now. They asked me a question if I can talk to you and you can talk to them.
Yep.
Yeah, so is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so can you tell Jackie they said yes about talking to me and the FBI talking to them. So as you're talking to me on the phone, the FBI is going to talk to you on the phone.
Okay.
Okay. I'm here in that place in a tent. Are they going to call our phone?
Are they calling the phone or are they going to use your phone?
Are they going to call on the phone or are they going to? They're going to call on the phone.
You got them on the line. Let's keep them on the line so they're accountable.
the FBI on?
Yeah, we're on the live stream. We can't give that up.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're gonna call on the phone. The FBI is gonna call on your phone. The FBI is gonna call on your phone. That's what they're saying.
Have them call on the FBI phone.
The one that they gave us. The one that you gave them? The phone that's,
They gave us a phone.
Yes, the FBI is going to call on the phone that they gave you.
Okay.
Okay. So, we can't disconnect. They don't want to disconnect. Yeah, they can call. No, it's not. It's a different line. You guys have your own number. This is a whole separate line that they have.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see we got sheriffs, so they're in on it.
You all still there?
We're still here. We're still here. Just hang in there.
I'm here.
So, Sean, you have another phone that they gave you? Is that what the deal is here?
Yes, they dropped one off, and we've been using that to contact. Or they've been using that to contact us.
Understood.
We talked to them last night on it. Or David did.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I got my glasses. Okay.
Sean, you guys are at your camp still. Are they still surrounding you? Is there still vehicles, or have they backed off?
No, they actually got closer in the night.
Okay.
They're still surrounding us.
Okay.
They have bulletproof glass, metal MRAPs protecting them, and we have tarps protecting us and the Lord.
Yeah, but the Lord is more powerful than all their fancy equipment.
Tent, and I'm with Jenny and Jackie and 4 other FBI agents, and Reverend Graham is coming here. Yeah. Okay. So that's what we're doing, and we're waiting for him. Which one?
So you guys then you guys left your guns in your vehicle then? Is that the plan?
Yes.
Okay. So just so the world knows, you guys are unarmed.
Yes.
Our personal guns are in the vehicles and they're cleared. There is other guns around the area, but we are not in possession of them.
Right.
They're not our weapons. We're not touching them.
Yeah, and we want to hold their feet to the fire.
I'm sure they are loaded.
Right.
Because people left in a hurry.
Yeah, and just as the FBI and the State Patrol were the aggressors with Lavoie, we want the world to know that if they try anything, you guys aren't the aggressors. The Patriots have stood for peaceful resolution and the rule of law the whole time, and for our Constitution.
When I walk out of here and my wife walks out of here, we will be unarmed. And so will Jeff. So will David. So if they kill us, that's on them.
Listen, Sean, when you guys walk out, we saw the FBI last night, and they were like kindergarten trolls, when they were supposed to be negotiating. Okay. Keep your head high and remember that you guys have a position in liberty, and you're standing for what's right. So don't let anything they say get to you.
No, we're not even going to talk to them until we get our lawyers.
We have our weapons in the truck, but I imagine that now they'll take those, they'll confiscate them because we won't be able to own weapons.
Well, we'll see what happens.
That's our problem, and I have to tell you, I've written legislation, and we basically have to make sure that that this is not an excuse to impede on our Second Amendment rights. So
shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed.
That's right. That means not at all. And so it's time for all their rules and regulations.
Know nothing.
It's time, yes.
Yeah. So, okay. 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 And, yeah. Okay, so
What's the status, Michelle? We got you there?
yeah, you got me here. I'm in the tent, and I'm just waiting for Graham to get here, Reverend Graham.
Okay.
And then once he gets here, you'll hear his voice.
Good.
So, and everyone is, it's not an 8 o'clock deadline when we get there deadline. So no one's moving and no one's doing anything. And
Okay.
I'm here with 6 FBI agents in a tent, and everyone seems to be calm and not hostile.
Right.
Are they in full body dress?
No, they're actually just in regular clothes.
Good.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah. The folks that are with me, anyway.
Okay. Well, I'm 100% positive there's snipers on it all around surrounding us. So.
Yes, I would have to agree with you. So that's why, us, staying alive is key, because a dead man can't talk and a dead man can't write. So we have to just stay together and stay alive.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay, so I just want to let you know that when I talked to Representative Heather Scott from Idaho, and Judy is here, and another rep, and we've got Kelly Townsend in Arizona, and 12 other Arizona reps that are listening, and we have Assemblywoman Shelley Shelton here on the ground, and we have Assemblyman John Moore here on the ground. And so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 right now that I know that are here in Burns on the ground to make sure this goes and everyone keeps their word and to keep everyone transparent, as government's supposed to be. And, I have to thank David Fry and Gavin for making this transparent and making this live feed live.
Well, you get a few more legislators down there, Michelle. Maybe you can just start assembly right there in Burns, and we can work some of this out.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We can just do like 24-hour law passes. How we can get it to the Assembly House.
That's right.
House, back into the Assembly House, and to the governor for the signature, huh?
Well, you know what? If America's representatives were doing their job, you would have that many of them. Because we got a few of them down there standing the line for liberty. If the whole country's representatives were doing their job, the respective houses of and senates could probably gather right there. They'd have a quorum.
So you know what? This is up to us, you guys. This is up to the people. This is up to the people and getting the people out to vote. If we want true change, we have to door knock. We have to make the calls. We have to get on the ground. We have to get boots on the ground, and we have to hold all of our electeds accountable. This is all on the backs of America. Okay?
We supported Paul Ryan from Wisconsin, where we're originally from. He had yard signs and everything, and he's a huge sellout. He got in there once he ran for president.
Yeah, well, a lot of them compromised, but
listen, guys, an FBI agent just walked in,
and he can't talk to me while I'm on the phone, so I've got to cut the phone and call you back.
Okay, be careful.
How many people do we have on this live feed?
About 10,000.
Okay, so I'm going to cut the phone, and how long before I call him back? Okay, give me 10 minutes. They say 10 minutes, and then I will call you back on the live feed.
Okay, I'll be here.
Okay. Okay. I'll talk to you in a
All right,
minute.
we'll see you in a few minutes.
Bye.
All right, be safe.
Okay.
Sean, did you guys hear from Victoria this morning?
Yes, we did.
Good.
I don't understand why they can't talk to her on the phone.
Yeah, they're pretty shady, but you know what? The world's still watching, so they're not getting away with things too easy. And you know, it's interesting because you know there's people out there and they call patriots names and they say, oh, you guys have guns, you're not the peaceful ones, but you guys and Ammon and Lavoie and everybody prove that to be a farce. When you have an armed people, that's how you maintain peace, is with armed principled people. That's how you prevent bloodshed. And just like, you know, Thomas Jefferson said, when injustice becomes law, resistance becomes duty. So yes, people need to be holding their representatives' feet to the fire, and they need to be, you know, demanding accountability. But people also need to be willing to stand themselves, because, like we've seen here, you know, the people are the ones. The people armed and peaceful and principled and God-fearing are the ones that are standing to protect liberty.
Yeah, we're supposed to be the ones that have the power over them, and it's changed a long time ago. And it's sickening that people can even work for the government when how do they not see that we followed our rights in the Constitution that they swore an oath to? How can they stand there and have orders to shoot to kill? Or I can live with myself. I'd quit my job and I would do the right thing. I just don't understand what gets in these people's minds.
Well, I'm sure a lot of them are tormented by it too.
They said, last night they said they're just doing their job. Well, that's blood money on your hands. Doing your job.
There's never just doing your job. There's only right and wrong, and that's what they'll be. Right. That's the standard they're judged by. And even when we talk about, I mean, look, our courts, our government officials, with the exception of a few, they and especially our courts, really, we're in the courts because we're peaceful and because, you know, they take us there at the point of a gun. But if you go back to the founding of this country, I don't know if you've read John Locke, but one of my favorite lines from John Locke is when he said, wherever law ends, tyranny begins. And if the law be transgressed to another's harm, and whosoever in authority exceeds the power given him by the law and makes use of the force he has under his command to compass that upon the subject which the law allows not, ceases to be a magistrate, and acting without authority may it be opposed as any other man who by force invades the right of another. But because, you know, principled, peaceful men, they never throw the first punch. And so we're always looking to try and de-escalate the situation. That's really what the Patriots have been doing all along, right up to Lavoie, trying to, you know, save the people in his vehicle by drawing their attention away from that. You know, he loved his neighbor, just like you guys are doing.
He did. He was a good man, and he took his life. And those people will rot in hell for that.
Well, there'll be accountability, and you know what though, despite all this stuff, and you know, people that are asleep and they're too busy with their apathy and their chains of slavery, and they call names, but more and more of them are waking up because of what Ammon and the Patriots did, because of what you guys are doing, because of what Lavoie's doing, because they're seeing, and this is why it's so important that we stay principled. They're seeing that, wait a minute, the Patriots they're not the violent ones. The Patriots are the peaceful ones.
Well, maybe if they would have been the violent ones a few years ago, we wouldn't be in this position.
Well, it's a shame we didn't, you know, people didn't stand up more boldly, you know, 20 years ago, because we've gotten to a point now where it's getting harder and harder to stand, and it's costing us more and more. But stand we must, you know, occupy till he comes.
Well, you look at like Eric Holder. He took over an ROTC headquarters, and he became our attorney general. Right. Look at Bill Ayers. Bill Ayers. He killed people in a police station, I believe, with a bomb.
The Ku Klux Klan guy.
And where's he at? He's friends with the president.
Right. The corruption goes deep.
So the good people get persecuted, just like Jesus did.
Right.
I guess we had that rightful place in the end.
Yeah, I mean, God, one way or the other, God will bring them to their knees and hopefully in repentance. But that's the thing is the wicked think they're in control, and sometimes it seems to us like they're in control. But in reality, the wicked aren't in control.
Well, we're still waiting on that miracle.
Sometimes it's not it doesn't come as quick as we want. But you know what? In a lot of ways, it's a miracle that you guys are even still there, and that you're standing, and that they didn't attack you. So let's not underestimate that.
There's been at least 4 times that we thought it was our last night.
Right.
That live feed where I said some things under distress. They're going to hold that against me because of the things I said, but I really thought that was my last day, and that we actually had patriots coming, and the good people were going to have this civil war to stop this corruption. And I guess I was let down a little bit, but now I have to carry that burden. But I'd ask anyone else in that same position how they would handle it, if they could handle it any better.
No, I don't imagine they could, and it's the nature of the beast. Hey, hang on, I think we got Victoria here. Let me see if I can add her in. Hey, Victoria?
No, it's her mom.
Hey,
and she's being really careful right now.
Yeah, you hold on. You're live right now. So if you need to talk privately, you better hang up and call Nathan back.
We're live. Well, no, this is good. If we're live, this is good, because what I want to say is that
Sean is here.
The FBI is arresting main players in this whole thing. While they're pretending to stand off right now and be good, they're arresting people. They arrested Cliven, they've arrested Blaine, and no doubt they're going to go for some other leaders who are taking their stand.
Right.
So America, make your way to stand for these people that are there, and to the people there. And this is from Victoria, and this is from me. I don't speak for Victoria right now. I'm speaking on behalf of the Lord Jesus Christ. Remain faithful to the end for this cause, because it is the cause of the Lord Himself. And too many people are falling back, and the FBI is taking them out one by one. Right. So my call is to the people who have some guts right now to stand and make their way. To take their stand with these people who have been unjustly treated in our country. It's time to stand.
Right.
Victoria wants to say something. Here's Victoria. Hello, this is Victoria. I just want to tell anyone who's listening to this right now that I stand with the people who are in there. They haven't done anything wrong. They need to stay alive, and we need to stand with them. I call for thousands of people to peacefully go to Burns and tell the FBI to leave and not to hurt these people. These people have not done anything to be arrested for.
Right. Victoria, Sean, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. Victoria, you are on the line with Sean. You're on the live stream right now, too. So.
Oh, hi, Sean. How are you guys?
We're hanging in there.
Yeah. And Michelle's going to be, look, guys, so we know we've had some other arrests, and it's almost like the FBI wants to escalate things, and thankfully patriots are more peaceful and principled and calm than our government is right now. But Michelle Fiore is on the ground. I don't know how many other people are there to peacefully stand with them, but Michelle and Franklin Graham, and there's also quite a few other legislators there. And so there is a lot of voice getting out on this right now, not to mention the live stream. And so there's a lot of people watching and trying to maintain that peace and make sure that the FBI de-escalates.
Yes, and just so you know, Sean, if you all are arrested and you go out peacefully, there will be thousands in court. I promise you that we will not forget you. People are not going to forget this. I promise you. I will be there. I will be there for you.
Thank you. I want to have you sing to me in person. The last time I heard your family, I had to leave the bunkhouse because it overwhelmed me so much that I had to stand outside.
Good. Okay.
Good. Okay. Okay.
What do they say to you, Victoria? I'm sorry, what do they say to you, Michelle?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, listen, you guys, we've got a break for another minute. Give me 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna talk to Graham, and then Graham and I are calling you back. He's literally in front of me right now. Okay.
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 Okay. I'll call you right back. Keep it positive while I'm make pretend I'm on the phone and keep it positive. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye. All right.
All right. Yeah. I mean, look, we got the world watching. We got people there that are helping the voice, and so you know, there's when principled people stand, there's no need for blood. There's no need for violence, and that's what we're showing people here.
That's true. That is true.
And sometimes we stand in the minority. You know, I mean, our country has gotten apathetic over the years, and sometimes not as many people show up as we want, not as many people rally as we want. But you know what? They had these same concerns in 1775, and they had you know, but when people stood up for principle and liberty, God honored it.
Do we know how Ryan Bundy's condition is?
Ryan Bundy, he's doing okay. I've heard from his wife, he's doing okay. I know that he's still in jail, but we're working on that.
Okay.
He's doing okay.
He was shot, so I was concerned about his well-being.
His shoulder's doing okay. I asked Angie about it when I saw her at the funeral, and she said that his shoulder's doing okay. So he was shot in the shoulder, but he's doing okay now.
We wouldn't miss that funeral for anything else in this world.
I know. I believe you. We have LaVoy's Bible that we want to return to his widow.
Yeah, we do have LaVoy's Bible that we're going to bring out, one of us, and we'd like to give it to Michelle or Reverend Graham and have that returned to LaVoy's widow or his family.
I'm sure they would appreciate that so much. Thank you. Give it to him first.
Yeah, we'd like to give it to him ourselves, or to her ourselves, I'm sorry, but
we're going to be.
I doubt they're going to allow that.
I don't.
So just give it time. Okay.
My mom would like to say hi to you all. Is that okay?
Yeah, let's do that quickly before Reverend Graham and Michelle call back.
Okay. All right. Here she is.
Well, first, I just want to say thank you again. We love you all. We're praying for you. And I have to just tell, I'm a very transparent lady, okay? And my gut feeling is that because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. These people have been getting away with this for too long. And right now, we believe somebody's even circling us right now. They've arrested 2 good guys last night. All while they're telling you that they're just going to take you out peacefully. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a moment.
Okay. You know what? Let's just keep it.
That's what I believe.
I don't think that's true. I think that they're going to, with this many people watching, I think we just need to relax. We need to breathe. It's in God's hands. And there's nothing else we can do about that. We can keep praying.
Well, that's fine, and I believe just like she said, they're going to sit in prison for a long time because sentence against an evil work, I'm reading God's word, is not executed speedily. People need to get in there and stink and do what they're supposed to do against this tyranny now.
Well,
because people are being taken out, and Victoria is being circled at this moment by the FBI. We believe that.
Okay, well just keep it
They
calm.
are circling us right now.
Keep it calm.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
it's hard to
we
say
need
calm
we're gonna stay on message here. We're gonna stay on message here, okay? And so I want you guys. I appreciate you guys calling. Let's clear up the line, because look, we got Reverend Graham on the ground. We got a lot of people watching. They're not just going to be allowed to abuse. You guys stay safe. Keep your contacts going. Keep people informed about where you are. Everybody's still okay. We got to put this in God's hands, and we've got to stand up righteously and peacefully, okay?
Well,
And so,
that verse is from God. It's not being executed speedily. That's why they're getting away with it.
well, and we've got to this point because we haven't been principled as a nation as we should have. But we're going to keep it. We're going to keep it peaceful. We're going to keep it calm. And so, Victoria, are you there?
Should we end with a song?
Yeah, let's do it quickly because we could
Hi, it's Emelina.
All right. Hey, thank you guys. Okay.
I'm sure that was beautiful in person. Because eventually these people that work for these
It's a CAD. It's some kind of armored vehicle where we might lose service, but before I get in that vehicle, you'll know what vehicle it is, so you'll see it coming up, and you'll know me and the Reverend is in that vehicle, okay? And right now,
they're going to allow you to come into
we're going
the
to
refuge?
the vehicle at the checkpoint, wherever that you're going to see it. You're going to see the vehicle that we're going to be in.
We're not at the checkpoint. We're have to turn ourselves in at the refuge. And they're taking us to the checkpoint.
Hang on 1 second. I'm going to put the Reverend on live stream, okay?
Okay.
Here's the Reverend.
Hey guys, who am I talking to? This is Sean and Sandy. Hey. We're here, Jeff. And Jeff. We're here. Thank you.
And look forward to being with you guys here in a few minutes. And just want you to know that we're proud of you and love you. And I'm looking forward to just giving you guys a big hug.
Well, we haven't bathed in a few days, so don't be offended.
They probably won't let us hug.
But we heard you flew in like an angel this morning, and we appreciate that.
You better believe it. I'm here for you guys. And let's just have a word of prayer together. Heavenly Father, I thank you for this day. We're here.
Thank you.
And look forward to being with you guys here in a few minutes. And just want you to know that we're proud of you and love you. And I'm looking forward to just giving you guys a big hug.
Well, we haven't bathed in a few days, so don't be offended.
They probably won't let us hug.
But we heard you flew in like an angel this morning, and we appreciate that.
You better believe it. I'm here for you guys. And let's just have a word of prayer together. Heavenly Father, I thank you for this day. And Father, we thank you that we're here today and we're safe. And Father, we just ask for continued protection. And Father, we thank you for your love for us. And Father, we look forward to meeting face to face here in just a few moments. And Father, we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Hallelujah. Amen.
Well, okay, guys. Well, we'll be there, and I'm just looking forward to this day. Been praying for this day. And I'm so proud of you guys. I really am.
Well, when we have word that you're at the checkpoint, Sandy and I are going to grab an American flag. We're going to hold hands and walk towards this. I think it's the number 4 MRAP. There's a 4 on the door. I think that's the one Bill's in. And we're going to be unarmed. We're going to hold a flag and my phone on live stream in hand. So we'll try to keep our outside arms in the air and our other hands together. So we may lose contact because of the service here, but we are going to be unarmed and peaceful.
Okay, good. And you make sure that's right. You're unarmed and your hands in the air.
Yes.
Okay, buddy. Well, looking forward to meeting you and being with you. And thank God for you.
All right. We'll see you soon.
And how's Jeff today and Dave?
Well, doing good, sir. Thank you. See you in a bit,
buddy.
All righty.
Good.
David's doing okay.
Good. Okay. Well, I told him I'm going to give him a big hug when I see him. I'm not going to kiss him, but I'm going to hug him.
He won't let you kiss him. I already tried that.
Okay, guys. Well, God bless.
God bless you, sir.
All right. See you in just a few minutes.
All right. Be safe.
Okay, you guys, I'm back. So we're together, and like we said, we're driving up to a second point, and we're going to get into another car. Once we get into that big armored car, you're going to lose me on the live feed. But we'll talk before you lose me. When you lose me on the live feed, it's only like a few minutes from once they get them. Yeah. Okay.
We got a helicopter coming in overhead now as we speak, as well as the drone.
Okay. That's okay. You know what? We're on our way, and they got a helicopter and a drone. They said coming in on them now. Is that normal? Yeah. That's just for surveillance. You know what? That's just for surveillance. Medevac.
What do we need a medevac for?
Yeah, they don't need a medevac. No, it's just, in case anyone has a heart attack, I guess, like I am about to have a heart attack. Jesus. Okay. So, you guys, we are here. We are driving to that cat vehicle, and once I see the cat vehicle, and once we're getting into it, I'm going to tell you the color in it, so you guys, when you guys are coming down and you see that cat vehicle, you'll know that I'm in there. And
are we going to...
We're both going to be, and then when you get to that point, they're going to allow us to come to you. And they're going to allow us to come to all 4 of you. So please, okay, please, that whatever, as they're instructing you, and if we're in the cat, and we're not on with you live feed, just please follow those commands. And so you guys can get in the car, whatever car they put you in, and they're going to bring you to us at that checkpoint. So we will be waiting there. So just let's do this all the way we said. We are leading by example, and this is exactly what America needs to see.
Okay.
Okay, so again, I'm sorry to sound so motherly, but did you guys have enough caffeine, like coffee and water? And did you guys pee? Please go pee now. Like, go to the bathroom right now. It's going to be a long ride. I don't want you guys to have to stop and go to the restroom because if you can't stop, you know what I mean? So you guys go to the bathroom right now. Make sure you got enough caffeine in you for coffee or water, and make sure your bellies are a little full to last a few hours till we get to the next point, because I think we're going to have a long day, but it's going to be a journey and an adventure, and we're going to do it together.
Well, we were hoping to stop at Denny's.
I'm going to ask that request. Do you think we can stop at Denny's and have some breakfast here? And,
don't push your luck.
Okay, I won't.
And they need to pay for it because they're using our tax dollars.
That's right.
Listen, guys, if we get cut off because we're driving down this road, I will call back. So I just want you to know, if God forbid, if we drop a call, it's because we're in a bad area. So we'll keep going until we get into a better area, and then once we get to that cat, we will be okay. So.
Okay, I believe they're bringing you up on the south end of the refuge because our roadblock is still in place on the northwest end. So
just so you guys know, the only thing I see is snow and a 2-lane road. So I don't know if I'm coming in from the south or the north or the east or the west. I have no clue. I see some cows, lots of cows, and that's what I see.
you'll probably go through the little town of Crane, I believe.
Okay. So, and I see a tractor. Well, that's not kind of odd being out here.
How many on the live feed?
We got about, hang on, let me look here. A lot. 16,000.
Hey, you want to know, we were on a live feed last night, and I was on the phone with you, and I had gotten an email, and the email said, listen, I heard you on the live feed, and you said, hey, put that song back on. I like it, because we had the music in the background, and you know what that song was? It was a Hank Williams Jr. song, and it was called Country Boy Can Survive. Do you guys know that song?
Yes, we do.
One of my favorite songs, and so, Hank Williams Jr. is one of my favorite artists. So
well, look up Aaron Lewis, Tangled Up in You. That's Sandy Night's song.
Oh, how nice. That's really great.
We want him to write a for us in honor of this.
And we want to be honorary Marines, too, because I think we stood on the battlefield here and
yes.
fought for our country.
You did.
Well, legislators are able to definitely make proclamations and resolutions, that's for sure.
When I get to tell my story, you're going to be shocked at how I survived it. Considering all that
I can't wait to read it. I really can't. I hope that you've taken notes, or if you're not walking out with notes, you're going to have to retake notes. But be detailed, Sandy. Be very, very detailed, because folks, you think about, what book, hit like the top chart in the New York Times seller, that 50 Shades of Grey, and I mean that's a pretty detailed book. So you be detailed on how you survive. People want to know. People want to know all that. So.
Well, it's ingrained in our memories.
Listen, this is, like I said to you guys, this is the beginning of a new chapter of, letting people understand, that protesting and our First Amendment rights and civil disobedience, and what we really need to do is we really need to arm people with ideas, and we need to arm people with questions, and education. We need to arm people with education, and it's okay to disagree and be free.
Right.
Right.
Eagles there?
Yeah, we only got one eagle here today.
One eagle.
Yeah, we usually have quite a few. Well, a crow just flew over and talked to us. I don't know if that was so good. But
What's talking?
Yes, everything is good. Everything is good. Just make sure everyone, like I said, you guys, we are leading by example, and we have to do what we say, and I'll be with you all the way through.
we appreciate it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We're getting a call. I don't know who it is on the other phone. Probably the FBI.
Oh, that's probably the FBI. Answer that call. You definitely want to answer that call. They definitely want to communicate with you. And remember when we talked about this in our last thing? So have one of you answer that call and just stay calm. Don't forget you guys.
It was David's brother, I guess. It was David's brother. So.
Okay. Oh, David's brother. Okay. Okay. We got to keep that line.
We got to keep the line clear so he didn't answer it.
Okay. No worries.
There comes the second crow. Oh boy.
You know what? I like crows, you guys. I like crows.
Sinister.
They call the group of them a murder. Listen.
Yeah, a group of crows is called a murder.
Come to my house in Vegas. I have a block wall, and I have 18 pilasters, and what sits on top of each pilaster is a 210-pound solid stone gargoyle. So I like gargoyles, and I like crows, and, it's good. Crows are okay. But they call a flock of crows a murder. No.
But that's not going to happen here today.
Okay, I don't want to, you guys, we've come way too far to even subliminally plant that seed. So, no, crows are pretty.
Gargoyle. You have gargoyles. That's right. You said you were Catholic.
Yes, a sinning Catholic. I will not preach to the choir because I am not a saint. What I will tell you guys is every sinner has a future and every saint has a past. So don't forget that.
Oh, we know.
Okay.
All right, so Dave, Sean, is everybody ready to go there?
I believe so.
We're basically, hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Hang on until we get to the cat vehicle.
We'll carry the phone.
How many? Okay. All right. So, so we might lose coverage here, but we're about 25 minutes away from the cat vehicle that we're going to get into. So remember, if we were to lose coverage, I'll call you back and right away as soon as we get a bar. But so we might lose coverage, we might not. We'll see how it goes. And then remember, once we get to the cat vehicle, when we get in that, there's going to be no cell service in that cat vehicle till they get you to us and we get out of that vehicle.
And we won't have any either.
So we're gonna have but you know what? Listen, America's watching. America's watching. So even as you guys are surrendering and doing what they say, even as you guys are doing what they say, you are America's watching, so nothing's going to happen. So, and then you guys are going to come down, and the Reverend Graham and myself are going to squeeze each of you very, very, very hard.
Okay. The Reverend's in the vehicle with you?
We have 3 FBI agents. The Reverend and myself are in a black SUV, and we're driving kind of up a hill.
Okay.
We're on Route 205. Yeah.
Right.
I'm just not familiar with this area, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, you're coming around the backside of the refuge.
Okay.
So Sean, then you have, do you think you're going to lose cell reception when you walk up there? Is that what you're thinking, or do you not know yet?
Once we get in the vehicle, I think, because the
armored.
Right. Well, just keep it on as long as you can.
Probably, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now listen. So
And they'll probably take our phone.
they probably will, but don't forget. Just obey the command. They're taking you to the Reverend Graham and myself. Okay. So that was that.
Yeah. And we need to keep this phone. I know they're going to take our possessions, but we got our personal and family numbers in it, and we had some pictures of things here, which I'm sure will be evidence. But it kind of tells our story a little bit too.
Right. I think we just lost Michelle, but I still got you guys. And so what we're going to do is just keep the line going as long as possible. And look, I mean, guys, I can imagine what you're feeling right now. And I want to just remind you, in no way are, you guys aren't compromising. You're just trying to keep things peaceful. And if sometimes throughout the day and throughout the next few days, don't let the FBI guys make you feel, isolated or helpless or anything like that. Because even if you're not in direct contact, remember that you're not forgotten, and we're not ignoring this out here. And so we're just going to keep plodding through. It would be nice if Patriots didn't have to go through this, for the sake of liberty. But it's nothing new throughout history for God-fearing, liberty-loving people to have to struggle. And it's not the message isn't lost.
This changes.
What's that?
We need to be the example set for this day forward. It changes.
So it doesn't happen again.
So it doesn't happen to any innocent person again, any American citizen.
Right. And we never want to underestimate God's ability to use situation. All things work together for good for those that love God. And that's the main thing. Sometimes when we feel helpless, God's doing the greatest work.
Right.
Now,
because I feel totally helpless right now.
Go with your head high. You have great liberty in Christ, just like Paul did when he went through hard times.
yeah, keep your heads high. Don't let them, just ignore them if they goad you like they were trying to do last night. Remember that God sees, the good and the evil, and he knows what's going on. And every time they abuse, that those charges are recorded in the court of heaven. And every time we stand up principled and peacefully for what's right, God sees that.
Right.
No matter what they do to you, there's nothing they can do that would make their liberty greater than yours. Within Christ, your liberty is always greater than a servant of the enemy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember when I was being in jail. The system is kind of geared towards being mentally abusive, and you got to keep your head high, because they try to they like people to feel isolated. They like people to feel like they're in control and they're in charge. And sometimes in the physical sense they are, but in the end, God works it out. He always does. He always has, and he always will.
Probably the only thing I don't know which is scarier. If I was turning myself over to a Muslim that was going to chop off my head, I'm turning myself over to fellow Americans that swore an oath to the Constitution, and they're not upholding that. That's pretty damn scary to me.
Well, I mean, you raise a good point, because while the government distracts us with fear and terror and false security and having us worry about the border and ISIS and these things that have real concerns, but the reality is, the government's the one who's terrorizing this people the most, and we just gotta stay calm and principled, because all these eyes are on them. They're not just going to get away with stuff. So we're not going to let that happen. Hang on. I got Michelle calling back in. Michelle, are you there? Okay, we're on.
We're here.
Okay.
We're here. We got out of that, whatever place that was. So we got 3 bars right now, Gavin.
Good.
Okay, yep. And so we're just talking about, while we had no bars, the Reverend, and his plans that he's got going to, and his tour. So I have to tell you, it's so special, and God definitely has his hand in this, because he's here for you. I mean, it's amazing.
Right. Well, and Sean, this is a great opportunity, because the church in America needs to to be strong and stand up and learn to love their neighbor better and to stand up for the innocent, the weak, the fatherless, and the widow. And this is an opportunity for that to happen. And hopefully Franklin and others will carry that forward.
I am so glad you brought that up, because I definitely am here for the call out for compassion and forgiveness, because that is what we do as a Christian nation, because this is what this nation is founded on Christian principles. And as a Christian nation, we have to have compassion for our neighbor and forgiveness and love. And so I just want to definitely, that's brilliant of you to say that.
And that's why we were here to begin with, was for our fellow neighbor.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. And you know what? And we're still here for them. Like we said, from yesterday on, we're just switching locations.
Exactly.
Yeah, the Hammonds aren't forgotten. You guys aren't forgotten.
No. Nope, not at all. And all of the ranches that you guys touched here, and all the ranches across the West, they're listening. Let me tell you, they're listening. We have a lot of ranches in Nevada that are still going through the courts and still getting, we are working diligently. We are. And so I just have to tell you guys, America's paying attention.
Right.
And again, I ask, everyone that's listening, there is definite Christian compassion and forgiveness, and we have to understand that arming ourselves with ideas and arming ourselves with education and disagreeing and civil obedience is not a bad thing, and we display that to wake up America.
Right.
And they can treat me as rough as they want. I'm pretty tough.
No, they're not going to treat you rough. Listen,
we have a bunch here. They don't need to. Well, if we heard they threw Victoria by the hair through to the ground. There's no need for that here.
And then they shot it. Well, listen, listen, you guys. Sean, I know you're a big guy, and let me tell you, I don't think they want to knock you down, because I don't think they want to pick you up. So don't even, just fly, and
they want to put their strength and their power over us.
We have a lot to write once we get to the
they're going to do it physically.
No, they're not going to listen. We're going to lead by example, right? We are. By example, yeah. And no one is going to get physical. No one is going to get physical. You know what will happen? But you know what's going to happen? If that was to happen, you're going to write about it, and Americans going to know. So
I know what's going to happen.
Michelle?
Yes.
We have Chris Ann Hall going to be calling in just a moment too, and we're going to add her in because she has some information that she's got that she wants to share.
Okay, great. I love her.
Dan Hall's going to be calling in.
Okay, here he is. Hold on just a second. Chris Ann, are you there? Hold on, guys. I don't think so. Hang on. Oh, Chris Ann, hold on. Okay, you guys there? Okay, there we go. Sean, Chris Ann, are you here? Chris Ann? Michelle, are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Michelle is here.
Chris Ann is showing is in the call, but I'm not hearing her, so maybe she's got an audio issue, but we'll just, as long as she's still in there, we're trying to work that out, and I still got you guys, so we're solid there. And our stream is still up. We got over 16,000 now, and just hang on. Chris Ann, are you there? Okay, well we'll just keep the conversation going. I'll try and make sure we get her in the background as soon as we can.
Okay, so just so you know, we're at mile marker 20.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that means.
You guys know where that is. I don't.
Have you went by any hot springs?
Have we got by any hot springs? I don't know about a hot spring.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't been looking. So, I mean,
Okay, hold on. I got her calling in again. Hang on. Chris Ann?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, hold on. Let me try and patch you. Okay, I think we got her. Chris Ann, are you in there?
I am here.
Okay, we're here with Michelle Fior, and we've got Sean, we've got David, we've got Sandy, we've got Jeff.
We're at Zero Ranch Road. We just passed the Malheur side.
God bless you. God bless you, Michelle. Thank you, Reverend Graham. You know, I wanted to chime in because I have some very encouraging news for everybody. I want you to know that legislators are waking up all across the country. I want you to know that I taught over 24 legislators in Idaho yesterday.
Great.
On their duty for the defending of the sovereignty of the state. These were Senate and House members. You know that I've taught legislators in Utah, Arizona, Kansas, Missouri, and Oregon as well. But I want to let you know that I'm also getting calls from legislators all over the country asking me for help and guidance in taking this stand in defending what they believe is their duty to defend the life, the liberty, and the property of their people. And I want the people to know this, and I want the people at the refuge to know this, and I hate this use of this word that we're using, surrender. They're not surrendering. This is not what we're doing. We're moving to a new level. We're taking this to in a new fight, and we don't. And this is what we've been teaching now for years: is we don't need violence because we don't live in a kingdom. And I realize that our government is operating and thinking that they're a kingdom and can bully us and they can do this to us. But that's not who we are. And we have state legislators and county commissioners and city councilmen and judges. I have taught judges on the county level now have come up to me and said, "Thank you, Chris Ann. I believe this, but I could never find. Nobody ever teaches this in law school." And we are infused people with courage because they're gaining the knowledge that is denied from them for generations because government schools are not going to teach people that government can be limited by the people peacefully. They're not going to teach that. And so we're bringing this. And I really want everybody out there to know that this is not a surrender, that this is a battle that we're all engaging in, and we are in it all the way because we believe that liberty matters. And we believe.
So listen, we're passing. I'm just going to tell you right now. We're coming up to the Narrows. We're coming up to the Narrows. I'm looking at the Narrows restaurant and mini mart. I see flags, American flags. I see police. I see.
Okay, you're coming on the opposite side, I thought then.
So yeah,
we got a roadblock that they'll have to move or something. Unless they're not going to take us that way, but.
Yeah, so we are approaching. We're approaching. Okay, so we're passing the press right now.
The checkpoint's only like a half a mile from where we're at, so.
Okay.
But then there's another barricade that was set up from people here at the bridge in between their checkpoint and where we are. There is some like back roads in the field out here that they could probably take us around that roadblock because we have an inloader there blocking and 3 vehicles. So they'd have to move all those.
Okay. So.
There's a lot of people at the Narrows?
Yes, there's a lot of folks at the Narrows, and there's a lot of flags, and there's a man dressed in I think he's a vet. Actually, all the vets that serve our country and country.
You know, some of these FBI guys said they were veterans. They asked me if I was going to shoot a veteran. I asked them if they were going to shoot innocent Americans.
Right. They need to uphold their oath, and the point is, you guys are there for peace, and you have been all along. You know, just like Ammon, just like John Ritzheimer, just like the other patriots, just like Pete Santilli, trying to restore the land to beneficial use and get the message out and educate the people, just like Chris Ann Hall and Michelle are doing.
Absolutely.
Hey, we just got a call. Go ahead.
Education is the key, and that is the driving force and inspiration that we need. And the problem is that, as Samuel Adams warned, we've become universally ignorant of the purpose of our Constitution and the limited nature of our government. And our ignorance has become our worst enemy. And we've got to restore those foundational principles so that we can restore the truth that needs to be told and the power that the people have. I think we forgot that we are the origin of government. God gave us liberty. He gave us these rights. He didn't give them to government, and government doesn't give them to us. And we are governed by our consent.
We're at our second checkpoint, and so we're...
Chris, we saw you at Burns at the fairgrounds. We were with Ammon, my wife and I, and that was a powerful speech, and there was a lot of people there. So I know you're doing good and waking people up. And we just have to have this spread across the country to get this country back. And I appreciate everything you're doing.
And they're using common sense. We're doing it. We're speaking all over the place. And I'm going to be in Arizona for a week. I've been in Idaho for a week. We are solid, and everybody is getting this message from high school, middle school students, through legislators and judges, and we are just simply facilitating the lessons that our framers wanted us to know, that when the federal government gets out of control, we are not powerless because we are the source of their power. And what we need to do is simply wake up to who we are and take back what belongs to us.
Well, maybe you can hold a private session with the governor of Oregon, Sheriff Dave Ward, and Judge Nasty.
Thomas Paine says that, and I believe it's either Thomas Paine or Samuel Adams, I'm not sure right now, but he said it's not really fruitful to talk with people who have set aside reason. So
Exactly.
Like casting pearls before swine. But I'm a messenger, right? I am the deliverer of the seed. So I don't judge what ground that seed falls on. That's up for God to judge, and I will keep anybody who will listen. And so I'm the planter of the seed. Sometimes God lets me water it, but He is the only one that can bring the increase. And I believe that God is sovereign over this whole entire situation. And that's the one thing that we have to keep in mind. Romans 8:28 says, all things work together for the good of those who love Him and called together for His purpose. All things, the good plus the bad plus the bad, the good plus the good, all things are good in God's eyes. And we just have to make sure that we are doing what we need to do to honor God and honor the rights that He's given us.
Yes.
Amen.
You know, Sean, we just got a call from we just heard from the Fymans who are patriots and activists, and heard from them down in Texas, and they said they were driving down the road in Texas, and this call is airing over the radio. So I mean, it's getting out to the whole world, guys. Hang on, I got Michelle calling back in.
Okay.
Michelle,
are you there?
Yeah, we're here. We're here.
Yeah. So it's just a spotty situation. We're coming up to another area. This might be the area. Okay, so listen to me, guys. We're coming up to the vehicle. It's a cat vehicle. What's the color vehicle we're getting into? Oh, it's like the olive green. It's the military cat vehicle. It's armored, so when we step in that vehicle, we're going to lose service. I just want the Reverend Graham to say a few more things to you guys before we step in the vehicle. Okay? So here's Reverend Graham.
Hey guys,
in trying to combat this rights is radical. I don't think these people know what that word radical actually means. Because the right to keep and bear arms is something that the people have held dear for centuries. Freedom of speech for centuries. The right to to protect your property for centuries. And now all of a sudden, in our most recent bit of history, right, when we've become so technologically advanced, we become intellectually stunted, we now believe that principles that have been established for centuries are now radical. That's not what radical is. Radical means that you are going against the standard. Gavin, we are not going against the standard. We are teaching the standard. It's those who are loving government and loving government money and government provision, they're the ones that are going against the standard.
Well, and I think you taught this at one of your classes. I think I heard this from you. We need to own the language. You know, I see people in the chat.
Hang on, it'll be right back up. They keep trying to take that feed down. So just bear with it. I'm on it every time it happens.
To take our words. They don't get to take truth and make it evil. Sean, are you guys okay there? Is everything, you haven't talked in a couple minutes, so I want to make sure, do you see anybody there?
Yeah, we're fine.
Well, I think that's what why I started a sort of a goal this year on my Facebook page and through the radio show that I do is this hashtag take back the narrative. Right. Stop chasing all of the lies. Stop feeling like we have to respond to all the lies. We don't have to respond to the lies and the hate. What we need to do is simply step up and speak truth, because it's the truth that defends itself. And the lies classify people as liars. So why are we arguing with liars? Why are we fighting with people who have set aside reason, who no longer love their freedom but love servitude? That's not what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be just simply stepping up, speaking truth, spread the seed of truth, so that we can educate people back into liberty. You know, because violent revolutions may change regimes, but they never change the minds of the people. And it's never long after a violent revolution before the old regime starts to get back in power. We don't need a violent revolution. We need a revolution of the mind, right, so that we can help people feel what liberty feels like. It is the healthiest thing. It is the most beautiful thing. And all these people who are like, shut up, stop talking, and we need to keep people from saying these things. Do they realize that if there is a place where you can shut me up, then there's a place where I can shut you up too? And then the only voice that we hear is the voice that's dictated to us by our masters. And I'll be a slave to no one. I'm not a slave to a party. I'm not a slave to a government. I'm not a slave to a person. And we need to make sure that we are living a freedom mentality.
Absolutely. Sean, give us a status update. What are things looking like down there? And we just want to, what's happening?
All right, so right now, they're telling everybody to come out one at a time. They're out talking to good morning.
Okay. So let us know when you're heading out and just kind of narrate as you go out and try and keep the, you want to keep your hands out, of course, but maybe keep the phone in it or decide how you guys want to handle it.
We're going to have Sandy go first, and they want to have a female agent intercept her, and then I'll come after that. So
okay,
we're going to both walk out to the front of the four-wheeler, and then I'll stand there as she goes to the lane ramp. So
and David and Jeff are there with you as well.
Out there, and Trevor and Graham, are they ready?
At the checkpoint.
Hello?
Yeah, yeah, we don't have Michelle, but we believe they are. We lost Michelle a couple minutes ago, but I think everything's okay. So everybody's praying. We're watching. We got it. Just keep going. You guys are doing good.
All right, hold on 1 second here. I want people to hear this music for a minute.
All right, guys.
Coming out.
You guys are coming out?
How many people are live streaming this?
We got 18,000 watching right now. So just kind of narrate your way through it. Tell us what's going on, and we're here for you.
Okay.
Chris Ann, are you still there?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, Sean, you guys walking out?
Yes.
Okay.
Going out.
Keep talking, guys.
So now they're walking towards.
Okay, just keep it calm. Gotcha. Is all four of you there?
It looks like they got guns pointed at us. I don't know.
I'm sure they do, but don't panic. They're skittish, you know. They're not very courageous. Not like you guys.
So Sandy and Sean both have their hands up in the air.
Okay.
Sean holding the American flag in his right hand.
Great.
They're both holding hands. Sandy's right hand, Sean's left hand.
Good. Keep going.
So now they're kissing and hugging. Saying it's okay.
And is Jeff with you?
Jeff is to the left of me.
Okay, good. Now, David, when you get up there, if you want, you could slip that phone in your pocket. That way, maybe it'll go as long as possible.
Don't put his pocket.
But yeah, you know what? It's correct. Don't put your hand near your pocket while you're walking up there. We don't want him to think that you're.
Lock in your pocket before you leave.
Yeah. Don't do
now
anything.
Sandy's just supposed to spin around.
Okay. Are they being gentle?
Yeah.
All right. Now, do you see Franklin and Michelle there? Or are they further back at the checkpoint?
No, I don't see them anywhere.
Okay, I think they're waiting for you guys back at the checkpoint.
Okay. So now they're not even pointing guns at us.
Good, good.
Hey, Gavin, I'm back, and I just wanted to let everybody know I want them to hold their heads up high and know that we are praying, and we are praying fervently for them.
Yeah, keep your heads high. You got nothing to be ashamed of for standing up for what's right and for the law.
All right, so now they're just basically patting her down.
Okay.
And I think they're going to apprehend her there.
Okay.
Yep. Hands down the back. Right, and then they scooted her away.
Okay.
So now Sean's standing here holding the American flag in his right hand with his left hand in the air.
Good.
Hey, Gavin, can I pose a question to everybody for just 1 second, something for us to think about?
Yeah, but David, feel free to interject if something happens here. Go ahead, Kristen.
Absolutely. Why is it that when Congress doesn't follow the Constitution, we let congressmen call that compromise and progress? But when Americans refuse to follow unconstitutional laws by the federal government, we are called criminals.
Right. Because they're liars. That's why.
Because they're tyrants.
Yes, and this goes back to what people like John Locke wrote before the Constitution. The moment an official or a judge ceases to act within the authority he's given, he ceases in that to be a magistrate and is to be regarded as any other man.
Well, not only that, I mean, think about this. Everybody's like, oh, it's the federal government's fault. It's the federal government's fault. Who is the federal government? Why do we just give us these non-defined terms? We need to start pointing our fingers at our congressmen and our senators, because they have the power to stop all of this.
Right.
They have the power to defund every bit of these agencies through Article 1, Section 7. The president has no power to be involved in this.
No, and we got to hold him accountable. We got to hold him accountable. David, are you there? Yeah. David?
All right, so now Jeff is going.
Okay.
Take care.
Jeff's going.
Go bravely, brother.
Stand tall.
And they let him take the flag and hold it up in the air as they let him go.
Good. They know people are watching. That makes a difference when the light of day is shining on them.
Amen.
So, David, just keep talking to us as you walk up, okay?
Right.
People got your back. This isn't. We're not surrendering the war. We're standing for peace. You still there, David?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you walking up, or are you still waiting?
Lighting a cigarette.
Just move your hands slowly. You know these guys are, they tend to be skittish.
Guys, can you hear me? It's about story. There's watching you. I think that was David.
Who's that, David?
Yeah! Yeah! Unless my grievances are heard, I will not come out.
David, they're hearing. It's all right. They're hearing. The whole world's hearing. You got 20,000 people hearing. Just go ahead and go out.
Go on, David. We've got this, man.
Up on the phone.
David, go on out. We've got this under control. We've got people that are willing to pick up the fight.
It's all right, David. Keep it cool. You're doing fine. Remember, the grievances are getting out there.
Call my phone, the cell phone.
David, you okay? What's going on?
Basically, they're telling me to use the blowhorn so they can come and get me or hear me.
Well, look, we just heard Michelle out there, right? So we know she's there. Just take it slow. Just go ahead and walk out there like the others. Let's not worry about it. We've got the world watching.
David, just go on because you don't want to undermine what the others have already done. We're making progress here, and please just think about this all the way through.
They haven't even promised anything really. Like for me, I didn't agree to any of this really. They kind of.
David,
but David,
you know what I'm kind of. I'm kind of worried that they're just going to ignore us. They're going to do something.
But we're not.
no, they're not. They cannot ignore us, David. They cannot ignore us anymore. It's not possible.
It's in God's hands too.
You know what happens, David? If you don't follow through, then they will portray you as the distrusted and one, and they will portray you as the villain. You cannot let that happen.
Set an example for them.
I'm actually like. I'm actually feeling suicidal right now.
Well, don't feel that
David.
way.
That doesn't help anybody, David. That really doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help us. And as a matter of fact, you will take away every bit of progress that we've made.
No, I already told everybody what I need to say. I told everybody what I need to say, and I have to stand my ground. It's liberty or death. I will not go another day a slave to this system. I'm a free man. I will die a free man.
David, we're still free.
You know what? You don't have to, but see, you don't have to do that now.
Yeah, the battle's not over.
It's not necessary for you to do that now. The battle is not over. And
call me on the cell phone.
You will actually admit yourself to be a slave if you do not take the liberty to walk out. You are putting.
I'm not trying to do anybody. I'm not trying to do that. Just call me on the cell phone. Just talk a little bit.
David, just walk out with your head held high. It's all right.
You need to do this, David. This is the bravest and most liberty-minded thing that you can do, is to just walk out.
You don't have to hold the fort all by yourself.
It's not about that. It's not.
But David, the message has got out. The word has got out.
You're right, David. It's not about this. It's not about that fort. That's why you have to walk out.
No, this is my fort. This is my fort.
No, it is not about this. It is about every other rancher and farmer out there who is...
Let me get them to call myself so I can talk with them real quick. How come they won't call me?
You know...
Because you're reneging on the... deal. You are reneging on the deal. And you are showing yourself to be untrustworthy.
Yeah, don't give them
that. No, the three went. I told those three that I wasn't going. They knew.
Okay, well, this is not helping anybody, David.
Hey, David.
This is not helping.
David, here's the question. You know, we have to act righteously, and Christ and the apostles, they didn't fight everything. Sometimes they knew that they had to stand down for a moment for what was right. And so just take a breath, put it in God's hands, and let him take care of this, man. It's all right.
Are you very familiar with Scripture, David?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so then you know that Paul and Cyrus went to prison for violating a law that violated their right to speak, and they went to prison.
He also says in the Bible that they jumped under those swords so the circumcised men don't get them.
No, yeah, but this is not the same thing, David. This is not the same circumstance. This is the circumstance of Paul and Cyrus. Because now you have a ministry in a different place. And if you do not walk out of this room peacefully, what you are doing is allowing them to enslave you. You are becoming a slave.
Yeah, don't give them the message.
You are becoming a slave by allowing them to take actions that don't need to be taken. You are allowing them to do that. Do not give them that kind of power over you, David. You know that's how this is going to go. Do not give them that power over you. You
right,
be the powerful one, and you live like Paul and Cyrus, and you go.
I understand. And
David, let me ask you a question.
This isn't what I agree with. This is everybody's in safe hands. I'm not worried about getting anybody killed. But I'm going to stay here. If they attack me, I have to defend myself. Okay, I have to defend myself. And so if they attack,
say you know
I have to.
Scripture, David.
And so I can't. They haven't even promised me any of my grievances against the government. They keep trampling on my First Amendment rights, and nothing's ever been done.
Your promises are not from them. Your promises are from us.
David, you said you know Scripture. What happened when Paul and Cyrus went to jail for their freedom of speech? David, what happened?
Nothing. I'm talking to Graham.
Do you know you're talking to them right now?
Is okay, you're talking to Graham.
Please pray for David right now, everyone.
Well, I'm just saying is that they haven't done anything. They haven't promised anything. So unless they try to work something out, I'm not coming out of here.
David, we know they're not honorable, but you have honorable people on your side, and that's where you got to rest.
Listen, David, you are ending some real future possibilities here. I want you to recognize that when Paul and Cyrus went to prison, God sent a way for them to get out. You are eliminating the ability of God to work in your life.
Wow. I'm currently in the tent, just hiding in this tent right now, and there's no guns pointing at anybody. So they have to come and attack you when something happens.
David, just go out.
Yeah, but see, that's not. Saying is, David, that God is not able. And I already told you.
They haven't even promised me anything. They haven't promised me any.
Frustrated all the time with the way. David,
Still forced to pay for. How come we can't at the cost of you having to agree and tolerate certain atrocities? I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, but David, you're not going to change it either. If you don't continue your voice. I want to know. Do you know that Paul wrote in government that started taking half my check for 10 years. I have 2 daughters, 3 or 4 grandkids. I don't want them to continue the fight that I've been fighting. But unless I have folks like you and other folks to help me change things like this
law by law, we get busted. And I get it. I get it, and I do it, and I understand, and that is why I can't. But I need you.
I know!
We have to fight this another day.
It's a kind of, I can hear them if they're listening.
Yeah, I know. It's not listening to us anymore, though.
John asked me to help me fight this another day.
David, please understand that you have a responsibility to our future, to my child. I don't know, do you have brothers and sisters? Do you have nieces and nephews? You have a responsibility to them to keep fighting because you know the truth and they don't know yet.
I feel like I'm listening to a bunch of yappers. I mean, come on, guys. Learn to take a stand. I'm taking my stand. This isn't something I'm going to back away from. That's what a man does when he takes a stand. Until they can make a peace, I'm still peaceful. I'm really peaceful. I'm not attacking. I'm not pointing guns at anybody. And so I'm here being peaceful. And until my demands are met, I can't come out because I'm a man. I'm taking a stand.
But you won't, but your stand, it's not profitable, David.
A stand means you're willing to risk your life. And if these people can't make a peace deal, then that's the country you're running with. The people who will make deals with terrorists but not patriots. The country that deals with terrorists but not people that are concerned about all the problems. You know, all these people, all law-abiding citizens. The government tramples on them.
All right, David, be quiet for a second and listen to me.
David, it is harder to live for liberty than it is to die for it. Don't be a coward like that. Be like Ammon and actually live for it.
You have no right to call me a coward. Don't call me a coward.
No. I am not calling you a coward, David. What I'm saying is that it's harder to live for it. You have to want to live for it. Ammon is stirring up more fire in the people's hearts now where he is than ever before. I have people coming to me right now as I teach who were never involved before, and they are appalled at the fact that Ammon is still being held in solitary confinement. This is waking people up, David. You are not helping anybody by simply you have to do the hard thing, do the right thing, do the brave thing. We have respect for those who want to continue in the fight.
David, we know you're no
you
coward.
Understand what I'm saying?
But you can keep carrying the message here.
Rome.
It's the harder thing.
The Roman government paid for abortions too, David.
We don't have to support it, and we don't have to be silent. We're standing up, and that's what you're doing.
You're still paying for it.
So did Jesus. He paid taxes to the Romans.
But that
you know what, David? Do you remember?
And guess what? Jesus was killed. He was crucified. He spoke out against the authorities, and he was killed for it. So I'm speaking out because they're corrupt. I'm speaking out too.
But you know what? When the authorities came for him, he went with them because that carried the message, and Jesus rose, and the message goes on. But it wasn't the time right then and there for him to make a stand and fight. He's going to be coming back in glory, and there's going to be justice. But the message right now carries.
Do you remember, David, that when they came after Jesus with the sword, and the apostles went crazy and cut the guy's ear off? And Jesus said, no, this is not how we go. This is not how we stand. And when he went, he said, you must carry on my voice.
They need to make some peaceful resolution with me.
They're trying to make a peaceful resolution with you, but you will still have your freedom of speech.
They haven't promised me anything.
What do you want them to promise you, David? What do you want them to promise you? David, you have to have a something that they can promise you if you want them to promise you something.
I have to be able to way to make income without paying for these atrocities. I should be able to opt out of certain taxes, like a certain percentage or something, because this is wrong. I can't be paying for that.
And absolutely, David, that is a very valuable site. Do you know that is something that Representative Matt Shea and I
don't
are
want to get
working on?
tax fraud either. I'm trying to do a legal way, but I got to find a way to stop paying taxes to these atrocities. I can't pay for it. You're asking me to live to serve that they commit these atrocities. I can't do that.
Right. Well, listen to me. Do you know that Representative Matt Shea and I are working on that right now? What good is it if you don't give us the chance to make it happen? Do you know that
Christ died at 33?
How many?
Christ died at 33. He died for what he believed in. He didn't just keep going along and try to live a selfish life. You guys are the one that's selfish. You aren't willing to sacrifice.
David, we all sacrifice, and so do you. But
tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots.
Yeah. Well, this is not the time for that, David. And
it is the time for it. To avoid got his. It's the time for it. To avoid got his on the ground, you know. I'm gonna try to get mine on the ground. You know, some of the people. I hope eventually they realize that Denny is not the guy. He just got tired of life. And if they give them an ultimate, take a stand. It's like, you guys, how much evidence do you guys need? How much proof do you guys need of the atrocities that the government's been committing upon you? How much proof do you guys need to when you decide to stand up?
David, we see him and we speak out against him every day, and you can't do that if you're silent.
I don't think
your Second Amendment, your Second Amendment. That's what it's for. I don't think cardboard signs and talking on the phone and making petitions, voting systems. Another option.
You are absolutely wrong, David. You are absolutely wrong. The first, David, listen. The First Amendment is first. The Second Amendment is second. The Second Amendment is not there to protect all the rest. The First Amendment is. Because your voice is more powerful than your sword.
Warrants are all null and void because my grievances are what caused me to come here in the first place. So they need to address that this situation is because of their doing. It's their problem that they created. Poverty is the mother of all crime. And at least I'm not burning and looting stores. I joined a more peaceful protest here. And now no one's attacking. Everybody's just staying here defending, not trying to tear up anything. And so this is peaceful. And now I'm making my stand. This is my stand, guys, folks, ladies. So this is where you come to a point in life where it's liberty or death. I will not be forced to pay for my existence through health insurance or having to pay for abortion, having to pay to murder millions over in the Middle East. I will not tolerate that. Americans have become radical in themselves, being all anti-Muslim and everything, but they don't even know their own book. The Muslim book says Christians, Jewish, Muslims, believers all go to heaven if they follow their own book. That's what the Muslim Quran says. And you guys think they hate you.
But David, we're here to stand up for everyone's liberty. It's not about
and they have met that promise and they have heard that grievance. And so now that they have made that promise to you, hold up your end of the deal.
Hey, David, I get the sense that you're intimidated by the idea of jail, and I don't blame you. But
problems that haven't been resolved.
But David, don't be intimidated by a jail or a prison cell. You know what I've seen on the inside, when you're a patriot, when you stand up for people's rights, when you love your neighbor, the people in those jails who are oftentimes also abused by this corrupt government, they like you. They like people that stand up for their rights. They're not going to abuse you. And just think about that.
You know what's happening right now, David? You have almost 25,000 people watching you now. If you walk out of it, listen to me. If you walk out of there peacefully, you'll never have more than what you have now.
David,
I'll probably be ready.
No, David, people in prison like patriots, and we have a lot of our patriots. You're strong. You know, you don't need to fear. Remember who's in control of this. God's in control of this. And Ammon's in jail, Pete's in jail. Strong principled men don't go into prison and get abused. They go into prison and then they be a light and they set an example.
David, I was the first one of my family to go to jail. And when I got arrested, that's what I thought too. I thought, they're going to beat me up. They're going to abuse me. They might rape me. And in reality, I went in and found a bunch of other guys who had more troubles in their lives than I did, but they were just people. And I sat around and watched cartoons with them. The biggest fear was boredom.
And the biggest fear is our greatest fear is fear itself. And it's not something we need to fear. We need to trust God. And people aren't just going to ignore you. We're not just going to let you go to a prison and rot away, David. Why do you want the promise of the unrighteous? When you have the promise of the God-fearing, freedom-loving people. Think about that.
I understand. I'm comfortable where I'm at. How long does that take? Oh man. I can't come out, guys. I can't do it.
David. David, walk out, and we'll pray with you on the way out. God's in control.
David, you can walk out with your head held high, and we will be speaking to you the whole way. We will pray you through this. You got to know that God will be with you. Accept the peace of the Lord in your heart right now. Just accept that peace, and He will give you the strength to do this. Just take the first step, David. We're with you all the way. Just take the first step, and we'll be here.
I better get a pizza. Huh?
We can get you a pizza once you're out of there.
Absolutely. You know what? I will personally deliver you the pizza of your choice. I promise you. Personally. I will stop everything that I'm doing, and I will personally deliver you a pizza. Just take that first step with, man, we're with you. I want you to just physically feel us holding your hand. I want you to know that we are with you, and we want you to just... I don't
understand that. I'm actually pointing the gun at my head, you know, and
David,
I'm just tired of living here.
No, don't. That's in God's hands, David. That's in God's hands.
Justice. You guys take away everything from me. We're doing nothing wrong.
You do not have the authority to do anything in your own life.
You will allow them to take everything away from you, David, if you take this way out.
Yeah, don't give them that. God didn't give you that authority,
David. You will give them the satisfaction of labeling you as who they exactly want to label you as. Prove to them, David, that you are not who they say they are. You are.
I told you exactly what I was going to do. I told everybody that I'll have a pistol and I'll kill myself.
But David, that's not what Christ would do. That's not what Christ would do.
No.
Christ let you. You guys kill him. I don't see the difference.
No, it's a huge difference, David.
Big difference.
Christ walked.
Power difference.
Christ walked out. He went with them, and he let God take control of the situation. He didn't try and take it into his own hands.
The difference between dying for what you believe in, if you have no other choice, and committing suicide, is the difference between Jesus and King Saul.
Yeah, Jesus wasn't suicidal. Jesus just stood principled, but he was willing to put himself on the line. He was willing to go out.
He said, I have to go. He's like, I have to go, guys. I'll bring the helper. He said, I'll bring you the helper, but I got to go.
Right, but David, he brought you the helper. You have the helper with you right now.
No.
The helper.
If the helper was here, you guys.
The helper wants.
On my
The
side.
Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit wants
David?
to empower you, David.
David?
The Holy Spirit wants you to empower you, but the Holy Spirit cannot empower you if you do not live.
David?
If you want the Holy Spirit's power within you, that comforter that Jesus sent, that power that he sent, you have to live.
David, let's pray. Let's pray, David. Let's put it where it belongs. All right? Can we do that? David?
I think Michelle's talking, Gavin.
Okay.
I need. I need promised protection.
That's what they're giving you. That's why Reverend Graham is there. That is why Michelle is there, David. You have promised.
Hey, is this Gavin or Nathan?
Matt, you're on the live stream. We have David here and we have Chris Ann here. Are you there?
I'm tired, everybody.
Well, take your first step, David, and then and go out and get a hug from Reverend Graham and from Michelle, and you will be empowered and you will be strengthened. I promise you.
David, let's pray. You there?
I think they're coming in.
David, just be calm. Let them come in.
They're not coming in. They're not coming in.
Okay.
Michelle and Reverend Graham would not allow that to happen.
They're both out there. Just stay calm. Just relax. Let's pray. God, we pray that you'll give David strength. We pray that you'll guide us with your spirit and let us not have the spirit of fear, but the spirit of liberty, that you'll deliver us from the hands of the wicked, but that you'll give us courage to stand up, not to die, but to live for what's right, God. Give David strength and help us to have clear minds and clear thoughts. Help us to have peace and help us to stand as individuals and as a nation and turn to you and stand for liberty, we pray. Amen.
Dear God, give David the strength to make that step forward. Give him the courage to live for you, to live and prosper your message so that our children can be free. Have him take that first step, dear Holy Spirit. We call on you for the power to infuse in his body. We claim Jesus Christ. We claim the blood of Christ for the future of this young man. And we claim your power over him to make him take that step and just move towards Reverend Graham, towards the open arms that are waiting for him, through the voices that are waiting for him, the ears that are waiting to hear him. Dear Jesus, we pray. We pray with expectation that you will come and you will help him and you will give him the courage. And we know that where you make promises, you do not fail. You cannot fail. You have promised us a life exceedingly abundant above all expectations, God. You have promised us this.
Yeah, I'm really confused right now.
Yeah, it's okay, David. You can be confused, but you can take a step forward and go out.
You guys haven't addressed any of my grievances.
David, people love you. They don't want you to do this. They want you to keep the message going.
Well, I just wish that none of this would have happened if the government was just listening to their own rules, being constitutional, not being greedy, letting all these monopoly corporate interests take over our country. I wouldn't even be in this situation. For my life, it feels like my future, my life, my country was stolen.
Chris-Anne, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. David, you'll never know your future if you don't walk out of that room. You are accepting what they want you to believe if you don't walk out of that room. And you will never know the future that you have. You will never know the benefits that God has for you. You will never know the exceeding abundance that God will have for you.
Yeah, okay. I have to do it for Yah. This is the problem. Americans, Christians don't listen to their God. He doesn't agree with you paying for all these atrocities and turning the other cheek. Just screaming your voice isn't enough, people. You have to sometimes raise your arms. Learn to fight.
That's why the First Amendment is first, David, so that you can fight with your voice. And you can fight continually.
So stupid. They just wanted to drug me. All I needed was marijuana. You guys won't even let